Chapter 265. After Suya and Lin Fan's battle ended, another challenge occurred. It was Jian Wuxuang who challenged Ji Song. Unfortunately, the latter declined the invitation. "Why did you refuse my invitation?" asked the swordsman. "Because I have a more important battle waiting for me after this." It was then that Jian Wuxuang remembered the promised battle between Ji Song and Wang Wei a few decades ago. "So," he said, "in that case, how about we decide the outcome of the match with one attack?" Ji Song first grunted at the suggestion, but after seeing the determination and fierce fighting intent inside his opponent's eyes, he accepted. So, the two of them flew into the arena, in front of all the viewers. Without wasting time, Jian Wuxuang took out his sword and instantly, his calm and gentle temperament changed. He became sharp like a sword. A supreme sword will manifested from his body. The sword will seem endless, boundless, infinite. After spending more than 10 seconds gathering that sword will, he looked at Ji Song, who was looking at him calmly, without moving an inch. Without saying another word, Jian Wuxuang slashed his sword. A large moon-shaped slash rushed straight towards Ji Song, leaving a mark on the arena that seemed to divide it into two parts. Meanwhile, Ji Song with a calm demeanor raised his hand and blocked that attack with his bare hands. After the slash hit his hand, it did not explode nor was it completely destroyed. It fought against Ji Song's hand for a few seconds before it was extinguished. Jian Wuxuang looked at the slight cut in Ji Song's palm with a calm expression on his face. My intuition was correct. After the third round of the tournament, I suddenly felt a great threat from Ji Song, meaning that he had a fortunate encounter that dramatically increased his strength. I guess that even if I use my innate talent and my hidden cards, I might not be his opponent. Thank you for participating in my little game, said Jian Wuxuang, who then flew to his own booth. Meanwhile, Ji Song looked at the wound on his hand, as it refused to heal. With his fleshly body, a small wound like that should heal instantly. Unfortunately, the sword will remained in his body, impeding his regenerative ability. Nevertheless, he did not care that much as it was only a matter of time before he was properly healed. Then, Ji Song raised his head, looked in the direction of the broadcasting formation and said, Wang Wei, it is time for your defeat in my hand, so let's start negotiating the logistics of the battle. A few days later, in the Great Zhou imperial capital, Ji Song's hand was completely healed, and he was in peak shape. He was meditating in order to be in the best shape for this match. Soon, his brother, Ji Su, entered the room. Opening his eyes, he said, Brother, what is it? I just heard from Imperial Father that you refused to place your name in the Heavenly Tao Protection Book before your fight. That's correct. Why? Don't you know how dangerous such a battle can be? What if something goes wrong? Asked Ji Su. This battle is a way for me to get rid of Wang Wei as my heart demon. If I go and win, knowing that I am basically immortal while my opponent is not, then how is that going to help me get rid of my heart demon? Still, you, Imperial Father, and all the people that are asking me to use this method as a form of protection, only shows that none of you have any faith in me to win this match. Do you think that your actions are helping my state of mind, right before such an important match? Ji Su sighed after hearing this. You are right. I'm just a little worried, that's all. I understand your concerns, said Ji Song. But all of you should have more faith in my strength and abilities. Plus, my Tao protector will be there, so I will be fine. Ji Su nodded his head, then he said, the Tao opening sect has accepted our terms for this fight. That's good. In the endless void outside of the myriad emperor world, two people were floating in the empty space. These two people were Yan Qin and Ji Han, the Tao protectors of Wang Wei and Ji Song. They each took out a black stone the size of a basketball. The stone had slight space fluctuation. Under their control, the two stones fused together, thus becoming twice its original size. Following this, the two raised their hands and mobilized the power of law from their bodies and infused it into the stone. Soon, the stone started to rapidly grow. To be precise, a world slowly started to grow. A few days later, the two true monarchs looked at the new world in front of them with satisfaction. It seems that we were able to make full advantage of the void stone since the world grew to the size of a middle thousand world, said Jihan. True, but it may not hold enough for their battle, replied Yen Qin. That's indeed a problem. In that case, let's connect this artificial world to the myriad emperor world. That way, the space will be more stable and be able to heal itself. No matter what damage they do during the fight, it won't be a problem. Agreeing with this proposition, Yen Qin helped accomplish the task. Next, they added the finishing touch to the world. After all, this newly created world was in a state of chaos. There was no life, the entire earth was mostly lava and steam, the clouds were dark, there was no forest or mountains, and the air was not breathable. Yen Qin wanted to leave it, given the eventual fate of this world, but Jihan was adamant about making it livable to even mortals, although they did not place any living organism in it. The process took them an entire month. After it was complete, they quickly finished the final step, which was to place formations around this world. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his meditation after receiving the news that everything was ready for the fight. He stood up and stretched his body. After making sure that he was in perfect condition, he left the room. After saying hello to his family, he met with Yen Qin, who teleported him to the location of the battle. Meanwhile, all the cultivators in the world tuned in to watch. The Heaven Chosens who were still at the academy also started watching this event. Although they were not happy after learning that they had to wait for the final result of this match before they could gain access to the Tao tablets, it was still helpful for many of them to watch such a battle. Whether it was to analyze it and learn something from it, or to determine the level of strength or threat of the two participants to them, it was still worth the wait. Meanwhile, after arriving on the battlefield, Wang Wei instantly felt Ji Song's aura at the center. However, he did not immediately go to meet him. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding environment of this world. He discovered that it was a very primitive world full of forest, mountains, rivers, oceans, and many more. He also noticed the large amount of volcanoes and the fact that the gravity of this world was abnormal. He sneered after making this discovery. One thing that Wang Wei also noticed, or should say felt, was that this world was weird compared to the Myriad Emperor world, or even the Warring Kingdom world. It was like it was incomplete, like the laws that governed this world were missing a few things. After doing his investigation, he finally flew to meet Ji Song, who was waiting for him with eyes closed. "I'm curious why you insisted on making this battle public," asked Wang Wei. "Are you becoming an attention whore like Lin Fan?" Opening his eyes with a calm and collected look, Ji Song replied, "Do not insult me by comparing me to the likes of him. The only reason I wanted this fight to be public was because I wanted the world to see me defeat you, just like they did in the Qiluk trial. Want to regain your lost face? Well, everyone has the right to dream whatever they wish. Did you bring it?" "Yes," replied Ji Song as he took out a token from his space ring. "What about yours?" Wang Wei took out a drop of deep red blood. Just by appearing, the temperature of the surrounding raised a little. Soon after, the blood and the token flew in the sky before disappearing into a formation. Wang Wei then looked at Ji Song and said, "I can tell you, old friend, today will be one of the worst days of your life." He then rushed straight towards his opponent. Chapter 266. As Wang Wei rushed towards his opponent, the aura of an ancient and primal desolate beast emanated from his body. Before Ji Song could react, he saw a first headed straight to his head. Instinctively, the void around oscillated slightly as a gravity shield surrounded his body. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Wang Wei's fist easily broke the shield and sent Ji Song's body flying away, as his cranium was shattered in the process. However, this was not the end. Turning into a rainbow, Wang Wei instantly appeared in front of the flying Ji Song. His speed was extremely quick, there was no exploding noise of breaking the sound barrier, no shockwave from his rapid acceleration. It was like someone blinked and Wang Wei appeared. Furthermore, there was no sign of the space breaking. With hesitation, Wang Wei punched Ji Song to the ground, creating a massive shockwave once the Crown Prince's body hit the ground. Cracks larger than even the continent of Asia appeared in the place that he landed. All of Ji Song's bones were destroyed, and he was coughing blood non-stop. Nevertheless, he also healed quickly. While getting up, Ji Song controlled the gravity of this entire world and placed it entirely on Wang Wei. As a result, every time Wang Wei took a step forward, deep footprints would be left behind. According to his calculations, this level of gravity and pressure barely reached the level when he first started his cultivation under the ocean. So, he shrugged it off and rushed towards Ji Song. The latter clashed head-on with Wang Wei's fist, but his entire right arm was pulverized upon intact. However, without hesitation, he used his left arm in other T by time for his other arm to grow. Nevertheless, the left arm suffered the same fate as the other. Ji Song wanted to use his feet, but he was not given enough time. Wang Wei grabbed him by his head and flew straight to the nearest chains of mountains. Boom! 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 Using Ji Song's body as a shield or digging equipment, Wang Wei ran through more than 20 mountains without stopping. Then, he looked at Ji Song's body, and he was not as in bad shape as one would imagine. Moreover, his two arms were halfway from completely regrowing. Nodding in satisfaction with this new punching bag, Wang Wei flew underground using Ji Song's body as his digging tool. He wanted to see what was at the core of this artificial world. After a few minutes of digging, Wang Wei arrived at his destination. He first looked at Ji Song, who had the skin in his body grind off from the gravels, ores, and minerals underneath the earth. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Wang Wei then focused on the environment, and all he saw was lava. The heat around was enough to melt any steel or diamond construct. He frowned after seeing this, as he knew that his opponent would benefit from this environment. So, Wang Wei took a deep breath, then blew out. A chilling cold came from his mouth, instantly solidified the lava and turning it into an ice continent. Finally, he threw Ji Song's body into the continent. Following this, he spent the next 5 minutes holding Ji Song by the foot and smashing him all over the place like children playing with their dolls. Once he saw that his opponent was on the verge of death, Wang Wei stopped as he looked at him. I have to say, this battle was more disappointing than I anticipated. Luckily for you, I'm in the mood to be arrogant, so let me see what your true strength is. After that, Wang Wei waited a few minutes until Ji Song was completely healed. The Crown Prince then looked at him with hatred and humiliation, but he did not say anything. Flying straight to the surface, Ji Song prepared for his next attack. Looking at the sun, he raised his hand and made a downward motion while saying, "Falling Sunday, a powerful gravitational force applied to this world's sun, bring it crashing down towards Wang Wei." However, he just watched it happen without even doing anything. A massive explosion occurred with Wang Wei at the center, which then soon enveloped a quarter of this entire world, scorching everything in its path: trees, rivers, mountains, and oceans. Soon after that, the entire world went dark, and the temperature rapidly decreased. Nevertheless, not all plant life in this world died as a result of lack of sunlight. With spiritual chi still existing between heaven and earth, these plants do not have to obey the laws of physics. Meanwhile, far away from the explosion, Ji Song had an ugly look on his face as his divine sense could still notice someone standing in the middle of the explosion. After everything was cleared, Wang Wei was standing perfectly fine, with not even a scratch on his white skin. Even his sacred sun clothes were not damaged in the slightest. With a smirk on his face, Wang Wei said, "Well, if this was a real Middle Thousand world, maybe this attack would work. Unfortunately for you, even back in the divine altar realm, mortal fire did not affect me." So, even if this sun had a temperature of a few 100 billion Fahrenheit, without having any spiritual flames, it's no use. Wait, why am I explaining my abilities to you? Have I been infected by that idiot Lin Fan? My mother always warned me that idiocy was contagious. Maybe she was right. The wisdom of the older generation is always valuable. Nodding his head, he decided to listen to his mother's words more often. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, back in the academy, was outraged while watching all of this happening. This was the second time that he was humiliated in front of so many people in just a few minutes during this battle. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei has recently developed a dislike for both Li Jun and Lin Fan. The reason? Because both of these guys have a massive harem full of beautiful women, and he was a little jealous. Although it was his choice to practice monogamy, he can still complain. And it's not like he can change his mind now, as Wu Hong would immediately kill him, and he will be as helpless as Ji Song currently is in this fight. Also, since Li Jin is his brother and he cannot maltreat him too much, his attention was placed on Lin Fan. Meanwhile, another person feeling humiliated was, of course, Ji Song. But he did not let his emotions get the best of him. To him, this fight was far from over, as he still had many cards to play. Suddenly, countless black little vortexes appeared around his body, floating around him like subatomic particles floating around a nucleus. Then, these black vortexes entered his body. Oddly, no real visible change occurred afterward. Still, giving the confident look on Ji Song's face, it seemed that something amazing may have happened. Then, he waved his hand to manifest a very large black vortex, which started attracting and swallowing everything in the surrounding. As for Wang Wei, he looked at the ground, forests, rocks, that were pulled toward Ji Song due to a powerful attractive force. Even he was submerged by this force, but it was no use to him. Nevertheless, he still rushed forward toward his opponent. Although his path was blocked by numerous giant flaming meteorites created by all the debris that Ji Song pulled, that still did not stop his footstep. He rushed straight into these meteorites and destroyed them without reducing his speed. Once he reached in front of Ji Song, he threw a punch. The air broke as his fist traveled toward its destination. Unfortunately, this attack did not do as much damage as anticipated. A black light appeared from Ji Song's body and the attack was gone. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei sensed something from behind him and he instinctively evaded. A powerful attack appeared where he previously stood. Instantly, he noticed that the force of that attack was similar to his attack. Thinking of a possibility, he attacked again to test his theory. He rushed towards Ji Song again and threw another punch, and a similar event occurred as the first attack. However, this time, Wang Wei observed everything. A small black vortex appeared next to him, and his attack was redirected at him. Following this, Wang Wei tried a few more attacks which were proven to be ineffective, but he still figured out this technique. Using a black hole to create a wormhole, connecting two different points of space. Then redirect my attack through space. A clever tactic, but let's see if there is a limit to what he can absorb. Then, Wang Wei started a barrage of punches on Ji Song. As for the redirected attacks, he just opened his innate field which was developed by him after he tempered his skin to great perfection and blocked them. Chapter 267. Wang Wei tried to overload Ji Song's dark swallowing ability by throwing as many punches as fast as possible, but this tactic failed as the latter always managed to instantly redirect all the attacks. In that case, let's see how you deal with an overwhelmingly powerful attack, thought Wang Wei to himself. Without hesitation, he used his attack, Wollard Breaking Fist. All the parts of his fleshly body, skin, muscle, bones, etc., vibrated at the same time, and the vibration was sent out under his control. Ji Song knew that the next attack was a scary one as he was defeated by it during their last confrontation, almost dying in the process. So, he used all his powers to try to swallow it and redirect it, but this time, he did not care the exact place that he would redirect the attack, as long as it was redirected. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated the might of the attack, or maybe, he overestimated his capabilities. Back then, Wang Wei's fleshly body was not nearly as strong as current, and that attack was still powerful, not to mention now. Additionally, this attack was also spiritual, as even Wang Wei's soul vibrated as well. So, in less than a few seconds, Ji Song's wormhole was annihilated, causing space cracks to appear in this world as a result of the backlash. As for Ji Song, he was sent flying after the explosion with cuts all over his body. He was essentially disfigured. Furthermore, the remaining spatial power left in his body was inhabiting his healing factor. As he lay in the ground, unable to move even a finger, there was no sense of defeat or despair in the great Zhou Crown Prince's face, only an unwavering determination. Immediately, he absorbed the life force or energy of the earth. Countless trees instantly withered, the ground surrounding turned from very fertile lands to barren places even worse than the desert. The water in the rivers and lakes dried up, the mountains eroded, leading to landslides. This world who had lost its sun turned even more bleak and desolate after getting up from the ground. Ji Song started to absorb the surrounding area into his body, forming a giant armor. Soon, he became a few kilometer-tall giant made up of rocks and trees. He looked like the mighty Titan Gaia, the mother of Earth. Raising his hand that is probably larger than a modern city, Ji Song tried to pat Wang Wei as a human does to an annoying fly. Crack! Wang Wei raised his hand and blocked the mighty hand, then, cracks started to appear at his feet, spreading for kilometers on. And as time passed on, he discovered that the strength on him was slowly increasing. Is he using gravity to increase his weight? Just like speed is power, weight or mass can also be power, thought Wang Wei. Then, he pushed the gigantic hand away and threw a punch. A gigantic punch manifested from his body and hit Ji Song's Earth Titan body, instantly, destroying half of it. However, the destroyed part quickly grew as if nothing happened. Ji Song then flew straight into the sky. Even with his massive body, he was as light as a swallow and as rapid as one too. After arriving at a certain distance, he flew downward, using the power of gravity to accelerate his descent. With its massive size, adding to his constant acceleration, this move of Ji Song was indeed powerful compared to the other ones. As for Wang Wei, he also made his move, and this time, he finally used other techniques besides his fleshly body. He gathered his origin essence and used an attack from his grandfather's technique, Overlord Fist. Qilin Stomping Fist, a gigantic Qilin's leg appeared in the sky, and as soon as it appeared, it released a supreme aura or pressure. This aura announced to everybody that in their presence was the ruler of all animals and lands, that this being was born noble. After the Qilin leg manifested, it stomped on Ji Song's giant. The latter tried to fight it off, but a vibration similar to the world-breaking fist appeared and destroyed the structure of the giant's body. Ji Song's body crashed down on the ground, with only a few parts of his body covered in the rock armor. However, as soon as he landed, the giant was instantly recreated. It was as if it never received any damage in the first place. Ji Song flew into the sky, then his rock body turned dark red as lava started appearing all over him. He followed up with a lava-first attack. So, this giant titan will reform itself as long as a tiny part of it remains intact. In that case, I need to instantly destroy all of it without leaving even sand particles intact. Wang Wei punched again, this time using the Dragon Fist. A very long azure dragon manifested itself, however, this dragon was different from usual. Small black lightning could be seen flashing around his body. This was divine punishment thunder from Wang Wei's body. After appearing, the dragon released a roar and flew towards the rock giant. Then, it released an aura that suppressed the giant. Ji Song tried to defend himself, but he discovered that he could not move, that he was completely suppressed. Following this, the dragon controlled the clouds in the sky, and a bolt of lightning fell on the rock giant, instantly destroying all its parts, down to the last atom. The dragon then took Ji Song and carried him in front of Wang Wei. The crown prince was having a hard time accepting his easy defeat. He looked at Wang Wei as he said, "How could this be? How could you be so powerful? To prepare for this battle, I have suffered so much. To temper my body, I bathed in all the volcanoes in the central continent. Every day, I witnessed my body being scorched until it became crisp. I had to inhale poison fumes of volcanic ashes. And this was not enough. I pushed myself even further by using gravity to further temper my body. I had to suffer so much, and the only thing pushing me forward during those hardships was knowing that someday, I will place my foot on top of your head as I gaze condescendingly at you, a loser. But, all of this was for nothing. Why? Tell me why. Was all my pain and suffering for nothing?" Many people watching this battle sighed after hearing this. Many people envy these heaven-chosens, but do not know what they have to go through to have all the fame and power, all the sweat that they shed. Wang Wei was silent for a moment, then sneered, "The world has never been fair, and fate is the greatest mockery to us all. Even if you work hard all of your life, a person more talented than you can only use a few days to accomplish something you spend your entire life pursuing. Or even worse, might be born with. Additionally, you assume that you are the only one working hard." Wang Wei took Ji Song from the dragon and held him by his throat. "Do you have any idea what I've been through to be so powerful? I tempered my body in the core of the sun. I placed gravity on my body, while diving thousands of miles under the ocean to use the pressure to temper myself. On top of that, I swallowed hundreds of saint-level pills at the same time to use their energy to destroy and reconstruct my organs. I used all of these methods at the same time. And that was not the end of it. I even used the power of divine punishment thunder to refine my body. And even during my battle with you, the gravity formation on my body has not been turned off. Could your suffering compare to mine?" Then, Wang Wei slapped Ji Song so hard that he was sent flying. He flew through countless mountains, passed over the ocean in this world, and only stopped after reaching the end of the world, where the barrier of this small plain was located. As Ji Song laid on the floor, he did not care about his injuries as his state of mind was greatly affected. He always believed that he was the hardest worker of all his peers because of how he pushed his body. He always believed that even if he was not the most talented, his effort alone would be enough to give him an advantage over his peers, and eventually would be the key to his eventual step of proving the Tao, and becoming a great emperor. No, he knew that his ideas were a complete joke. While Ji Song was slowly losing himself, a weird power coming from his ribs started acting up. In a few minutes, he transformed into a 5 meters tall creature with 2 horns, black scales with fire veins, sharp claws. "I finally got out. Who knew that this body was the heavy axe physique? It seems that I'm lucky," said Ji Song in a strange, gravy voice totally unlike his own. Chapter 268. The space broke apart and Wang Wei walked out of it. There, he witnessed Ji Song's sudden transformation. With a scan of his divine sense, he sensed a powerful force from a bone in Ji Song's ribs taking over his soul. Meanwhile, after the new owner of Ji Song adjusted to his new body, he finally looked at the person in front of him and said, "I have to thank you. If you did not destroy his confidence so thoroughly, it would not be so easy for me to take control of his body." "Devil?" asked Wang Wei. Then, he shook his head. "I'm even more disappointed in you, Ji Song. You could not even control your power." As soon as those words came out, the face of Ji Song's face, half of it was twisted, while the other was perfectly fine. However, the change only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. "Well, I cannot believe that this guy's reverence for you is so great that even your taunting words are enough to ignite his fighting will," said Ji Song, still with his strange gravy voice. "I see. So, you are nothing but the will of a powerful devil race and are fighting over control of this body with Ji Song. Given that you did not even have a primordial soul to take over his body, you are most likely dead already." What a cunning brat, replied the devil. Then, he took a good look at Wang Wei for the first time. What an exuberant breath, what powerful vitality. Your fleshly body can compare with some of the heaven-defying devil princes of my era. Thank you for the compliment, but I've seen better, replied Wang Wei nonchalantly. Nevertheless, the devil ignored his words and continued to analyze him. Then, there is your soul, is that a pirogue? Kids, your secrets are not small. Unfortunately for you, you met me. After I swallow your soul, I can properly resurrect. Should I be afraid of a dead person even if you were once a devil god? How much power can you use in your current state? More than enough to deal with you. Wait, why do I smell the vile scent of that woman on you? What woman? Empress Wu, replied the devil with gritted teeth. Oh, she's my wife. Don't be ridiculous. As if any man would ever be worthy of that woman, let alone a snot-nosed brat in the supernatural realm. Anyway, after I kill you and swallow your soul, I'll know the answer. Just because you suffer from low self-esteem does not mean that I do. Enough with the sarcastic taunts. I'm starting to understand why the owner of this body hated you so much. You brat have a poisonous tongue. Unfortunately, this is one of the few flaws that I learned from my mother. Well, I probably should not say that since she is watching. Wang Wei then looked upward toward the broadcasting formation and said, Mother, I'm sorry, it was all Father's fault. He taught me that you had a poisonous tongue and that I should learn from you to mess up the mind of my enemies. Many people watching this fight were speechless for a while as this was the first time that they saw such a side to Wang Wei. Most people often think of him as calm, collected, cunning, and ruthless. But today, they saw his humorous and carefree side. Many women like that side about him. Meanwhile, back in the Dao opening sect, Yu Yan was looking at sect master Wang Tian with a wrathful fury in her eyes. Meanwhile, the latter twitched as he knew that his son was lying. Unfortunately, even if he explained, he knew that she would not believe him. So, he just accepted his fate. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the devil was furious that this brat ignored. He quickly calmed himself down as he sniffed the air. Let's see what sins you have caused in your life. There is lust, murder, conspiracies, greed for power. However, all of these are minor. The really big one is genocide. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, then asked, Genocide? Yes. In the Qi Luck trial, you committed genocide by killing more than 99% of all the demonic beasts of that world. Shouldn't you pay for your sins? Immediately, Wang Wei felt a weird power inside his mind, trying to make him have remorse for all his actions. It was like it was condemning him for his behavior towards the demon race in that trial. Nevertheless, he still had a calm look on his face as he looked at his opponent. How ironic. A devil is talking to me about remorse and repenting about my sins. Don't you guys feed on negative karma? Heaven and earth are fair. Since the light race feeds of positive karma, of course, the devil race needs to exist. Heaven and earth, huh? Said Wang Wei. Speaking of this, heaven and earth did not consider my action as genocide, and even rewarded me with merit once the bodies of these demonic beasts were used properly. So what gives you the right to judge me? Are you better than heaven and earth? You are a cold-hearted little brat, aren't you? Anyway, I did not expect my little trick to work on you. Now that I've bought enough time to properly control this body, it's time for you to die. And I don't care about what you do, because your ending will be the same, death, replied Wang Wei. The devil did not say anything but made a swallowing motion with his mouth. Then, countless dark lights came from Wang Wei's body and were swallowed by him. Immediately afterward, his body grew to more than 10 meters, however, he was more slender in comparison to his previous physique. Brat, you may justify your actions in any way that you want, but you still have to bear the weight of your sins. As soon as the devil said those words, Wang Wei felt a heavy load on his body, and this load or weight was not due to gravity or some other physical force. This weight made his movement sluggish as he felt like he was in a quagmire and his every movement required a tremendous amount of energy to move. Nevertheless, he could still move. Clenching his fist, he threw out a punch. A white flame came out and turned into a typhoon as it rushed towards the devil, making his expression very ugly. The devil recognized this flame as the cleansing purifying flame. This is a heavenly flame known specifically to be the nemesis of people who committed great sins just like their devil race. If the devil was in its peak, he could disdain at such a flame, but in his current situation, it was truly deadly. Without hesitation, the devil opened his mouth and spat out a brown flame. As soon as those two flames clashed, a massive explosion did not occur, but they disappeared altogether. It was like they cancelled one another. However, before the devil could relax, Wang Wei, whose body was enveloped by white flame, rushed straight to him and threw a punch. The flame in his hand seemed to come alive, wanting to purify this evildoer. Unfortunately, the devil reciprocated with a punch of his own, and the brown flame in his body seemed to be the antithesis of the cleansing purifying flame. Wang Wei's mind moved rapidly as he recognized the brown flame as the soul-corrupting flame. While one purifies everything, the other corrupts or taints everything. Nevertheless, although the flames did not work, Wang Wei's attack did some damage. After the devil extinguished the flame, the force of the punch sent him a few dozens of meters away, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Without giving his opponent the chance to breathe, he instantly appeared in front of him, and there was another punch encased with a white flame. The reaction of the devil was very fast as he crossed his arms to block the blow, while his body was encased in brown flame. However, right before Wang Wei's attack hit, his white flame turned black as he instantly switched to the heavenly destruction flame. Caught off guard, the devil suffered a devastating blow. His soul-corrupting flame was annihilated, along with his two arms. Oddly though, he was not sent flying away, and he soon discovered why. Before he could react, Wang Wei grabbed his head and filled Ji Song's sea of consciousness with white flame. The devil screamed in agony as his voice echoed throughout this world. After a few seconds, Wang Wei released him from his grip, and he fell to the ground. The devil looked at him directly in the eyes with hatred and humiliation. If he was not in his current weakened state, he would not lose so easily. "This is not the last you will see of me," muttered the devil before disappearing. As for Wang Wei, he did not care. Although he can be cocky, that only depends on the situation. This devil was most likely a devil gone who died under the hands of Empress Wu. So, no matter how weak he was still once a powerful being on the level of great emperor. So, Wang Wei decided to end him as quickly as possible with the most effective method. After all, any battle is like war, and as he learned before, anything can happen in war. Meanwhile, Ji Song regained control of his body after the devil's will was purified. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Thank you for allowing me to get rid of that pest once and for a while. Now, let the real fight begin." Countless tattoos and symbols appeared over his body that was still in the form of a devil. Then, Ji Song said, "Infinite power." His innate talent was activated. Chapter 269. After activating his innate talent, Ji Song's body changed. His arms regrew themselves, his devil body returned from the 10 meters height to 5 meters, but he was more muscular and bulky. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Wang Wei and threw a punch. However, soon after the clash, Ji Song was sent flying, crashing through many mountains in the process, before landing on the ground. Meanwhile, although he was the winner in the confrontation, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. He did not found the fact that Ji Song was a little stronger odd, but the fact that his body was perfectly intact after his punch. Not a single part of his body was damaged, not even the skin. With haste, he opened a space crack and teleported in front of Ji Song. With tremendous force, he punched the crown prince again. This time, Ji Song was sent flying from one of the worlds to the other. Nevertheless, he was still intact. Guessing some of the ability of this innate talent, Wang Wei started a terrible beating on him. In the next 15 minutes, he used all his billions or more gene of force, but Ji Song was intact. Moreover, after such a period, he discovered that his attack could no longer send Ji Song flying away, but only push him back a few dozens of meters. Meanwhile, Ji Song was secretly horrified. By now, only he knew how much his strength increased, and it was by a few hundred times. Yet, he could still barely fight with Wang Wei. He could not imagine the horror of his enemy's fleshly body. Nevertheless, Ji Song knew that the winner of this battle would be him. Time was on his side. "Your talent should have a drawback, right?" asked Wang Wei after punching Ji Song away for the 1000th time. "So, what? It's still enough to win this fight." Wang Wei was right. Ji Song's talent did have a drawback. His innate talent infinitely multiplied his power without limit. However, once his strength increases beyond a threshold that he should be able to bear, his body will adapt to that level of strength without being backlash. However, as a consequence, he will not be able to use his innate talent for at least another 500 years. Ji Song expected this battle to be difficult, but he did not expect his talent to be pushed beyond his limit during it. Even so, he did not regret using it. On the 20th minute that he activated his ability, Ji Song's power finally matched that of Wang Wei. When the two clashed, he was equal to him. Explosions occurred with their every movement, the entire artificial world trembled as space crack appeared all over. Luckily for these two, there were no living inhabitants, and this world was linked to the Myriad Emperor world, giving it the ability to rapidly heal the tear of space, otherwise, it would have been long destroyed. Wang Wei had a happy smile on his face as he clashed head-on with Ji Song. It was a very long time since he had a real blood-boiling battle. Although he would spare with Wu Hong, he always felt like a toddler being taught by a child during these sections. Boom! Boom! Shockwaves followed these two demons and gods. Everything their firsts clashed together, destroying everything in their path. Whether it was the beautiful luscious plains, the majestic mountains, the roaring volcanoes, or the soothing and peaceful snow areas, none of them were spared by their wraths. By the 25th minute, the battle started to become strenuous for Wang Wei. Every time he attacked, he was forced to use all the strength in his body. His muscles and bones ached because of the strain of the battle. His origin essence was consuming at a speed that he never experienced. By the 30th minute, Wang Wei was slowly being pushed back with each of Ji Song's attacks. His muscles and bones would be destroyed and regrow with each attack. Nevertheless, the smile on his face never faded. By the 37th minute, he was being sent flying away with each of Ji Song's attacks. He was slowly losing the battle. After one attack, Ji Song floated in the air as he looked down on Wang Wei, steam coming out his body in large quantity. Doesn't feel good to be in the losing end and being maltreated, does it? After healing his injuries, Wang Wei stood up from the ground, cracked his bones as he said, "It's never wise to be cocky when you have nothing to back it up. My power is enough to back it up." Wang Wei sneered after hearing this, then he placed his right hand on his chin while the left hand is crossed around him. With a pensive look on his face, he talked to himself out loud, "How should I end this battle? Should I use my young emperor ability to weaken him, then destroy him with one punch? No, that method is too flashy. I could use a soul attack. Then, this fight would end too easily. There would no satisfaction in doing so. In that case, let me try my innate talent. It's about time to test it in battle." Then, weird tattoos and symbols appeared all over Wang Wei's body as he activated his talent, Shackles of Fate. A gray-white chain manifested from his body and rushed towards Ji Song, who had an ugly look on his face after hearing his opponent's words. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch. However, his attack passed through the chain as if it was invisible. Seeing this, Ji Song tried to use his light speed to evade the attack. Unfortunately for him, no matter how fast he was, he could not escape fate. A few seconds later, the chain entered his body. At first, he was confused as nothing immediately happened to him. But then his face changed as his strength rapidly decreased. Then, a memory appeared in his mind. The memory showed that his innate talent could not infinitely increase his power, but only 100 times. Ji Song was confused as to why he had two different memories. Then he realized that the strength increase of his innate talent was no longer a few hundred times, but a 100 specifically. "What have you done to me?" asked Ji Song with horror in his voice. However, Wang Wei did not answer him. His innate talent, Fate Shackles, is based on the principle that fate is unfair. Some people are born more physically fit than others, some are born more intelligent, more agile, some have a more noble bloodline, etc. And this is because fate decides this at birth. And Wang Wei can place those restrictions on people. He could turn a genius into an idiot, or a disabled person into a bodybuilder. He could place restrictions or shackles on almost anything. What he did to Ji Song was place a shackle on his innate talent that could only increase his power to a maximum of 100 times. From now on, this will be the limit of that talent. As for the memories that appeared in Ji Song's mind, this was the result of Wang Wei changing fate or reality itself. Any person who knew about Ji Song's ability, including true monarchs, will have their memories changed. Technically speaking, they should only have the new memory left in their minds, but since all of them have strong cultivation levels, they retain the original memories. Wang Wei then appeared in front of Ji Song, slapped him straight into his face, sending him crashing down on the ground. Wang Wei then appeared in the massive crater that Ji Song was lying in, coughing blood. He waved his hand to blow away the dust cloud around. "You should admit defeat if you do not have any other method." Ji Song slowly got up from the floor as he slowly transformed into his normal state. He then smiled with his teeth all bloodied. "It's true that I've lost this match, but it's not like you completely won." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Wei, feeling that something was wrong. Ji Song laughed as he said, "The token that I showed you at the beginning of the battle is a fake, the real one is back home. You dare play trick with me? Hee, without any binding contracts, what can you do? Do you think that only you can scheme against others?" replied Ji Song with a sneer on his face. Then, a crack in the void appeared and swallowed him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt rage overcoming him as he roared, "You dare trick me?" As soon as he said this, the power of his soul was activated by an instinct, and his fury was felt by heaven and earth. The sky of the myriad emperor world suddenly turned red as a powerful pressure enveloped the entire world. All cultivators felt like a mighty being was furious at their world and wanted to destroy it. Even the sleeping Tao ancestors and Immortal Venerable were alarmed by this pressure as they woke up from their slumber. Inside the Nether Hell Forbidden Land, an unimaginable being sensed the changes of the world and looked at Wang Wei in the artificial world. "A paragon quality soul. In this lower realm," muttered the being, then it licked its mouth. Then, that being woke up to pay a visit to Wang Wei. However, before he left, Wu Hong appeared in front of the entrance of the Forbidden Land. She waved her hand and countless runes appeared in the sky and a powerful seal was placed. The being inside looked at what happened and he said calmly, "Empress Wu. You could not do anything to me back then, what can you do in your current weak form?" "I can seal you until he becomes an eternal emperor and deal with you," replied Wu Hong calmly. "Do you think that he can accomplish something that you failed to do?" "What do you think?" asked Wu Hong back. That being did not say anything but returned to his slumber. Back in the artificial world, Wang Wei broke the void as he rushed towards Ji Song, who used a void-breaking talisman. Without hesitation, he used a power soul attack that made the void tremble, thus disrupting Ji Song's teleportation. Then, he sacrificed all the origin essence in his divine seed to strengthen all the muscles, bones, and organs in his body. With his new strength, Wang Wei rushed into the empty void chasing Ji Song with unmatched speed. In just a few seconds, he caught to him. Knowing that he was in trouble, Ji Song activated the power inside of him left by his previous Tao protector. So, the Dharma body of retired Prince Ji Xiang manifested itself to protect his great-nephew. However, Wang Wei was not having of this. Without hesitation, he placed another, fate shackle, so that when retired Prince Ji Xiang sacrificed himself to save his life, he did not leave his entire Tao to Ji Song. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt a mysterious power inside his body, trying to destroy him. He knew that this was the backlash for using his innate talent on something as powerful as Dharma body when he has not even comprehended the law. No matter how heaven-defying his innate talent is, it still has limitations. Without hesitation, he directed the power of law backlash directly to his soul. After coughing a big mouthful of blood, Wang Wei rushed straight to Ji Song and effortlessly grabbed the latter's head, then he used space manipulation ability to leave the turbulent voice he was in and teleported back to the artificial world. With red eyes, he looked at the scared Ji Song and roared, "You dare trick me?" Then, Wang Wei squeezed Ji Song's head until it exploded. He watched the lifeless body of Ji Song slowly fall on the ground, knowing that the latter would never get back up again. Chapter 270. In the void outside of the artificial world, retired Prince Ji Han looked at Yan Chen with fury on his face. Around him were also many true monarchs of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. As for Yan Chen, he too was surrounded by true monarchs of the Tao opening sect, including Wang Wei's grandfather, Wang Chang. According to the agreement, Heaven Chosens are allowed to kill one another only when they reach the primordial spirit realm, so why did you stop us from saving the crown prince? Asked Ji Han. Why did you people go back on your words? Asked Wang Chang. No one answered him, so Wang Chang just sneered. Meanwhile, Ji Han was contemplating blowing himself up to take a few true monarchs with him. As a Tao protector, he swore an oath to protect Ji Song, but now he failed. To him, his existence is no longer necessary. Do not do anything stupid, suddenly said one of the true monarch on his side through divine sense. Why not? That way, the Tao opening sect can pay for their action, and the dynasty does not have to suffer from the consequence as I did it voluntarily. It's useless. Wang Chang is a quasi-emperor. It will be useless even if you blow yourself up. Wasn't he injured and his generation's heaven will battle? Or at the very least, his lifespan should be affected? Asked Ji Han with unwillingness. With his overlord body, his injuries have probably long been healed. As for the issue of overused lifespan, this will not affect him from killing all of us. Ji Han gritted his teeth as he felt helpless. Although their great Zhou dynasty also had quasi-emperors, they were all sleeping. And the ones in the same generation as Wang Chang died during the Heaven Will battle. Meanwhile, the whole world watched Ji Song's death with shock. They could not believe that the first heaven chosen to be killed in this glorious age would be the number 2 heavenly physique. As such, a collective sigh echoed throughout the world as the cultivators paid their respect to this fallen genius that did not have the opportunity to grow up and show his full potential to the world. Then, the cultivators remembered old Chu's prophecy, in this supreme era of resurgence, the impossible will become possible. Back to the artificial world, after Wang Wei managed to calm down after Ji Song's death. His brain worked rapidly as he thought of a way to benefit from this situation. He waved his hand to gather Ji Song's shattered soul, then he took out a cauldron and placed both the body and soul inside. Immediately afterward, he started refining it. He used the cleansing purifying soul to remove the impurities, leaving out all the beneficial parts, then condensed them. Since this was not a real pill, he did not place any runes on it. So, in front of the entire world, Wang Wei cooked Ji Song's body and soul. A few minutes later, the process ended and Wang Wei lifted the cover of the cauldron. Inside, a red blood pill and a strange bone floated. He placed the bone inside his space ring, then took the pill and swallowed. Wang Wei sat down cross-legged to absorb the pill. 3 hours later, he woke up and checked the changes in his body. First, he did not get a second physique, but Wang Wei expected that. His strength increased dramatically. However, the greatest benefit that he received was in fact that his talent for body refining reached an unimaginable level. The benefit of that is the amount of strength he will receive after tempering any part of his body is higher than previously. For example, after tempering his skin, his strength increased by 1,000 gene, but with his increase in talent, his strength would increase by 10,000. After a quick analysis, Wang Wei figured out the reason. The heavy axe physique is based on the Tao of power and is considered the ultimate talent for body refining. Now that he refined Ji Song's body, blood essence, and soul, he acquired that talent. After checking his new strength, Wang Wei waved his hand in the sky to retrieve the blood essence and token used as a bargaining chip for this battle. After a quick check, the token was indeed a fake. So, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the broadcasting formation, and with cold and ruthless eyes, he said, "You people of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty has 3 days to hand over the real token, otherwise prepare to be annihilated from this world." He then contacted Yan Chen to take him away. Meanwhile, in the void, Wang Chang laughed out, making the void trembled. "You heard what my grandson said. You would start an Emperor Dao war with us over something a junior said." "Why not?" replied Wang Chang, with his laughter gone and a terrible killing intent emanated from his body. It was then that they remembered that the person in front of them was a madman that did whatever he wanted without caring about the repercussions. As a result, in his generation, he offended so many people, yet, he was still alive no matter how many assassination attempts he suffered in his life. One of the true monarchs hurriedly said, "We will let the sovereign decide on this matter." Then, everybody left. Back in the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei sat on his throne with Wang Ju standing in front of him. "Did the shadow guards infiltrated Ji Su's inner circle as I ordered?" "Yes, young master." "Then ordered them to assassinate him." "As you wish." "Okay, now leave me alone. Do not let anyone disturb me." As Wang Ju left, Wang Wei started to think to himself. However, not long after, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. "I thought I said not to disturb." "Oh, it's you. Not happy to see me?" asked Wu Hong with a bright smile. "No, I think that your face is the only thing that can soothe my wrath. I think your mother would be very upset if she heard about this." "I bet she would." Wu Hong walked to the throne and sat on Wang Wei's lap. As usual, she started playing with his hair. "So, now that your hubris has gotten the best of you, did you learn anything?" Wang Wei sighed. "Indeed, I learned a lot. I learned I should never be careless in anything I do. As the saying goes, a lion should use his full strength even when hunting a rabbit. I also learned not to underestimate the intelligence of my opponent. As these heaven-chosens grow, they will become more difficult to deal with, more cunning, and more difficult to scheme against. I should always be on guard and not think that I'm the only smart one around." "Scared?" "Not really, as I've never been afraid of a challenge. What I'm scared of is not learning from my mistakes." Wu Hong nodded as she asked, "What are you going to do if the Great Zhou refuse to give you the token?" "They will hand it over, and if they do not, then we can start a war with them." "I thought that you wanted to prevent the sect from starting an Emperor Dao war." "That was against the academy. Although the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is a dynasty from the incense era and has a deep foundation, it does not change the fact that they only have 3 great emperors. Winning against them would be much easier from the sect than the academy. Not to mention that a war would allow me to grow much quicker." "Why do I feel that you did not start a war with the academy for a different reason?" asked Wu Hong. Well, you are correct. Long ago, I noticed that the Academy was slowly becoming the leader of the myriad emperor world. And a war with them would most likely lead to the majority of factions siding on their sides to destroy us. So, you design a plan to strip them of their spirit of epic, decrease their luck, ruin their reputation, and isolate them from the rest of the world. That's right. So, you planned long ago to target them. Well, my original plan was quite direct. Wait for me to become an emperor before I deal with them. However, circumstances forced me to act. Wu Hong nodded, then she asked, "How is your soul injury?" "I took a supreme tier soul healing pill, it should be fine in a month or so." "You should be more careful when it comes messing with the power of law. If your soul was not special, you would probably die or be severely injured." Wang Wei nodded in agreement with her. This time around, he was a little reckless as anger got the best of him. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Sovereign Ji Wen was having a meeting with his ministers. Everyone waited with bated breath for his decision. So, after a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, Ji Wen said, "Give them the token." Many people sighed in relief after hearing this, while a few opposed this decision. "Your Majesty, what about the Crown Prince, shouldn't we avenge him?" Ji Wen sighed deeply, his hair turned white and he instantly aged into an old man. The path of Emperor is a cruel one. Geniuses died all the time, especially in this glorious age where geniuses are everywhere. Songer only has his weakness and carelessness to blame for his death. Although I am a father, I am also a ruler. I cannot risk the destruction of the dynasty for my family. The room became silent as all these ministers lament on their weakness. Finally, Sovereign Ji Wen said, "Tell First Prince Ji Su to enter the royal family tomb to cultivate until he reaches the supreme realm." "Your Majesty, you mean, just be on the safe side." Then, Ji Wen left the room with his shoulder hunched down. The next day, Wang Wei was walking around with Wu Hong when Yan Liling approached them and said with a calm face, "Li Jun is dead." Chapter 271. Wang Wei frowned after hearing, then he said, "Where is the body?" Yan Liling then led him and Wu Hong to a room inside the Li family manor. There, they saw Li Jun's head on a table and only his head. Intense fear and shock could still be seen in his eyes. He took out a bottle of holy spring water from his space ring and tried to feed it to Li Jun's head. Then, he paused for a moment. He then took out his sacred sun token and threw it to Yan Liling. "Go to the resources hall and use my token to get a blood-sucking leaf." Yan Liling's eyes flashed with a little surprise as she knew that this is supreme tier herb used for healing. The leaf contains a great deal of vitality. The reason it has such a scary name is that the tree requires the blood and vitality of cultivators to grow properly. Without saying anything, she flew to the resources hall and returned soon after with a green leaf in her hand that exuded a soothing breath. Without hesitation, she fed it to Li Jun's head. A few minutes later, a bunch of tattoos and symbols appeared on Li Jun's face, then his body regrew itself. Even his soul that already entered reincarnation was pulled out from there. When Li Jun opened his eyes, he looked at the people around, then he said, "So, my plan worked?" Meanwhile, Wang Wei used his divine sense to check Li Jun's soul imprint. He wanted to make sure that it was the original Li Jun, not someone who had all his memories. "So, for what reason that you had to waste your taboo innate talent?" asked Wang Wei calmly. "Big brother, I do not think that it was a waste," replied Li Jun. Then, he threw a punch in the air, making a breaking sign. He smiled in satisfaction. His taboo innate talent allowed him to die once, then rebirth and become stronger. The talent involved around the concept of truly knowing death before you can bring it upon people. Moreover, the stronger the person who kills him, the more benefit he will receive. Unfortunately, he could only use this talent once in his life. After taking a few minutes to test his strength, Li Jun was very satisfied. He could feel that he was only an inch from breaking through the divine body realm. Then, Li Jun looked at the group and said, "Look what I've discovered." He took his space ring that was returned with his body, took out a talisman, and placed it on his forehead. Soon afterward, Li Jun's memory appeared in front of everyone. Soon after Wang Wei left for his battle with Ji Song, Li Jun left the sect headed to the academy, and his target was Di Tian. He first set a disturbance in the Di family area, forcing Di Tian's shadow, Di Jia, to come to deal with the situation. Then, Li Jun captured her and called Di Tian himself. Wang Wei frowned after seeing this because he noticed that Li Jun used a very powerful formation to prevent other people from noticing the situation around the Di family manor. Li Jun himself knows nothing about formation, so someone from the sect must have known about this plan, helped him, but they did not tell him about it. He guessed that they worried that he would refuse, and they were right. He would never allow Li Jun to do such a risky plan even with his taboo talent. Concentrating himself to ignore his annoyance, Wang Wei continued watching the memory. Soon afterward, Di Tian showed up. He looked at Li Jun, then he said, "Where is Di Jia?" An act which greatly surprised Wang Wei, as he was always under the impression that Di Tian was a cold, ruthless, and calculating person. In this short encounter, he seemed to show genuine care for his subordinate. "She's fine," answered Li Jun, "you better pray that she is." "So, what is Wang Wei's dog doing attacking me? Is your master too scared to face me himself?" Li Jun smiled and answered, "Since the master's dog is enough for the hunt, why would he show up?" Without needing to discuss with his opponent, Li Jun attacked. Unfortunately, he was more outmatched than Ji Song was during his final battle. "His fleshly body is so strong," muttered Wang Wei with a surprised look on his face. There has been so little information about Di Tian that he was genuinely surprised. Meanwhile, after being maltreated for a few minutes, Di Tian said to Li Jun, "I thought that you had some kind of plan to try to attack, but it turns out that you were just sent on a suicide mission. In that case, I will help you. All things must breath their last breath." A black and white will appeared behind Di Tian, then he punched forward. Li Jun did not have any ability to resist and his body disintegrated into tiny pieces, leaving only his head. Even his soul also disintegrated. "On account that you did not touch my subordinate, I will leave some part of you to be buried." Wang Wei frowned. Is that his created, 9 reincarnation fist? It should be the first fist that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion mentioned. He then closed his eyes and placed himself into Li Jun's place. A few seconds later, he muttered, "The end of all matter, the ultimate state of physical death, the last breath of all living things." What a scary technique. Even with my current strength, I will be half dead if I receive this punch, and this just the first fist. Wu Hong patted his shoulder as she said, "You do not have to worry as you still have plenty of room to grow. My ego is not that fragile. It's just that the level of threat that I placed on this Di Tian was not nearly enough." Wang Wei then looked at Li Jun. "There should be more, right?" "Correct. There is a memory that I stole from his brain." A brand new image appeared in front of everyone. Di Tian laid on the floor with surrounding destroyed. In his arms laid a beautiful woman with sickly paled skin and blood floating on the corner of her mouth. With great effort, she raised her feeble hand and removed the tears from Di Tian's eyes, and said, "Tianer, I'm sorry I can no longer accompany you. But I hope that you can forget me and live your life." Then, her hands fell to the ground, no longer moving. "Ninger, Ninger," said Di Tian as he shook her. "No," he roared. His roar shook heaven and earth, and the sky started raining blood, showing the intense grief that this man went through. "Her," said Wang Wei after seeing the woman in Di Tian's arm. "Big brother, do you know this woman?" "Yes, I met her during my travels after beaking through the supernatural realm. She was in the form of a spirit, and she told me that I had eyes similar to someone she knew." Li Jun nodded, but he was a little disappointed. "I cannot believe that I risked my life and this is all the information I could gather. The only thing we know is that Di Tian lost someone close to him. You are wrong, replied Wang Wei. We can deduce so much information just from this memory. For once, we know for sure that he is reincarnated, and most likely still have the memories from his past life. Second, drive. We know what drives him forward. Most likely, he's trying to find a way to revive his loved one. I always had a suspicion that Di Tian was involved in Fan Li's death, but I never had any proof or ideas to go on. However, now, we can theorize that Fan Li was killed by Di Tian to get access to the Yin Soul scripture, and revive her. Finally, looked at the clothes and architecture around him in this memory, they do not look familiar or consistent to any eras of the myriad emperor world. So, he most likely was a powerhouse from another world community that reincarnated in our world. No, you are wrong about the last part, suddenly said Wu Hong. Oh, do you recognize the clothes and architecture around him? Yes, they are from the Emperor beginning era. The late stages to be precise. So, you're saying that Di Tian is from the same era as the primordial gods, innate demons, and the heaven-opening emperor? And he might even have lived through the Null era, asked Wang Wei. Possibly. Wang Wei nodded, then he spent the next few hours going through every detail of this memory and search for any missed details. Moreover, he also started to plan contingencies on how to deal with Di Tian. The next day, Wang Ju entered the room and said, "Young master, there is news from the great Zhou imperial dynasty." Chapter 272. Oh, did they send the token? Asked Wang Wei calmly. Yes, replied Wang Ju, who then presented the token to him. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction, then he asked, what about the assassination on Ji Su? Unfortunately, we were too late. It's fine. Wang Wei knew his actions were purely out of anger, so now that he calmed down, he did not care about the outcome. When is the tablet secret realm opening? A week from now. A week? It should be enough time, muttered Wang Wei. Is there anything else? The Divine Tao League asked the sect to allow Fang Lijuan access to the pagoda trial. The sect master asked that you can decide. Let me see their offer, said Wang Wei, as he took out a paper containing the resources that the League was willing to offer. However, he soon sneered after reading. The great Zhou imperial dynasty offered an innate material, and this is the best that they can offer. Well, it is common knowledge that the divine clans are slowly fading into obscurities. Most of their foundation has been used up trying to break their bloodline restrictions, replied Wang Ju calmly. Tell them to offer an innate material like the great Zhou, or the answer is no. Then he dismissed Wang Ju. He was also about to say goodbye to Wu Hong before entering a brief cultivation retreat, but she stopped him to give him something first. Looking at the book in his hand, Wang Wei was puzzled, then after opening the first page, he squinted his eyes. Are you sure about this? I cannot reciprocate the favor, at least not now. There is no need to be like this with us, replied Wu Hong with a smile. Wang Wei sighed before nodding. The book in his hand is an emperor scripture, to be precise, it's Empress Wuxia Sutra, known as one of the most powerful cultivation techniques that ever existed. The reason that Wang Wei said that he could not reciprocate the favor was that the sect's rules do not allow him to pass their emperor scriptures to anyone even with his status. However, once he creates his scripture, he can do whatever he wants with it. Wu Hong took a moment to read the scripture, then he sighed. He read all the 9 emperor scriptures of the sect, and only the origin path scripture come close in terms of uniqueness. Many ideas appeared in his mind after reading that scripture. Although he could not cultivate it in such a short moment, it did inspire him when it comes to creating his scripture. Then, Wang Wei suddenly had a brilliant idea. I need you to help me with something. He whispered something to Wu Hong's ears. Well, I should be able to do it, but you will need other things for your plan to be successful. The sect can deal with the other problems, replied Wang Wei. Then, the two schemed together before Wang Wei entered his cultivation room. He took out the devil god bone from Ji Song's body, then absorbed it into his body. No, to be precise, he fused it with his bones, making it permanent. Since the bone was left after Ji Song's death, then someone might be able to rip it from his body. He did not want to take any chances. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, this bone was way too powerful for him alone to accomplish this task. So, he called his grandfather to help. However, even Wang Chang could not do anything. In the end, one of the emperor formations had to be secretly used to help Wang Wei completely fused with the bone. In the final moment, before the bone was completely fused, an accident occurred. The will of the devil god appeared to mess around. At first, Wang Wei was going to use his own will to fight this devil god to temper himself. However, he soon realized that this guy's power was not nearly as powerful he wanted it to be. Unfortunately, this guy was simply impossible to get rid of. Even after defeating him in a will battle, he remained inside Wang Wei's body. So, Wang Wei decided to use his soul to get rid of him. However, an idea suddenly came into his mind. It was to test his true will ability against him. So, he gathered the power of his 13th body refining realm, his infinite divine sea, his 720 divine runes, and his more than 60 origin patterns, forming his true will. The moment he attacked the devil god, the latter screamed out loud, "The D realm! How can you have such power?" Then, he was annihilated. D realm, muttered Wang Wei. Is that the real name of my true will ability? I've never heard anything about this. Then, he pondered whether to ask Wu Hong, but he refrained from doing this. He did not want her to get in trouble again. When it comes to power beyond his control, Wang Wei's attitude has always been to be patient and careful, otherwise, he will the one who suffers. By the time that he absorbed the devil god bone, it was already time for the secret realm to open, so he left for the academy with Yan Qin. Luckily for him, he arrived in time. As soon as Wang Wei met with the other heaven chosens, he noticed something odd about them. He could see an invisible golden shield surrounding them. He then realized that this might be the power of the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. Right now, all these 29 people are immortal. No matter what people do them, they will be revived. Well, at least until the primordial spirit realm. This might be a problem, thought Wang Wei to himself. Soon though, he noticed something that he overlooked. Feng Heng was not part of the people here. He knew that the latter forfeit from the tournament midway through, and there were rumors that it was because he awakening the yin-yang eyes. Wang Wei always felt that something was odd with Feng Heng after his encounter in the Qi-Luck trial. The latter obviously had the power of the yin-yang eyes, but he denied it. But now, he suddenly awakened this power. Everything seemed fishy. Wang Wei's brain rapidly moved. Could it be that he stole the eyes from the real owner? Given that he could not use its strength properly back then, he hid it from everyone. This would explain why he was so weak despite having such a physique. But now, he discovered a way to inherit the true yin-yang eyes, so he used the excuse of sudden awakening to explain. Then, Wang Wei suddenly remembered the strange individual who used a formation to have a secret conversation with Mo Xingyun. If that person is Feng Heng or related to him, this could explain a lot of things. Feng Heng most likely made a deal with Mo Xingyun to acquire her power of devour to swallow the yin-yang eyes from the real owner. Whatever he offered her might be the reason that the Mo family started to move around and searching for something soon after Mo Xingyun had this meeting. And it was also around that time that Feng Heng also quit the tournament and returned to his sect. Wang Wei guessed that he figured out most of the situation. Even if there are a few things that he is not aware of, it should not be that important. Speaking of Feng Heng, he also noticed that Lu Meishio also did not show up for the tournament. Even someone like him wanted to use the tablets, so he did not believe that she and Feng Heng did not want to as well. Thus, given his grudge against her and Feng Heng's shady behavior, he decided to spy on these people's movements more urgently. So, he took out a talisman and ordered Wang Ju to place more emphasis on those two. Soon afterward, the top 30 Heaven Chosens used their token. A massive gate appeared in front of them, and everyone entered. After entering the gate, Wang Wei found himself in a strange place. 3,000 stone tablets were floating in the air, and 30 seats were on the ground. The seats were numbered 1 to 30, and the first seat was the closest to the tablets. After seeing this, Wang Wei sneered as he could guess that this was the Academy's scheme to instigate infighting between those people. If it was a normal tournament, the seating arrangement would have been determined by the ranking, but now, the tournament was cancelled and there was no ranking. With the pride and arrogance of those Heaven Chosens, they will fight for a better spot. Ignoring all of those people that were looking at one another with vigilance, Wang Wei walked to the first seat, sat down, and closed his eyes. The other top Heaven Chosens looked at one another, but they did not say anything. They knew that he deserved that spot. Chapter 273. After taking his seat and closing his eyes, Wang Wei took out some freshly brewed enlightenment tea to drink, then took out his purple merit and absorbed it. Since Wu Hong assured him that it did not have any problem, he was reassured to use it as it can greatly help him create a powerful and unique cultivation scripture. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei entered a state of enlightenment. And he was not the only one who did such a thing. All these powerful Heave Chosens also took out material that can help them enter a state of enlightenment quicker and last much longer. Many of them also used merit because of the recent event happening in the world. Even Lin Fan was granted merit for this occasion. Most likely, they used some of the reserves of the Academy to help him, showing how much they are willing to invest in him for this generation's heaven will. And this was not the end. All those Heaven Chosens were blessed by the chi luck of their entire faction, thus exponentially increased their comprehension. The advantages that these top Heaven Chosens received made the ones with lesser background side with envy. Although they too can receive the benefit of chi luck of their factions, can they compare with emperor lineages? No, to mention the loose cultivators who were lucky enough to get a spot on the top 30. Unless they are members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, they have no chance. Plus, the alliance is made of people that only want to use one another for resources, so their chi luck is quite scattered. After closing his eyes, Wang Wei found himself in a white and empty space, with only a tree behind him. He sat in the lotus position while leaning on the tree. Soon afterward, many illusory figures appeared in front of him. There were men, women, the elderly, and even some that looked like children. Nevertheless, no matter the physical appearance of these people, they all have one thing in common: they had a noble temperament emanating from their bodies. The moment these people appeared, instinctively, Wang Wei knew who they, or what they were: great emperors. Following their appearances, these emperors started to preach one by one. Some of them talked about their own Tao in great depth, while some talked about their understanding of other Tao. If any ordinary heard these people talking, 99% of them would not understand the esoteric meaning of these words, while the remaining 1% could barely catch the meaning of a few phrases. Fortunately, Wang Wei's understanding was truly heaven-defying. He quickly absorbed the essence of these Taos and made his own. At the same time, he also started to forge his own. Just like that, 200 years passed by. The amount of time for all these Heaven Chosens to stay in the secret realm arrived. Of course, by that time, only 5 people remained. All the other people could not stay in the state of enlightenment for so long, so they woke up. Even a talented person like the Suave Sloth did not last longer than 120 years, and he complained a great deal after waking up. The first person to wake up was Sun Jialong, who was in the 5th seat. A vision appeared around him. It was him wearing a sovereign crown and holding a golden sword. A large army of human soldiers bowed to him, then he led them to fight between heaven and earth. Soon after that vision manifested, Sun Jialong's ancient lamp manifested with 50 origin patterns on it, with a 12-colored good fortune flame. Immediately afterward, the flames started burning his body, making him grunt. The process only lasted a few minutes, but afterward, a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of the divine body realm. Sun Jialong checked his body, then looked into the sky where a massive cloud gathered. Without hesitation, he rushed to the sky to meet his heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, outside of the secret realm, many people watched this happening. In the past, one part of the tournament was to see how powerful the scriptures that these heaven chosens would create, so this part of the tournament was also broadcast. This time, the Academy wanted to stop this aspect as well, but the other factions disagreed. They believed that the Academy can gather information about their heaven chosens while they could not do the same. So, an agreement was reached to continue with the broadcast. While Sun Jialong was going through his heavenly tribulation, many people were commenting on him. So, a scripture based on the concept of military ruler, a sovereign that leads its people to fight and slaughter all his enemies, an iron-blooded ruler. Very powerful. Yes, and with the human destiny sword in his hand, he is probably even more powerful. Now, the issue is, why did he reveal it now? The people of Great Wu spent so many years denying having the sword. Why did they suddenly reveal the information now? Could it be because he is now protected by the heavenly Tao and cannot die until he reached the next realm? It could be, or they could be planning something. Meanwhile, after finishing his thunder tribulation, Sun Jialong looked at the other people who were still in the middle of enlightenment. He frowned a little. Was he surprised that he was the first one to wake up? However, soon afterward, he checked the golden sword in his divine sea, and a confident look appeared on his face. Without saying anything, he returned to his seat to wait. A few hours later, another person woke up. It was Suya, who was in the third seat. Just like Sun Jialong, a vision appeared behind her. In the vision, Suya was also standing in front of a large group of people, but all these people were actually her. Moreover, all the different versions of how were scattered throughout different worlds in the endless void. There seemed to be an infinite number of them. Soon afterward, an ancient lamp and good fortune flame appeared and she broke through the divine body realm. Then, Suya opened her eyes, but she did not immediately go experience thunder tribulation. 7 books floated in front of her, then an 8th was condensed. Each emperor of our sect cultivated one of the 7 emotions to the pinnacle and proved the Tao. In my generation, I have to start cultivating the 6 desires, and I chose the desire that all things have to live, to survive, in order to avoid death. After that, she looked around and realized that she was the second to wake up. With a frown on her face, she looked at Lin Fan that sat behind her. It seems that despite all the weakness this guy has, his potential is the real deal. I cannot underestimate him. Then, she looked at Jian Shuang in front of her. As for you, it's time that I start my plan to get rid of you. Su Yan flew to the clouds in the sky to undergo her thunder tribulations. Meanwhile, the people outside were also commenting on her. It seems that this generation saintess will continue the legacy of her ancestor. Yes. The Yin Moon Palace, 7 Emotions 6 Desires book, is actually 7 emperor scriptures condensed into one. Now, she is preparing to condense the 8th chapter. Imagine if they managed to cultivate 13 emperors and finish that book. How powerful would it be? Probably even more powerful than the past, present, future Buddha scroll. Wasn't it rumored that this scripture was written by 3 Buddhist emperors that were in fact brothers? You are right. Most likely, the founder of the Yin Moon Palace probably got the idea from them. Your guess is probably correct given the fact that they were founded during the incense era. Back in the secret realm, after finishing her thunder tribulation, Suya waved her hand into the void, scattering white lights into different parts of the world. As soon as these lights reached a populated area, they absorbed the emotions of the people around them. Then, they turned into Suya or clones of hers. The clones immediately used a technique to change their aura and physical features after being born, before scattering and blending into the large population. Good, muttered Suya after seeing this. As long as any of my clones are alive, I will not die. Although I currently have only 1,000 clones, this is equal to 1,000 lives. Furthermore, as long as there are enough emotions, I can make more. And as I grow more powerful, I will be able to make more until I have an infinite amount of them or an infinite amount of lives. If I do not manage to prove the Tao, this method can be improved into an alternate form of immortality. Nodding her head, she took her seat, waiting for everybody to wake up and test one another. The next person to wake is... Chapter 274. The next person to wake up was Fong Lijuan, who sat on the sixth seat behind Sun Jiaolong. In her vision, many people were around her. She waved her hand, then all those people became invisible. With another wave, heaven and earth became invisible, and with the final wave, the Tao seemed to become invisible. After the 12-colored flame enveloped her, she also stepped into the divine body realm. She raised her eyes into the sky to look at her thunder tribulation, then she disappeared in the eyes of everyone watching. Soon after that, the thunder tribulation finished gathering strength, but it could not find the person that it should strike. I searched for some time but discovered nothing. As if anger, the clouds gathering in the sky became more vast and powerful, then began the search for Fong Lijuan again. But it did not find anything. If the secret realm was not designed to isolate each participant to not interfere with one another, the thunder tribulation would have probably struck the other heaven chosens. After figuring out that its search was futile, the thunder tribulation dispersed. Just like that, Fong Lijuan passed her tribulation. Meanwhile, the people outside watched this with awe. She seemed to have perfectly brought out the power of the invisible talisman to peak and beyond. It was like perfectly suited for her. Maybe she was destined for it. After everything was finished, Fong Lijuan looked at the other people who were still in the state of enlightenment for a brief moment, then she went back to her seat without saying anything. The next person to wake up was Jian Wushuang, in the second seer behind Wang Wei. His vision was two swords fighting. One sword could cut everything in its path, cut every single matter in the universe, cut every single concept. The cut was absolute. The second sword constantly resisted the attack of the first sword, and with each attack, it became more powerful. The second sword challenged the first one by saying that I'm infinite, I can infinitely grow, infinitely evolve. So, can you cut something infinite? After the first sword failed to cut the second one, it became the final winner. Finally, Jian Wushuang appeared and took the second sword for himself. A powerful pressure emanated from his body, the pressure was limitless, and it spread throughout heaven and earth, making all swordsmen bow to him. If Wang Wei was awake, he would instantly realize that the first sword was eerily similar to his father's sword will. However, many people outside realized this. This Jian Wushuang is very clever. Using Wang Tian's absolute cut sword will to temper his infinity sword will, helping him grow through constant confrontation. After the sword-casting villa suffered such humiliation at Wang Tian's hand, they will of course find a way to deal with him. It was probably the method they came up with after years of research and study. Credits should be given to Jian Wushuang to be able to execute such a crazy plan. Without understanding Wang Tian's sword will, they could never succeed. Jian Wushuang's talent for the sword is not lower than Wang Tian, and now, his sword will is not worse than him. A battle between those two would be legendary. After Jian Wushuang finished his breakthrough, he looked in the sky at the thunder tribulation. Took his sword and waved it casually. A white sword slash flew into the clouds, dispersing them. Meanwhile, a flash of surprise appeared in Su Ya's eyes after seeing Jian Wushuang's actions, then she thought to herself. This guy has changed. He seemed more confident, cockier. If it was the old him, he would never use such a flashy, showy, and unwise thing, especially when using thunder tribulation can help increase the speed of cultivating the human stage in the divine body realm. Well, if that's true, then my plan might be easier to work. Once he finished, Jian Wushuang looked at the awakening people and a surprising look appeared on his face after seeing Lin Fan with eyes still closed. Then his face became that of annoyance. Nevertheless, he did not say anything and sat on his seat, waiting. The next person to wake up was Lin Fan, in the fourth seat. In his vision, 3,000 clouds floated in the sky. In the clouds, voices could be heard, voices of people preaching of the Tao, preaching of different Taos. Once the preaching ended, the 3,000 clouds fused to create Lin Fan's body. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Fan's body, both in the vision and in real life. The entire secret realm trembled, alerting all the people watching the situation including the people of the academy. "What is he doing?" asked one of the teachers. Plan for him was to use his absolute chaos physique to cultivate 8 Daos based on our 8 emperor scriptures, then fuse them. But now, he wants to cultivate all 3,000's Dao and fuse them, replied someone else. Is that possible? Well, chaos is the embodiment of all the great Daos in existence, so it should be possible. Many of the teachers' breath became rapid after hearing this. They could imagine how powerful their heaven chosen would be after this. We will finally cultivate another eternal emperor. Don't be so excited yet, quickly said the new headmaster. Remembers, there is someone else that is not awakened. The teachers quickly calmed themselves down, then they focused on the secret realm. In the meantime, in the D family booth, D Tian squinted his eyes after seeing Lin Fan's vision and aura, then he sneered. Another outlaw that is trying to control one of the 5 hidden supreme Dao, chaos. This Lin Fan will not leave long, especially since his name is already on the Heavenly Dao Protection Book. If Bai Han was still here, he might have warned these fools. Then, he focused his attention on Wang Wei, waiting for his awakening. In Di Tian's mind, if there was a person that had the tiniest of affecting his plans of becoming emperor and reviving his wife, it would be Wang Wei. Even if that possibility was only 0.1%, he did not want to take any chance. After Lin Fan finished his thunder tribulation, he soon realized that he was not the last one to wake up. He frowned for a moment, then landed next to Jian Wushuang and gave him a look. The two eyes clashed for a few seconds, then Jian Wushuang moved. Next, these heaven-chosens moved their sits based on how late they woke up. Lin Fan sat on the second seat, Jian Wushuang on the third, Fang Lijuan on the fourth, Suya on the fifth, and Sun Jialong on the sixth. Of course, on the 7th seat was Mo Xingyun, and on the 8th seat was Zhang Xian, who had the number 7 boundless void physique. While these heaven-chosens were fighting over seat position, Wang Wei's vision finally appeared. It was similar to his Yun Emperor vision. A mighty and majesty version of Wang Wei sat on a throne without countless sages, supremes, worlds, and races at his feet. However, this vision was slightly different from before. In the past, Wang Wei had strings of fate in his fingers, controlling all those people. But now, the strings were at his feet, as if he was beyond them. As soon as that vision appeared, the entire domain of the Emperor Enlightening Academy trembled lightly. Moreover, a few sensitive people could feel the anger of Heavenly Tao after the vision appeared. These people have never seen heaven so furious, so wrathful. However, contrary to their ideas, nothing happened afterward. There was no divine punishment, thunder, or anything. Everything just returned to calm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was oblivious to the things happening outside as he was too focused on breaking through the divine body realm. His ancient lamp appeared around him, and many people were once again shocked. Not only did he have a 13-colored flame which was unheard of before, but he had 184 origin pattern on the base of the lamp. The only person not amazed by this event was Di Tian. He is probably the only person that truly knows the meaning behind this phenomenon, and even its owner might not know. After the lamp appeared, Wang Wei focused on the next step of his breakthrough, which was very simple, at least to him. It was simply to infuse your will, goals, dreams, or desires into the gold fortune flame. This might seem a simple thing, however, it was not. Whatever ideas or goals a cultivator installed in there, he or she has to truly believe in it to the point of sacrificing their own life for it. Without such a high level of determination, they will never be able to enter the divine body realm. As for Wang Wei's goals, it was always to be free and unfettered, to be able to do as he wishes, to control his fate, no, to transcend it. Chapter 275. The divine body realm is divided into 3 stages: human, earth, and heaven. The purpose of the entire realm was to refine a body that could withstand the power of law, a divine body. As such, in the human stage, cultivators have to use their good fortune flame to temper or recreate their bodies. They have to refine their skins, muscles, bones, organs, and blood. In general, they have to go through a similar process Wang Wei went through while cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As for Wang Wei, since the ancient desolate emperor used this realm as a blueprint for his scripture, he did not have to go through the human stage. So, after instilling his goals into the flame, he used it to quickly go through most of the human stage, making sure that he did not make some mistake or overlook some tiny part of his body during tempering. And he did find one, his brain. Due to how fragile an organ it was, there was no specific way to refine or temper it in the ancient desolate body refining scripture, making it one of the weak spots of his body. Knowing this, he immediately used the good fortune flame to temper his brain. Many people squint their eyes after seeing this. All these heaven-chosen first refined their skins after the breakthrough, but he chose his brain. However, after thinking about it for a moment, they realized it made sense that cultivating in the divine body realm would be different for him because of his strong fleshly body. After Wang Wei finished the gruesome process of burning his brain off, he was satisfied with the result. From now on, he would not immediately die if someone blew his head off. They would have to do it at least 5 times before he would die. And after he finishes tempering his blood, he will reach the realm of single-drop rebirth, meaning that as long as a single drop of his blood remains, he can instantly regenerate his entire body. Following this, the aura of divine body realm appeared on him. Opening his eyes, he clenched his fist, feeling both the increase of power and lifespan. A typical divine body realm cultivator has 30,000 years of lifespan. However, due to his heavenly physique, Wang Wei already had such a level of lifespan. With this new breakthrough, he can now live 90,000 years, which is the normal lifespan of a primordial spirit realm cultivator. And that's only the lifespan granted to him by the origin path system. His fleshly body dramatically increased his lifespan. Wang Wei raised his head to the sky, staring at the thunder tribulation. Once the first thunder fell, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. That goes for all the others as well until the tribulation ended. Slowly turning around, Wang Wei did not look at these heaven-chosens, but in the distance. His eyes penetrated the secret realm and countless layers of space until he reached a mortal establishment in the domains of the academy. There he saw an old man inside a room, sitting on a chair. The old man's hair was all gray and he had wrinkles all over his face. On top of the old man's head, Wang Wei saw a gray line, and he knew them as fate line. He could see them for quite some time but did not know how to use them. Now he knew. By focusing on the fate line, he saw the fate of this old man from his birth to the present. He saw when he was born, when he first cried, the first time he farmed the land with his parents, his first love, his first kids and grandkids. In an instant, he watched the life of this old man from birth to adulthood, then to old age. And that was not the limit. Wang Wei then started to see the fate of this old man's ancestors. He watched the lives of his great-great-great-great-grandfather. To be precise, he saw the lives of all the old man's families up to 15 generations in the past. After that, Wang Wei watched the future of this old man. He knew that 2 years from now, while trying to pick up something from the floor, the old man would trip and fall, never getting back up again. His family will bury him, and continue their lives as farmers. Until 3 generations later, the entire village will be destroyed in a catastrophe, thus ending this old man's bloodline. Wang Wei sighed at how insignificant the life of mortals is. Their fate has long been written in stone, and not only do they not know about it, but they would be helpless even if they knew. They are nothing but puppets controlled to either make the flow of the universe function normally or serve the purpose of more powerful beings. Once finished observing that mortal, Wang Wei finally looked at these heaven-chosens. His cold and indifferent gray eyes penetrated deep into their souls as they felt like they were naked and being observed like someone was strangling them with strings. Immediately, they noticed what was going. These heaven-chosen realized that Wang Wei was reading their fate line, thus watching all their secrets from birth. With an ugly look on their faces, they resisted. The previous vision of these people manifested in front of them, trying to block this weird attack. Unfortunately, it was useless at least to most. Muttered Wang Wei as he looked at Lin Fan. This guy can block my fate reading technique. Could it be because his Chaos Dao is on the same level as my Fate Dao? Unfortunately, he is still too weak. Immediately, he increased the pressure and power on Lin Fan. Thus, Wang Wei was able to read his fate. He saw how he grew up in the lower realm, how he was maltreated by his clan because his absolute chaos physique could not cultivate their low-level technique, how he met his Dao protector and master, his rise in the clan and throughout the entire world. All these heaven-chosens had all their secrets leaked to Wang Wei. Except for their emperor scriptures that were protected by a band powerful enough to even guard against fate, Wang Wei learned all their secrets up to the present. Knowing the dire situation that they were in, they all attacked at the same time. However, Wang Wei ignored these people as his innate shield appeared around him, blocking all their attacks. During the entire process, Wang Wei thought to himself, although I can read the past and present of these people, I cannot read their futures. Cultivating is a process of detachment, so their fates are not set in stone like a written book. Their futures are full of endless possibilities based on the decisions that they make in the present. However, all cultivators including me have what is known as Nexus of Fate, which is an event in their lives that will happen no matter what. Unfortunately, my Transcending Fate Sutra cannot yet see fate nexuses. Anyway, it's only a matter of time. After that, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the academy, to be precise, the booth of the D family. Just like he did before, he read Di Tian's fate line. However, the latter waved his hand, and a black and white appeared. The wheel exuded the power of reincarnation and easily blocked Wang Wei's ability. I knew that it would not be so easy. This guy is in another league of his own. Only defeating such a powerful enemy would make the heaven will more interesting, otherwise, things would be too easy. After that, Wang Wei looked at all these people attacking him at the same time, yet still unable to break his defense. His vision then landed on Mo Xingyun. My theory about her was correct, but I'm starting to wonder who was that person that made a deal with her, as he was obviously not Feng Heng. I need to meet Feng Heng personally to read his fate line. Moreover, I'm also slightly interested in that gluttony swallowing scripture. After that, he looked at Sun Jialong, making the latter's heart skip a beat. For my plans to work, the human destiny sword would be of great help. However, now is not the time to get it. Wang Wei then clenched his fist, took a punching pause before throwing a punch. A powerful shockwave came from him, sending all these heaven-chosens flying away. He then activated his token to leave the secret realm. Meanwhile, all of the people sent flying away had only one thought: how could he be so powerful? And that also included Lin Fan, who was the only one still standing despite still being thrown away. As he looked at the disappearing back of Wang Wei, he clenched his teeth with unwillingness. Despite all his effort, he was still outclassed. However, Lin Fan quickly calmed down. He knew that he still had plenty of room to grow. His Choice Dao can also contain the Dao of Fate. So, a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. Chapter 276. With Yan Chen's power, Wang Wei broke the void and teleported to the Dao opening sect. Unfortunately, there was an accident midway through. Both Wang Wei and Yan Chen found their teleportation interrupted and landed on a desert with sands as far as the eye could see. Soon afterward, the surrounding void trembled, and the world seemed to change. Before Yan Chen could react, he disappeared from Wang Wei's sight, nowhere to be seen. As for Wang Wei, he was calm during the entire situation, he even had a knowing smile on his face. He looked into the void in a direction. There, he saw Yan Chen in a separate space surrounded by stars. The latter was using his Dharma body to attack the surroundings in an attempt to destroy whatever was blocking him and prevent him from protecting his young master. After checking that Yan Chen was alright, Wang Wei looked in another direction and said, "Come out. I know you are here." "Oh, and how could you possibly do that?" replied a voice, who soon revealed to be Bai Han, the former headmaster of the Enlightening Emperor Academy. "I had a premonition that misfortune would befall me today. However, my prediction also stated that the level of danger is middle to low. And if I play my cards right, I might even benefit from it." "I've always admired your confidence," replied Bai Han with a sneer. "However, it seems that you do not understand the predicament you're in. I spent the past 200 years setting up a supreme tier formation in the surrounding area. And it was not just a normal formation. With it, I can keep Yan Chen occupied for more than an hour. As for the Dao opening sect, given your status and how much they care about you, it will take them about 10 minutes to realize that something is wrong, 5 minutes to locate this area and another 5 minutes to break the formation. Meaning I have 20 minutes to kill you. I guess I'm being underestimated." Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Bai Han had the time and opportunity to set up such a powerful formation, and yet, he chose an isolating one instead of a killing one. He probably wanted to kill me personally, or his mind is already deeply affected by the chi of calamity. "I'm curious, what drove you to do something so extreme?" asked Wang Wei, still with his calm demeanor. "There is no need to try to buy time. You are too much of a threat to the academy, and I have to get rid of you, otherwise, we will suffer in the future." Immediately, Bai Han used his domain and instantly controlled the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. As for Wang Wei, he felt a direct pressure on his soul and spirit. On top of that, he could not use his origin essence, meaning, he could not use any of his cultivation techniques except for his fleshly body. Without hesitation, a vision manifested behind Wang Wei. One ability that some cultivators in the divine body have is visions. These visions are based on each individual's wishes and desires, and they have the ability to amplify their powers. Nevertheless, only truly talented individuals can have their own visions. Although people with heavenly physiques or any physique for that matter have a higher chance of gaining one, however, that's not guaranteed. A perfect example of that is Han Li. Although he had a heavenly physique, he did not have a vision. Of course, Wang Wei did not show his vision merely because of the amplification abilities, but because his vision was unique. It was fused with his young emperor's vision. So, the moment that it appeared, he activated his pseudo-domain ability, hoping to reduce Bai Han's strength by half. Unfortunately, he was not completely successful. The ability only reduced Bai Han's strength by 15%. Despite this, Wang Wei was still satisfied as his main objective was achieved. Using the pseudo-domain, he was able to block most of the power of Bai Han's true domain. Feeling the regained control over his origin essence, Wang Wei was ready for the next battle. As for Bai Han, his face became ugly, then he said, "I was right. You are a much bigger threat than anticipated." He waved his hand in the air as he said, "Pen of righteousness." A giant golden brushed pen appeared in the sky. Then, the pen wrote the character for flame. The character was beautiful, majestic, and holy. Soon after that, countless golden flames covered the sky, heading towards Wang Wei. They seemed to want to burn him and purify his soul. All these things happened in a blink of an eye. As for Wang Wei, after seeing this attack, he only muttered, "Intangible fate." Boom! Bai Han's attack landed. The surrounding few kilometers were instantly ravaged beyond repair. The sand in the desert turned into glass, and a weird golden light could be seen everywhere. As for Wang Wei, he was floating in the air, perfectly fine, not a single scratch could be seen on him or his clothes. Bai Han squinted his eyes after seeing this. Fate is invisible and intangible, so he is also invisible and intangible. Then, he sneered. We both have strong karma connecting us, so you cannot escape. He waved his hand and the golden pen wrote another character. This time, a large golden hand appeared, releasing a suppressing aura. Wang Wei was familiar with his aura as it was similar to his Dragon Sovereign Fist, which had the ability to suppress someone. As such, the closer the golden came to him, the more difficult it became to move, to breathe, and even his thoughts became a little sluggish. Knowing the danger he was in, Wang Wei immediately used a new technique, frowny face fate escape. If someone was fast enough to escape the entanglement, machination, and providence of fate, how fast would they be? Turning into a gray light, Wang Wei disappeared from the golden hand and appeared next to Bai Han. Without hesitation or pause, he threw a punch, this time using a technique from the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Desolate God Fist, a colossal fist with bronze skin manifested from Wang Wei. The aura of that hand was wild, untamed, and bestial. It gave the feeling that it would tear everything between heaven and earth with its bare hands. The surrounding area became bleak, the sand that was heated into glass turned into a dark gray and lifeless state, the sunny sky turned into gloomy, dark, and ominous clouds. Everything became desolate. Boom! The bronze hand hit Bai Han with tremendous force. However, this attack did not do any damage whatsoever. On the other hand, the shockwave of the attack forced Wang Wei to distance himself from Bai Han. Squinting his eyes, Wang Wei thought to himself, he wrapped himself with his domain, thus completely protecting himself from my attack. I did not know that domains could be used that way. If this was any normal saint, even a peak saint, this attack would have done a great deal of damage to them, yet it was futile against him. Well, I should expect this, after all, according to my father, Bai Han was only second to him in terms of strength in his generation. Despite knowing this, he did not stop. He turned into a gray light and rushed towards Bai Han. He would attack in one direction, then appear on the other side of him and attack again. Countless versions or shadows of Wang Wei could be seen around Bai Han, attacking together. As for the former headmaster, he was intact with a frown on his face. His speed has surpassed light, which should be impossible. After studying him, one of the conclusions I made was the fact that his speed was one of his flaws. Compared to his other overwhelming attributes, his speed was rather common. This was probably because he did not fit with the rainbow escape art. But now, he must have used the power of fate to create his own speed-related technique. Bai Han became more serious after figuring this out. Typically speaking, only a few talented individuals in the primordial spirit realm can reach close to the sublight speed, and only talented void-shattering realm cultivators can use the power of law to achieve the speed of light. As for being faster than light, only Saint Realm true person can do so. The reason is that in their domains, saints are essentially gods and can ignore the limits of the natural world. In their domains, the laws are no longer governed by heavenly Tao, but by their own will and desire. Although it is only a short area compared to the rest of the world, and the duration is usually based on their origin essence and soul strength, it was still an amazing feat. It seems that no matter how much of a threat I thought you were, I still underestimated you, muttered Bai Han. It's time for me to take this fight more seriously. Chapter 277. As soon as Bai Han decided to become serious, the tide of the battle turned in his favor. He instantly appeared in front of Wang Wei, this time holding the golden brush that had shrunk its size to a normal one. He waved his brush, creating a black ink slash similar to a sword slash. Without the ability to react in time, Wang Wei was sent crashing on the ground, creating a massive shockwave thousands of kilometers after landing. However, he quickly got up without a scratch on his body. He wanted to take the initiative and attack. Unfortunately, this was not possible. As soon as Wang Wei got up, his step faltered, and he groaned as he held his head. He looked around to see a bunch of illusory golden scholars reading and reciting scriptures to him. Their voices had a weird power that seemed to directly attack his spirit and will. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt like his mind was full of these scriptures, and that was the only thing there. All his thoughts and memories were slowly being replaced by these scriptures. He knew that if he did not do something, he would turn into a mindless idiot that only know how to recite these scriptures. He would slowly lose his will and sense of self. This Bai Han is strange. Although he is only in the saint realm, his soul power is unimaginably powerful, surpassing most of the true monarchs that I have met. No, it's even more powerful than my grandfather. Wang Wei then bit his tongue to regain clarity, then used his soul power to guard his mind. However, he was not out of trouble yet. The glass underneath his feet turned back into golden sands, then they started entangling him. They controlled his arms, legs, head, and torso. He even noticed that some sands tried to enter the pores of his skin. Moreover, he could tell that these were not ordinary sands as they had the power to slowly weaken his fleshly body and rapidly draining his origin essence. Is this what it feels like to fight a saint in their domain? The entire world seems against me. Wang Wei expanded the innate field that was surrounding his skin, thus pushing the sand away and blocking them away from him. Turning into a gray light, he rushed towards Bai Han again. This time, his speed reached at least 3 times the speed of light. Unfortunately, it was futile. Before he could even reach his destination, Bai Han appeared behind him and placed his hand on his back. A golden light flashed from his hand, and Wang Wei's innate field was broken. Coughing a big mouthful of blood, Wang Wei was sent flying and crashing on the floor. What's more, the sand started to attack him again. Having little time to think of a better plan, a white flame appeared around his body, trying to purify Bai Han's righteousness law from the sand. Of course, Wang Wei failed, but he did manage to stop the advance of the sand. With a little time to breathe, he began to inspect his body. My spine is broken, all the muscles in my back are destroyed, my liver, kidney, and lungs are completely gone. Luckily, I managed to protect my heart and spleen. On top of that, the power of law still remains in my body, preventing me from healing. A bunch of strange runes flashed across Wang Wei's eyes for a brief moment before disappearing. He activated one of his innate talent. Unlike in the supernatural realm, activating the innate talent no longer showed these tattoos and symbols in the divine body realm. A black and white will appeared in Wang Wei's divine sea and absorb half of his origin essence. Immediately afterward, all his injuries instantly healed, whether it was the broken spine, destroyed muscles, or missing organs. However, by the time Wang Wei got back on his feet, Bai Han was already attacking. Raising his head, Wang Wei saw that Bai Han wrote the character, "Kill," in the sky, then a massive golden spear rushed from it with unmatched speed towards him. Without much time left for him, he reorganized his innate shield, surrounded himself with another shield made of origin essence and spiritual chi between heaven and earth. On top of that, he created 2 additional layers of shields made of the cleansing purifying flame and the heavenly destruction flame. Despite all these defensive measures, Wang Wei was still sent flying away, though he did block the attack. In the process of flying away, he clenched his right hand and made a yanking movement. Soon afterward, a transparent body appeared from Bai Han's head. With an ugly look on his face, Bai Han realized that his primordial spirit was being forcefully pulled out of his body. Looking around, he saw a white string attack to his soul with the other end on Wang Wei's hand. He mobilized the power of law to cut that thread, but he was unable to do so. So, he controlled his primordial spirit and yanked Wang Wei, who was flying away. In the end, he had to let go of the primordial spirit as he was being dragged towards his opponent. Bai Han looked deeply at Wang Wei. 5 minutes passed by and he still has not killed him. Realizing that this younger generation was even more of a threat than he could imagine, he decided to end all of this. He controlled his domain, condensed it into the form of a hand, then patted Wang Wei. Looking at the very condensed law power, Wang Wei was truly helpless. So, his body and soul were instantly annihilated. Looking at this result, Bai Han sighed in relief as he muttered to himself, I had to use the strength of Quasi-Supreme to kill him. How shameful. Not quite, suddenly ringed a voice behind Bai Han. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, but it was still a little too late. A white string rushed from his back, cutting his right arm off. He looked at his missing arm with a frown. Bai Han could feel his regenerative power hindered. To be precise, it was like the fate of his arm was severed from his own body. After quick calculations, Bai Han realized that it would take him hundreds if not thousands of years to regrow that arm. And even if he broke through the Supreme Realm, the time would nearly decrease. If this kid had even the tiniest of law power, this arm would be severed for good. Unless someone on the level of my father intervened, would never be able to regrow this arm. No matter how much I overestimate him, it seems that I still underestimate his capabilities. I'm curious, said Bai Han. I saw you die, so how can you be alive? Wang Wei merely smiled. Of course, he would not tell him about his bone substitution ability. With it, he has a few lives, so the fewer people who know, the better. Meanwhile, after his failed sneak attack, Wang Wei thought to himself, it seems that my strength is on par with middle-level saints, could fight ordinary peak saints, but am no match for these heaven-chosen's peak saints. Nevertheless, they cannot easily kill me as well. Alright, this little test is over. What do you mean? Asked Bai Han with a bad premonition. I said at the beginning of the battle that I expected to encounter danger. Do you really think that I would not be prepared? Bai Han's face changed as he looked upward. He saw Yan Chen holding a sword and a massive Dharma body behind him. Without hesitation, Yan Chen swung his sword and the Dharma body followed. Bai Han concentrated his domain in the shape of a shield. A massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire formation. Muttered Yan Chen, looking at the translucent Bai Han that was holding a golden brush. He actually has a supreme tier proven Dao artifact that saved his primordial spirit. However, let's see how many attacks he can withstand. So, Yan Chen made another attack, and Bai Han's translucent body began to fade. Knowing that he has few other options, he made a drastic decision. Bai Han tried to use his understanding of the Supreme Realm to forcefully open the Supreme Path and reach that realm. For a moment, clouds started appearing in the sky in the area of the formation. However, they only lasted a brief moment before Bai Han spit out a big mouthful of soul blood, further weaken him. As for Yan Chen, he was relentless in his attacks. On his 9th attack, Bai Han's proven Dao artifact was destroyed. Taking advantage of this situation, Yan Chen went for the kill. As Bai Han watched that powerful flash rushing towards him, he sighed internally. Then, memories of his life flashed across his mind, thinking of all the regrets he had. Right before Bai Han was annihilated, a golden light came from his body and blocked the attack. Then, the golden light slowly turned into a middle-aged man with a long beard wearing Confucian-style clothes. F.A. Father. Chapter 278. Father, what are you doing here? How can you be here? Asked Bai Han in astonishment. I have left a small piece of my will on your soul in case of an accident, replied Emperor Kong calmly. I do not need your help. Obviously, you do. Then, Emperor Kong ignored his son and looked in the surroundings. The myriad Emperor world, my home, it's been quite some time since I left. Let's see what's going. In an instant, he scanned all 5 continents. Let's see. This generation is a glorious age with many talents. There are 3 outlaws, 2 eternal talents, and Empress was clone. Reincarnation. Technically speaking, that should be impossible, but if it's the Empress, then I will not be surprised. Now, let's check on my descendants. Well, they've lost the spirit of the epic, and the chi luck is at an all-time low. Oh, these unfilial descendants. Now, let's see who is responsible for all of this. Emperor Kong followed the karma thread responsible for all the misfortune of his academy and realized that they led to Wang Wei, so his vision landed on the latter. While caressing his long beard, Emperor Kong looked up and down at Wang Wei. What an interesting youngster. Paragon quality soul, an outlaw, and eternal talent. And he seemed to be related to Empress Wu. This kid's secrets are the kind that can get noisy people killed, so I'll just mind my own business. Finally, Emperor Kong looked at his son again. It's time for you to leave with me. I would rather die than go anywhere with you, replied Bai Han with gritted teeth. I indulge in your rebellious act because I thought that you could found your own path and not live the rest of your lives in my shadow, but look what you have accomplished so far. You were played and injured by a younger generation 3 realms below you. Bai Han clenched his hand, but he did not say anything. I know this all started because of miscommunication between us about your mother, added Emperor Kong. But I can tell you that she successfully reincarnated and even managed to prove the Tao and becoming a great emperor. So now, it's time for our family to reunite. A flash of surprise appeared in Bai Han's eyes. Are you telling the truth? There is no need for me to lie to you about something like this. Bane hesitated for a moment, then he looked at himself. His primordial spirit was dim, his proven Tao artifact was in pieces, and his right arm was gone. Taking a deep sigh, he nodded his head. Emperor Kong smiled in satisfaction while thinking, luckily, this unfilial son was only bothered by the lowest level of chi of calamity, otherwise even I would be helpless. After that, he prepared to leave. However, a sudden voice stopped him. Your Majesty, Emperor Kong, would you mind if I asked you a question? Said Wang Wei, who remained calm during the entire experience, unlike Yan Chen, who was sweating like a person eating spicy wings during 110 degrees Celsius temperature. Looking at Wang Wei, Emperor Kong said, Boy, after all you've done to my son and my academy, you still dare to ask me a question. You should be happy that I did not decide to settle the score with you. In answer to this, Wang Wei just smiled. What a cheeky youngster, thought Emperor Kong. He is probably thinking that if I attack him, then his ancestors can come to save him. However, little did he know that all the emperors of his sect have long disappeared from the eternal ascension world, and many people have presumed them dead. Of course, Emperor Kong was not one of these people. As an eternal emperor, he knew that it was impossible to kill one of his kind. As long one person knows their name, or even a piece of writing of their names exists, an eternal emperor can use this fact to resurrect themselves. So, Emperor Qiyuan and the Sword Empress of the Tao opening sect are still alive out there. Additionally, when he scanned the world, he noticed the breath of the battle maniac that once descended into the battle tower of the sect. This youngster is full of secrets and potential, maybe I can sow some karma for later on. Youngster, what's your question? I want to know what realm you are in. Or to be precise, what's the realm after Great Emperor? Ambitious, aren't we? Said Emperor Kong. Well, with your talent, it's understandable. I can tell you that the next stage of cultivation is called the Empyrean realm. After that, Emperor Kong and Bai Han disappeared as if they never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was caught in his thoughts. Empyrean realm. Does Paragon come after this, or are there other realms in between? Well, these things are a little too far from me. I wonder why that Supreme Will did not show up after Emperor Kong told me such secret. Is it because of his high level of cultivation, or something else? What are the criteria for it to show up? Young master, you should not take such risk, reprimanded Yan Qin, who was finally able to breathe after Emperor Kong disappeared. For a moment there, he thought that he was gone. His only thought was whether if he exploded himself could he give the young master the opportunity to escape. You underestimated the mind and bearing of a great emperor. He would not just attack me because of contradiction of the younger generation. Still, your actions were reckless. Not reckless, calculated. What do you mean? Have you noticed that no great emperor has ever interfered in the affair of the world after they leave? Even the ones that are extremely protective of their family or sects, they never showed up even when their descendants faced extinction, replied Wang Wei. You mean, yes, most likely, they have certain restrictions preventing them from doing so. Yan Qin pondered for a brief moment, before sighing. You may be correct, but was it worth risking your life to ask a question that you did not even get the answer with? It seems that Emperor Kong allowed only me to hear the answer. Could this be the reason that Supreme Will did not show up? Or did the Emperor use some kind of secret method to tell me the information? Seeing the strange smile on Wang Wei's face, Yan Chen's eyes light up as he figured out something. In that case, it was indeed worth it. Alright, let's return to the sect before all the other people become worried and come get us. Breaking the space, Yan Chen hurried home with Wang Wei. After a few minutes, they arrived and Wang Wei noticed Wu Hong waiting for him at the base of the mountain, so he went to meet her. I sense a powerful will scanning the entire world. Is everything alright? Asked Wu Hong. Yes, but I met a will of Emperor Kong. Him. Given his cautious nature, once he sees all the mysteries surrounding you, his first instinct would be to ignore you, unless you antagonize him. Did you antagonize him? Of course not. But you did not let him leave just like that, did you? Wang Wei was momentarily speechless. I just asked him about the realm after Great Emperor. So, you were testing whether he would get in trouble for telling you the secrets of heaven. However, with Emperor Kong's strength, it should be very easy for him to bend the rules slightly without any consequence. It appears so, replied Wang Wei. Then, he went to meet his family with Wu Hong as he did not see them for more than 200 years, although he felt like less than a second passed by. After reuniting with his family for the entire night, the two of them flew to one of the peaks of the sect. There, many upper echelons of the sect were waiting for them. Is everything ready? Asked Wang Wei to Wang Fu, the great elder of the refining hole. Yes, young master. Wang Fu took out a bunch of white translucent orb from his space ring, and they all floated in the air after being removed. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong next to him and said, It's your turn. Nodding her head, she placed her hand on his forehead. Following this, a bunch of runes came from his head. No, they came from his soul. These runes congregated in the sky, forming a perfect picture. Finally, 3,000 lights flew from the rune formation and entered one of the floating orbs, instantly turning them more sacred. Voices of people explaining the scriptures could be heard coming from them. Big brother, I cannot believe you managed to actually memorize all the information of the Tao tablets. According to my father, since they are the voices of great emperors explaining the Tao, it should be impossible to memorize or write down, only understand. You are wrong. Although I tried to memorize them, I also failed. So, how did you bring them back from the academy? I had Wu Hong secretly sealed them in my soul, then have the sect prepared materials that could store them before transferring them. Wang Wei sighed. He was truly afraid that Emperor Kong would see through his plot and intervene. Luckily, the latter either did not notice or did not care. After this plan succeeded, the entire Tao opening sect celebrated as the foundation of their sects has just been increased. With access to these 3,000 Tao orbs, many people can be enlightened in front of them, thus making their path of cultivation smoother. Additionally, a piece of news soon spread throughout the entire myriad emperor world, and it read, the Tao opening sect have their Tao tablets, so next generation, they will hold their own, heaven-chosen selection trial. Chapter 279. After settling the affairs of the Tao tablets, Wang Wei spent the next few days relaxing and indulging himself. He drank the best wine, ate the most delicious food, gambled a little. He even went to a brothel to watch some of the famous dancers in the central continent. As for Wu Hong, she accompanied him during the entire process, even to the brothels. And she was quite complimentary of their skills, though she proclaimed that she was even better. Wang Wei called her boasting, and later that night, she proved him wrong by giving a show that he will never forget in his life. Since he could not touch her yet, he had to take a very long cold bath to calm himself down. After returning to the sect, he received a talisman from Tai Gang, so he flew to meet him. "So, why did you call me?" "Sacred son, I want to show you my immortal army," replied Tai Gang with excitement. So, Wang Wei followed him to one of the mountain peaks. He saw an army of divine altar cultivators wearing gray armor. They all had stoic faces and a terrifying killing intent around them. He could see some kind of link between those soldiers. Waving his hand, a spear made of spiritual chi appeared in Wang Wei's hand, then he threw it. Boom! With a sonic boom, the spear pierced the hearts of more than 1,000 soldiers. However, during the entire situation, their faces did not change one, they did not grimace, nor have any fear of death. And the reason for that was soon shown. A few seconds later, life energy from the other soldiers was transferred to the wounded ones, healing their severe injuries. Even their armors also fixed themselves. Good, good. I have a premonition that I will need the help of an army very soon. However, are you aware of the biggest weakness of this army? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. The biggest weakness of this army is me, responded Tai Gang. As long as something happened to me, the life-sharing link of these soldiers will be broken, and they will lose their pseudo-immortality. So, I have to be strong enough. Wang Wei nodded. However, that's not good enough. I will have the sect give you a space-related origin artifact so that before you enter the Void Shadow Realm, you can teleport. In case of an emergency, use it to constantly evade the enemy and prevent yourself from being killed, captured, or incapacitated. Tai Gang nodded his head in acceptance. And after making a few more tests on the newly named Undead Legion, Wang Wei returned to his own mountain to plan for his next step ahead. He took out the 8-trigram turtle shell that the sect borrowed from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and started calculating the secrets of heaven. I have found a hint for the whereabouts of the materials I need to temper my spleen, but I cannot find anything for my heart. Could it be that there is no innate fire material left in this world? That shouldn't be. Unless they are in a place where the power of fate is greatly disturbed. Alright, let's track the hint for the innate earth material first. Without hesitation, he left the sect in the direction that his divination pointed to him. On his way, he encountered a little trouble or annoyance. He was challenged by one of the top 30 Heaven Chosens from the Academy trial. Of course, Wang Wei easily defeated the guy, but he refused to acknowledge his defeat. Angered, Wang Wei exploded his head into millions of pieces with one punch. Unfortunately, this guy had his name in the Heavenly Tao Protection Book and he was healed instantly. Knowing that he could not kill this guy, Wang Wei was forced to use his pain innate talent to make him suffer so much that he gave up challenging him. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this guy might not be the only one coming to challenge him using their immortality as an advantage. After that, Wang Wei found himself traveling all the way to the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. Once there, he did not immediately go to his destination but looked around for a bit. The first thing he noticed was the smaller amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth compared to the central continent. In a small city, Wang Wei walked in the streets while heading in a specific direction. He looked around like a tourist. He soon noticed that the majority of people had weapons with them, mostly swords, and they are dressed in warriors or hunting clothes. That goes for both cultivators or mortals. It seemed that the eastern continent is more martial-like than the central continent. And the culture seemed more similar to the Song dynasty in my past life, while the central continent is more similar to the Tang dynasty. Additionally, the number of swordsmen is quite large. I'm guessing that is the result of the sword-casting Pavila's influence. Although Wang Wei's expensive-looking clothes, gray hair, and eyes make him easily noticeable, the slight aura that he released prevented anyone from seeing him as a rich young master that is easy to bully. So, without much problem, he reached his destination, which was a small restaurant who was quite famous in the area. "Young master, how can I help you?" asked the beautiful waitress dressed in plain clothes. "Have you worked here for long?" responded Wang Wei. "You are not from here, are you?" "I'm sure that fact is very obvious." "That's true. My family has run this restaurant for countless generations." "Is that so? Then, do you know of any sects or factions in the surrounding area? And which one is the most powerful?" "There are many sects in the surrounding, but the most powerful one has to be the Cleansing Self sect. I heard that their supreme elder can fly in the air like almighty immortals. A supernatural realm cultivator? Or even higher?" thought Wang Wei. "Can you point to me in the direction of the Cleansing Self sect?" "Young master, do you want to apprentice there?" "I heard that their selection requirements are quite high," replied the waitress. Then, she explained how to get there. Finally, after this brief conversation, Wang Wei ordered their famous food and left a handsome tip. While leaving, Wang Wei turned around and looked at the small restaurant. He wanted to read the fate line of this waitress and see how her life turns out, but he did not. The best-case scenario is that she will turn into an old woman in a few decades, and worst-case scenario, she will encounter a tragedy midway through and also die. The world is full of mortals, and unfortunately, their fates have been set in stone. After sighing deeply, Wang Wei flew to his destination, which was a small mountain where a sect was located. With a quick glance, he could instantly tell that the most powerful of this sect was in the supernatural realm, and their sect formation was just a top-level profound tier. How can a small sect like that have any relationship with innate material? Wang Wei then tracked his divination to a small garden in the sect. Oddly though, the garden seemed invisible to the rest of the sect. After checking that there was no powerful killing information, Wang Wei went straight in. Soon, he saw the owner of the garden in front of a small house. "It's you?" said Wang Wei. "Oh, it seems that we have a visitor. Young Master Wang Wei, we meet again." Wang Wei had a frown on his face because the person in front of him was the ghost or spirit he met during his travel. She is also Di Tian's wife that he lost from the memories that Li Jun acquired. "Although this is the second time that we have met, I do not even know your name," replied Wang Wei. "Name? I had one so long ago that I almost forgot it. But if you insist, you can call me Qiao Ning, that's the name I used to have." "A beautiful name. Thank you. If you do not mind, let's have some tea and chat." So, Qiao Ning brewed some tea, and Wang Wei sat in front of her. However, he did not touch the tea. "What's wrong, is it not to your liking?" "Forgive my rudeness, but given your identity, I have to be careful." "So, you found out?" "I'm surprised," replied Qiao Ning. "However, this is all in the past now. The past usually has a way to influence the future. For example, if your husband knew of your existence, he would move heaven and earth to come to see you." "True, but that would only bring him greater pain, as I'm nothing but a remnant of the past clinging to existence. But one day soon, I will forever cease to exist." "So, to prevent him from seeing you die twice, you hid from him." "That's correct." "Doesn't that mean you have no faith in him?" Qiao Ning took a sip of her tea, then she looked into the distance, sighed, and said, "Some things are destined, inevitable." She then looked at him, "Well, let's not talk about these depressing things. It's rare for me to have visitors, so what brought you here? According to my divination, I would find an innate earth medicine here, or at least hint of its whereabouts. I may know what you're talking about, replied Xiao Ning. Chapter 280. Xiao Ning led Wang Wei to the center of her garden, and with a wave of her hand, the garden split into two parts, revealing a glowing green piece of dirt or mud. This is the yellow qi soil, an innate material known to be able to nourish any lands and make them fertile. Back in ancient times, many powerful people would use it to make their spiritual gardens to grow medicine. And in current time, many great emperors have searched left and right for similar materials, but only a few succeeded. Wang Wei frowned, then asked, "Are you given to me?" Just like that. Xiao Ning nodded her head calmly. Why? You should know that I'm Di Tian's competitor and the consequences of doing so. Xiao Ning looked in the sky, marveled at the beautiful sun, then replied, "You might not understand what I'm saying yet, but some things are simply fated to happen. Instead of fighting it, it's best to make good use of the situation." She then looked at him. "As for the reason I'm giving you this herb so easily, you can think of it as me preparing for the future. I'm sowing a seed of karma that you'll have to repay someday." Wang Wei frowned as he pondered his next action. He always knew that this woman was weird, and now he finally knew for sure that she was. For once, she should have died long ago, but is still existing. Even if she turned into a spirit or ghost, she should not be able to survive from the Emperor beginning era. More importantly, she did not have a fate line. According to previous tests, even ghosts and spirits have a fate line, but she did not, making her a somewhat unexplainable existence. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, "I accept your karma." Although he knew that he will have to pay it one day, he still accepts the benefit it will provide him now. After using the proper method to take the yellow qi soil from the garden and placed it on the proper containment, Wang Wei asked, "Since you want to sow karma, how about telling me information regarding innate fire material?" "What a cheeky youngster," replied Xiao Ning with a smile. "Unfortunately, all the innate fire material I know have already been taken and used. Your best chance at finding one would be to discover a secret realm from the primordial era." Secret realm from the primordial era. Does such a thing exist? You know about the primordial era? I know a few things. Xiao Ning nodded her head. When the chaos qi and innate qi started to disappear from the world, Heavenly Tao created a few secrets realms full of them to preserve some of the rare materials. And it will periodically release them to nourish the current origin path civilization. However, in this current era, the number of these secret realms existing can probably be counted on one hand, and it seems that none of them is appearing anytime soon. Wang Wei nodded his head, then conversed with her for a few hours before leaving. As Xiao Ning watched his departing back, she muttered, "Tianer, even if you succeed, would you be the same person that I fell in love with? Time has been cruel to you." Then she watched until Wang Wei was out of her sight. "He is a lot like you, the only difference is that he has not lost everything dear to him." Hopefully, that remains true. After leaving the cleansing self sect, Wang Wei did not immediately use teleportation formation to return to the central continent, nor did he ask Yan Chen to take him there. He flew to the nearest big city under the occupation of the Yin Moon sect. He walked into a station. "Sir, where would like to go?" asked the attendant who sold the ticket. "Longwei City," replied Wang Wei. "That's a long drive, still worth it though," replied the attendant. "That would be a 1,000 low-level origin stone. Isn't that price a little too much for mortals to afford?" "Sir, why would mortals travel by crawling dragon construct?" "From what I hear, the constructs are quite affordable to both mortals and cultivators in the central continent," replied Wang Wei. "Well, things are different here in the east." Shaking his head, Wang Wei paid the fee and entered the train or construct. Since he paid for an entire compartment, he sat alone, watching the views through the window. The speed of this train was nothing compared to the ones back on Earth. I cannot believe that the constructs have already spread so far after only 200 years, said Yan Chen through divine sense. To me, this speed is not nearly enough. 200 years is equivalent to a few generations for mortals. The society of us cultivators operate at a slower pace than mortals due to our long lifespan. Adding to that how vast our world is actually, it should take a few thousand years or more for these modern ideas as you called them to spread throughout the entire world. That's true, but I'm guessing that this was not the only reason. I'm sure a bunch of conservative old men has realized the change that the world is going through, and they do not like it. Since they cannot stop it, they decided to slow its progress, replied Wang Wei with a sneer. Yan Chen sighed. If it was not his sect's young master who instigated this change, he probably would be one of these conservative old men. Young master, what are you going to do once they are spread all over the world? The next step would be to form another alliance and connect all 4 continents together. That way, trade would be much easier. In that case, you will have to deal with the sea race. They will not allow anyone to use or occupy the ocean without their permission. You are right. However, as you said, there is still a lot of time left. And with these people secretly meddling, there might be no result until I become emperor. Anyway, I originally wanted people to imitate our constructs as a way to establish a foundation I can build on after I prove the Tao. So, there is no need to rush. Wang Wei enjoyed the ride while comparing this construct to the ones he created. Midway through the voyage, there was a slight disturbance with a cultivator trying to make trouble. Unfortunately, he probably did not know that the Yin Moon sect had disciples stationed at the train for situations like this, so he was beaten and kicked out. After arriving at his destination, Wang Wei visited the city. However, the process was not as enjoyable as he imagined, or led to believe. Although the cuisine was as exquisite as the rumors, the entire city was full of drunk swordsmen fighting one another. He could not get along with these men who loved their swords more than their own mothers and wives. Plus, he was recognized, leading the city lord to make a big fuss out of the situation. So, after enjoying the food, he left with Yan Chen. After returning home, Wang Wei got straight to business. He flew to an open field where Wang Ju was waiting for him. In front of them were countless mortals, mostly dressed in ragged clothes. Did you do everything according to my instructions? Yes, young master. Half of them are criminals with heinous crimes, while the other half are people with pure hearts and lived an honest life. Did you tell the good one the consequence of their decisions? Yes. What about their payment? Yes. All their descendant will be taken care of for 9 generations. If they happen to have someone with the ability to cultivate, even if their talents are mediocre, the sect will still accept them as disciples. Wang Wei nodded his head before looking at the large crowd. He waved his hand, then the fate lines of all the people manifested themselves. Then, with another wave, a scissor appeared and cut these fate lines, making all these people falling to the ground. With 13 million fate lines of both negative and positive karma, I can create a powerful and unique proven Tao artifact. Give these people a proper burial and tombstone, said Wang Wei to Wang Ju, then he flew home. He immediately entered the refining room and sat in the lotus position. He took out a bunch of gray sand. Since this destiny sand was the only material that the sect could find related to fate, I had to improvise my own. I even had to create the divine runes needed for the refinement. Luckily, I had the 8-trigram turtle shell, as an example, otherwise, this would have taken forever. A fire appeared in his hand and he started using the secret technique to refine the fate lines and destiny sand into an artifact. Chapter 281. Wang Wei sat in the refining room with a 10-meter glowing white-gray string floating in front of him. With meticulous care, he inscribed one last rune on it. He sighed before muttering, although it took me 50 years, I finally finished. The string first expanded under his control until it occupied the entire room, then it returned to its original size. Then, the single strings turned into 10, 100, 1,000. It kept doubling up until the number reached a few billion. After that, Wang Wei controlled the strings to make different shapes. He first made a sword, then a spear, followed by a pagoda and a cauldron. It seems that choosing the strings was the right choice as it can serve as a multi-purpose artifacts. Furthermore, I can feel that each shape wields a different ability. After making sure that nothing was wrong with his proven Tao artifact, Wang Wei placed it inside his sea of consciousness. Since the artifact was linked to his Tao and in turn his soul, it did not have any problem resting there. After getting something to drink, he took a little walk around, dominating Fate Mountain, which was the mountain given to him when he became the sacred son. He nodded his head to all the maids bold enough to say hello to him. He visited the demonic beasts hall where many powerful beasts were being raised. To his surprise, he discovered a Jiaolong, which was a subspecies of true dragons. In the myriad emperor world, this kind of demonic race is actually quite rare and valuable. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had one in his mountain and did not even know about it. He was a little ashamed of how little time he spent on this mountain, or interact with the people. As for the demonic beasts, since he usually has Yan Qin take him directly to places, he rarely used them for traveling. After checking the demonic beast hall, he visited the garden. Once again, he was surprised at how valuable the things planted there were. Saint-tier herbs were everywhere, along with a few dozen supreme-tier ones. He even saw a few quasi-emperor herbs. It was during these moments that Wang Wei realized how privileged he was. Any resources he wanted, he just had to ask and someone would bring it to him. He is so rich that he does not even know how much his garden is worth. Nevertheless, he still accepted this kind of blessing. As Wang Wei walked around the garden, he felt rejuvenated, peaceful, he felt at home. He knew that this feeling was the result of refining the yellow qi soil into his spleen, granting him a greater affinity with the earth and spiritual herbs. He could also guess that his alchemy also increased at least the part that need to identify, process, and mixing herbs. After he visited the entire mountain, he chose a spot with a beautiful view, made himself some tea to relax. Unfortunately for him, not long after he sat down, he saw Li Jun rushing to the Li family mountain with blood all over his clothes, so he had to call him over. "Big brother, are you out of seclusion?" "Yes, just got out." "What's with all the blood on your clothes?" "These? They're not mine." "I know this, I'm asking why they are on you." "Big brother, you might not know, things have been a little crazy lately. After you enter seclusion, me, Tai Gand, Liling, and even Wang Ju entered seclusion as well to use the Tao orbs to enlighten and maybe create our own cultivation techniques. The sect even brought us to a secret realm where time was sped up. However, after we left, the disciples were in terrible shapes, the majority of them were beaten up and the overall morale was very low." Wang Wei frowned for a moment, then he said, "Could it be those top 30 heaven chosens?" "That's right. Using their immortality, these people, knowing that we do not have anyone on the list, challenged us with no remorse for their lives. Although those guys who used to be contemporary Sacred Son put up a decent fight, there was little they could do since their opponents could not die." "So, you were fighting these people?" "Yes. After I left seclusion, I began to fight these guys. However, no matter how many times I killed them, they will just heal instantly and keep coming back. In the end, I had to ask for help from Tai Gang and Liling." "So, how did you deal with the situation?" asked Wang Wei. "We no longer played fair. We used a large army to surround anyone who challenged our sect. Liling used a pill to increase the pain of these challengers, and we killed them over and over. Wang Ju even used some of the fate shadows to assassinate these people day and night. Even then, they did not give up. These guys seemed to want to use the process of constant death to temper themselves." "What about the top 10 like Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang, did they come to challenge us?" asked Wang Wei. "Thank heavens no, otherwise, we would be helpless. Any news about these people's movement? Young master, let me tell you about it, said Wang Ju, who just landed in front of the two. There is two great news that occurred in the past 50 years. The first one was the fact that Lin Fan challenged Suya again, and won easily. How is that great news? He did not stop there. After that, he challenged all the other members of the top 30, and he won. Whether it was Jian Wushuang, Mo Xingyun, or Fang Lijuan, he won against them all. Wang Wei took a sip of his tea. That indeed can be qualified as great news. Did he challenge me? No. It seems that his guy finally became more intelligent, more patient. What about the other people I asked you to keep an eye on? Di Tian returned to the western continent. Unfortunately, any attempt we made into infiltrating the Di clan's domains fail. That also goes for the sect master's shadow. As such, we have concluded that he has a spy agency unlike anything in the world and that he most likely have infiltrated the upper echelons of many factions including ours. Although this is currently only speculations at this point. Wang Wei pondered for a moment, then he said, I have a way to investigate this later. What about the other people? Jun Biyu is still in the Five Elements Palace. A few years ago, the Taiyi Profound Gate announced that Feng Heng was the first person after more than 200 generations to successfully cultivate the absolute beginning art. However, he also has not left the sect since the announcement. Lu Meishou seems to be secretly looking for something in the northern Black Tortoise continent, and she might even be hiding it from the Raising Herd Valley, or at least trying to. Nodding his head, Wang Wei then said, I'm guessing that the second big news has to do with the war Sun Jialong started against the great Zhou imperial dynasty. Young master, how did you know? Wang Wei just smiled and did not answer her. When he read Sun Jialong's fate line, he knew that the latter planned this war as soon as Ji Song died. After Wang Ju explained the situation to him, Wang Wei pondered how he could take advantage of this war. If he plays his cards right, he might benefit quite a lot. However, now was not the time to intervene. What about the secret realm that contained the gluttony-swallowing scripture? With the information I gave them, they should have found it by now. Asked Wang Wei. Yes, we did. Unfortunately, the Mo clan also discovered it at the same time. So, we have been negotiating with them on how to best use it. They seemed very concerned with it, and even prepared to fight us all out for this secret realm. Tell the sect to give up the benefits. In exchange, have Mo Xingyun signed a contract that she will hand over a copy of the scripture after acquiring it. Wang Ju frowned. Young master, why? A secret realm like this should have some benefits to us. The Mo clan is trying to trick us. If I'm not mistaken, this secret realm is designed for only the devil race or people full of sins and negative karma. So, no one from the sect including me might not be able to enter even if we tried. And if we manage to do so, it might be a trap. Wang Wei remembered that the person who gave Mo Xingyun the news said that if he could acquire the scripture on his own, he would. Have the sect asked the Mo clan to send people to inspect the secret realm and take note of their reaction. If they react too strongly, then my deduction is correct. I will pass this on. Is there anything else? Asked Wang Ju. Yes. What about the search for the innate fire material? Any news? Unfortunately, no. The elders have suggested that you use an emperor tier material instead of wasting time waiting. Is that so? In that case, it's time to use Plan B. Go send a challenge invitation to Lin Fan, ordered Wang Wei. Chapter 282. Although Wang Wei just got out of seclusion, he still went back in to prepare for the fight against Lin Fan. He was confident that he would win but still decided to take it seriously. After all, a lion has to use all his strength even when hunting a rabbit. After sitting in the lotus position, Wang Wei began to check his body and cultivation. Since the ancient desolate body refining scripture allowed him to temper his body, the human stage of the divine body realm means little to him. Nevertheless, there are notes on this scripture explaining how to take advantage of his cultivation realm to further temper the body. According to traditional medicine theories, the human body has 5 zhang organs and 6 fu organs, which are also connected to one another. The 5 zhang organs are the heart, lungs, kidneys, livers, and spleen. The 6 fu organs are the small intestine, the large intestine, gallbladder, urinary bladder, stomach, and lastly, Sanjiao, also known as triple energizer. Additionally, the organs follow the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements balance. The zhang organs are yin in nature, while the fu organs are yang in nature. The heart, fire, is connected to the small intestine, the lung, metal, is connected to the large intestine, the liver, wood, is connected to the gallbladder, the spleen, earth, is connected to the stomach, and the kidney, water, is connected to the urinary bladder. According to the ancient desolate body refining scripture, Wang Wei has to temper all his zhang organs to perfection, then the energy of these organs will in turn strengthen the fu organs. However, many people of the past that have cultivated this scripture found it more useful to use the divine body realm to actually temper the fu organs, thus further strengthening the fleshly body to a more powerful and perfect state. So, that's what Wang Wei did during his retreat on top of refining his proven Tao artifact. Now that he succeeded in his task, he can now step into the earth stage of the divine body realm. In this stage, cultivators have to use their good fortunate flame to open their 9 orifices, which are the eyes, nose, ears, tongue, external genitals, and anus. Of course, the orifices are not referring to these body parts, but to hidden gates in the human body located in these locations. These gates are like restrictions or inhibitors in the human body, and by opening them, humans can slowly uncover their potential and ascend to higher beings or life forms. Additionally, the process of opening these gates is a way of cleansing the spirit until it reaches a state where it is one with the world, where it can process the way that the natural world functions and develops. After closing his eyes, Wang Wei soon discovered 9 doors inside his body located in the places of the orifices that were glowing. However, he soon discovered that one of his gates seemed weaker than the others, and he knew the reason for that. The 9 orifices are linked to the zhang organs. Without properly tempering them in the human stage, cultivators are unable to open the orifices in the earth stage. As for him, his organs have been tempered beyond the required level. Nevertheless, his heart without absorbing the needed material does not equal in strength to his other organs, hence the reason that the orifice linked to it is so weak compared to the others. So, he ignored that one for now and focused on the other ones. According to his knowledge, these 9 orifices can also be opened with spiritual qi between heaven and earth, but it is better to use the good fortune flame. Wang Wei began to open the gates to the ears, genitals, and anus orifices. The reason was that these orifices are linked to the kidney, so it is possible to open them all in a very short period of time. After slamming open the gate in the ear's orifice, mysterious energy rushed out to baptize Wang Wei's entire body. The process only lasted for a brief moment, but immediately afterward, Wang Wei could hear things a few kilometers away. It took him a moment to control that ability. After opening his genital orifice, his primordial yang energy dramatically increased, thus further increasing his blood energy, thus, in turn, increasing the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, the only thing in his mind after that was, maybe I can finally keep up with the wife. Oh, how hard it is to be and have a powerful girlfriend. Lastly, Wang Wei opened his anus orifice. Now, he is no longer required to defecate anymore. Although this kind of thing was no longer applicable to him before, that was only because of spiritual qi and the fact that his stomach could process all the nutrients he took in. Now, he just had the natural ability or instinct not to ever go to the bathroom again. By the time Wang Wei was finished, a month had already passed and it was time for his battle with Lin Fan. After looking at the changes that occurred in his body, Wang Wei muttered, "Not bad." Of course, he was just being ridiculous. The speed at which he opened these orifices is unheard of. This is a process that usually takes decades if not hundreds of years. The only reason that he could open 3 in just 1 month was because of how powerful his body is and because he used all the accumulation he had beforehand. In the future, the process will not be so easy. Although he will be faster than most of his peers, it will still not be that fast. After leaving his seclusion, he headed straight for the fighting site. For protection reasons, this battle did not take place in any of the domains belonging to either of these factions. Lin Fan looked at Wang Wei standing across from him with a serious look on his face. Wait, thought Lin Fan to himself. His aura, that's the aura of the earth stage of the divine body realm. I just finished tempering my skin in the human stage, how come he's already in the earth stage? His mind rapidly calculated, it should be because of his fleshly body, it should have been tempered to withstand the power of law long ago. In that case, should I rush to quickly go through the human stage? No, I need to establish a firm foundation. The final destination of all of us is to become great emperor, and without the heaven will, the highest cultivation level we can reach is the quasi-emperor realm. So, it doesn't matter who gets there first. Lin Fan took a deep breath to rein his thoughts and calm himself down. According to the academy, Wang Wei is a person that does everything with a purpose, so there must be a reason for him to challenge me out of nowhere. I need to discover that purpose, while at the same time try to gauge his level of strength. Meanwhile, Wang Wei also checked out his opponent. He could see a level of calmness and confidence that was not there before. I'm surprised that you accepted my challenge despite knowing that you have no chance of winning. I thought you would say something like you will accept my challenge 10 years from now, then go on an adventure to get stronger. After countless life and death situations, your strength would have reached an unimaginable level. Then, you will defeat me and reclaim your lost honor. Wait, said Wang Wei as he crossed his left arm and placed his right hand under his chin. Then, he started caressing his non-existing beard. I think I got it all confused. This only happens after the villain easily defeats the main protagonist and beats him like a dead dog. So, this should happen after the fight. Then, Wang Wei seemed to realize something. Why am I the villain in this scenario? If there is going to be a protagonist then, it should be. As for Lin Fan, he should be one of the lesser villains that shows how awesome I am to the reader. Meanwhile, the few spectators in this battle were quite speechless, especially Lin Fan. The odd thing was that he knew that he could actually say something like that if he lost the match. Once again taking a deep breath to calm down, Lin Fan said, if you are trying to rile me up before the match, don't waste your time. I've learned from my mistake. Is that so? Replied Wang Wei. But that will still not change the fact that you will lose miserably today. Any battle is constantly changing, so there is no 100% guarantee that a person will win. Plus, so what if I lose? Just like Ji Song used to say, one failure means nothing to us. The only thing that truly matters is who gets to sit in that throne at the very end. Ha, laughed Wang Wei out loud. You are correct. I have to say, my evaluation of you has risen after this encounter. Nevertheless, come get this ass whooping. Meanwhile, Yan Chen secretly shook his head after hearing this. His young master can be as graceful as a sovereign, as overbearing as a tyrant, as prose as a sage, or as vulgar as a street vagabond. Well, I guess his personality fits his pursuit of being free and unfettered. If he desires, he can be all these things or none of them. Chapter 283. As soon as the fight began, Lin Fan activated his innate talent, thus entering the state of Chaos Demon God Body. His body turned into a deep and profound black hue with stars or worlds shining all over. A similar aura also surrounding him, making him look even more mighty. And unlike previously, a black crown was on his head. The crown was decorated with 3,000 different animals carved on them. And this was not all his preparation. He also used his vision to amplify his ability. So with his transformation and large vision, Lin Fan was prepared and laser-focused for this battle. Unfortunately, it was useless. Using Fate Escape, Wang Wei instantly appeared in front of him like a sneaking shadow, then punched him. Boom! Lin Fan's ribs were shattered, then he turned into a stream of light as he was sent flying, crashing into a mountain and destroying it. After landing, his ears started ringing, his vision blurred, and he could taste dirt in his mouth. In just a split second, Lin Fan's mind worked rapidly, and he came to the conclusion that he was not a match for Wang Wei's speed, so he took action. He suddenly turned into a giant fish with 2 wings longer than the largest continent on Earth. More importantly, this transformation still looked like his Chaos Demon God body transformation. With a flop of his wings, the bird-fish instantly appeared in front of Wang Wei from a few thousand kilometers. Then, the bird opened his mouth and inhaled. This simple movement caused the entire deserted mountainous area to shake. Mountains were moved from the grounds and swallowed by this attack. And it was not just them. The grounds underneath, the clouds in the sky, and even the very fabric of space were broken and swallowed by this fish-bird's mouth. The only exception being Wang Wei. He looked at the gigantic creature in front of him that was covering most of the sky and muttered, the mythical creature Quimping. I thought this kind of creature no longer exists in the myriad emperor world along with dragons and phoenixes. He looked around and noticed that he was standing in the void since the space around him was swallowed. Ordinary divine body cultivators might only survive in this environment until their origin essence runs out, or until they were pulverized by the chaotic space. However, he was perfectly fine. Then, he moved. The swallowing force of the Kunping, which was similar to a black hole, had little effect on him. He appeared on top of the beast and threw another punch. World-breaking fist. A powerful vibration that could destroy a small 1,000 world manifested from that single small fist. However, this time around, Lin Fan reacted in time. 2 strange arms grew from the Kunpeng's back and blocked the attack. Additionally, Wang Wei felt that his fist was hindered by countless layers of space. Boom! A powerful shockwave traveled for kilometers after their clash. Unfortunately, after resisting for a few seconds, the Kunping was sent crashing on the ground, then it spewed a big mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. Is he using Emperor Kong's myriad things change art to control or transform all 3,000 Daos? Wang Wei once read about Emperor Kong's ascension. After proving the Tao, he muttered these famous words to the entire world: Tao of transformation, turning all impossible into possible, and all possible to impossible, all unknowns to knowns, and all knowns to unknowns, all emptiness to fullness, and all fullness to emptiness. The endless cycle from static to change, that's my Tao, and you can call me Emperor Kong. Although Wang Wei could see that Lin Fan is currently using the most basic powers of such a Tao, it still allows him to turn into a mythical beast and retain the power or innate ability of that beast. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who was severely injured on the ground, quickly acted. A white light flashed from his body and his injuries were healed. However, he quickly reverted to his original form, only with 2 wings still on his back. In such a short moment, this guy used the Tao of transformation, Tao of life, and the Tao of space, thought Wang Wei. Let's see how many more he can use to such a high level. So, he rushed towards Lin Fan. However, midway through, a dazzling white light flew from the latter's entire body and rushed towards Wang Wei. Surprised at the speed of this attack, he quickly raised his right hand and blocked the beam, forcing it to separate into 2 with him in the middle. The beam was so powerful that it forced him a few meters backward in the air. Once the attack stopped, Wang Wei looked at his palm that was only left with his skeleton. He then raised his head and saw how the clouds in the sky were completely gone. Tao of destruction, he muttered as he watched his muscles and skin regrow. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was panting heavily after this attack. And if his face was visible under the demon god transformation, it would look very ugly right now. This was one of his most powerful attacks. With the perfect timing, he thought he could injure his opponent and slow him down, but it was proven to be useless. And now, his origin essence was running out. After his hand healed, Wang Wei looked at Lin Fan and thought, has he already reached his limit? Well, it should be that his origin essence is not enough for him to use all these different Daos. This fact can be considered a weakness of him which can be exploited if needed. Alright, since he is reaching his limit, it's time to get to business. Using his fleshly Bodis ability to break space, Wang Wei instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan again. This time, before he could react, Wang Wei kicked both his kneecaps. The sound of bones broke echoed in the surrounding, soon followed by the sound of screaming. Then, Wang Wei held Lin Fan's both arms and ripped them apart, making blood overflowing from his torso. However, he did not stop there. He held the guy's head and also ripped it from his body along with his spine intact. He waved his hand and thread appeared and cut off Lin Fan's body from the waist down. Finally, he plunged his hand into the upper torso and ripped his still beating heart from it. Holding the heart in his hand, Wang Wei waved his hand and placed a seal on it before putting it away in his space ring. He then placed Lin Fan's arms, legs, and heads into his space ring, leaving only the upper torso on the ground. After something like that, you would think that Lin Fan was dead. No, he was not. The Heavenly Tao Protection Book activated and all his missing parts regrow from his torso. Even his soul that was attached to his head was brought from Wang Wei's space ring and placed on the new body. During the entire process, Wang Wei was observing to try to learn something, but he failed. After being revived, Lin Fan looked at Wang Wei with a furious look and said, "You were after my body." "No, to be precise, you were after the chaos chi in my heart. You probably needed to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Do you want a prize for figuring this out?" Then, he ignored him and motioned for Yan Chen to leave. Since he got what he wanted, there was no need to waste time here. Although the people of the academy were furious, they only watched him leave. Before this battle, they told Lin Fan that if he wins, he needed to diff the devil god bones from Wang Wei's body. Unfortunately, it was them who lost suffered once again. After returning to the sect, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong drinking tea and waiting for him. So, he rushed to hug her from the back and kiss her on the cheek. "I've missed you." "So have I," replied Wu Hong as she raised her unoccupied hand to caress his hair. "How was your fight?" "Disappointing." "Shouldn't you have expected this outcome?" asked Wu Hong as she slurped her tea. "I did, but I thought he would put a better fight. You know, I found out this guy was not even a true body refiner, so even though he was stronger than Ji Song, he was not as resilient." "Well, this can be expected. The absolute chaos physique provides its owner with a powerful physique on par with most average body refiners. So they do not have to suffer all the pains of body refiners while having all the benefits." So, Lin Fan probably thought that this was enough for him. However, after this fiasco, he should learn from his mistake. Wang Wei nodded his head. During this fight, he realized that Lin Fan had a tremendous amount of potential. If it was not because of his current immortality, Wang Wei would have taken this chance to kill him once and for all. "So, where have you been the past few years? I heard that you left the sect after I entered seclusion." Chapter 284. "I went to make sure that some trouble will not suddenly manifest before you grow up," replied Wu Hong. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. "Trouble? Besides Di Tian, I do not have any troubles." "Did you beat him up?" "I'm not talking about him." "Then, what are you talking about it? Or is it some kind of secret that you cannot tell me?" "It's not that serious," replied Wu Hong. "I've been going around further strengthen the seals of the Forbidden Lands, make sure that none of these things came out to cause trouble." Wang Wei frowned. "Are they going to be a problem?" "After you become an eternal emperor, the majority of them will not be. However, the nether hell is different, so you have to be extremely careful as he already noticed your paragon soul. However, I used my innate talent to place an absolute seal there, so it should be fine for some time. Wang Wei nodded, then asked, couldn't you deal with them? Wu Hong turned around to look him in the eyes. If you want me to, I will. Although I would pay a steep price, I don't mind. However, do you really want me to clean your mess for you? Forget it. I still have some pride left. I'll deal with them myself when the time comes. That's more like it, said Wu Hong as she kissed him. By the way, what price would you pay exactly? You would never see me again, at least until you become an emperor and leave this world. Don't say such scary things, said Wang Wei quickly, as he wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tightly as if he would never let go, for all eternity. After spending some time with her, Wang Wei then entered seclusion once again. With a wave of his hand, 3 different piles floated in front of him. One part was Lin Fan's arms, legs, and head. Another was his heart, and the last one a strange red seed. He took out a cauldron and placed the body parts inside, then a white flame appeared in his hand. He began to purify Lin Fan's body. A few days later, Wang Wei opened the lid of the cauldron. Inside of it was a black floating orb. Nodding in satisfaction, he removed the orb and placed Lin Fan's heart inside. Just like he previously did with the body parts, he purified the heart. However, the finished product was not a floating orb, but a transparent heart with a strange and mysterious chi flowing inside. Wang Wei took at the heart, the black orb, and red seed, placed them in front of him. With a chaos fragment of law, a heart imbued with chaos chi, and an emperor tier fire seed, I should be able to create a pseudo-chaos fire that is on par if not greater than any innate fire material. After that, Wang Wei activated a formation. This formation was similar to the one he used to create his heavenly physique but was modified slightly to fit the occasion. He also took out a few mountain-size origin source as energy. However, Wang Wei still noticed that the process was rather slow, so he continued to add mountain worth of origin source. Anyway, he had minds of these things. 3 months later, the process finally ended. In front of Wang Wei appeared a translucent flame. To be precise, this flame appeared that way only when people glance normally at it. However, if they focused, they would see that the flame is constantly changing color. For a moment, it was red, then it instantly changed to green, to blue. The process seemed eternal and infinite. It seems that I succeeded, muttered Wang Wei. This flame looked exactly like the one the Flame Emperor was famous for. However, I'm luckier than him. To cultivate his chaos flame, he had to fuse countless origin flames, while I only needed 2 Emperor tier materials and chaos law fragment. Of course, Wang Wei knew that his flame was nowhere near as powerful as the Flame Emperor. Nevertheless, he still had room to grow. Wang Wei grabbed the chaos flame and absorbed it into his heart. The process was easy and instant. Immediately afterward, 5 colors of green, yellow, red, white, and dark blue appeared in front of him. They turned into a perfect circle before entering Wang Wei's body. Then, he felt all his organs promoting and restricting one another, in perfect harmony. What a great feeling, muttered Wang Wei, to the point of almost moaning. I feel complete, liberated. He then checked the orifice connected to his heart organ, and he saw that the gate was glowing with the same intensity as the others. This fact made Wang Wei very happy, as this meant that his chaos flame had the same quality as his other innate materials. Luckily, this plan works, otherwise, would have to activate my ability to become a son of destiny. Before I figure out the issue of heavenly Tao, I will not use it lightly. Wang Wei clenched his hand, causing the space around him to break. As he felt the few trillions or more of pure physical strength of his fleshly body, he suddenly had an impulse. So, he followed it and went to challenge his father. A few hours later, Wang Wei returned to his mountain. There, he saw Wu Hong waiting for him with a smirk on her face. So, how bad did you lose? She asked while looking at her Dao companion's pale face. I did not even make it past 10 sword strike, replied Wang Wei with gritted teeth. This bastard did not even go easy on me. If it was not for my new ability I awakened after tempering my organs, I would probably not survive more than 5 swords. You got what you deserve. Didn't grandfather tell you that father-in-law once survived under his attacks for an entire day? I didn't think that this was an impressive feat after all. I'm used to fighting realms above myself. Wu Hong shook his head. The difference between Saint Realm and Supreme Realm is far greater than you can imagine. There is a reason that true monarchs are referred to as being closest to the Tao. Additionally, grandfather is a quasi-emperor and not an ordinary one at that. So, you can imagine the battle strength of father-in-law. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that not only did he let his newfound strength go to his head, but also underestimated his old man. This was probably the reason that Wang Tian beat him so hard, to put him back in his place and remind him to stay grounded. With his current strength, he could probably wipe the floor with Bai Han. But he lost so easily against his father. Wang Wei has to admit that the level of respect he has for the old man rose quite a bit after this fight. Anyway, one day, I will dominate that old man and make his status in the family the absolute lowest, said Wang Wei. However, before that, I will take my revenge. Taking a talisman from his ring, he contacted someone. Mother, father beat me up. What? What's going on? Asked Yu Yen. I was minding my own business when he suddenly called me to have a spar, then he used all his strength to beat me up. I swear he was trying to kill me. You have to avenge your only son. He dares, roared Yu Yen from the other side of the talisman. Don't worry, I'll deal with him myself. As for you, I will prepare a healing bath for you at home, so come by. No problem. Wang Wei smirked after cutting the communication. As for Wu Hong, she just secretly prayed for her father-in-law. Back a few months ago after the battle, Lin Fan laid alone on top of a pavilion, drinking wine. He seemed to want to drink his sorrow away. Soon, he heard footsteps approaching him. Despite not looking back, he could recognize who it was. What is it, Shire? I just wanted to make sure you were okay, replied Shishir. I'm not as fragile as you'd think. To be honest, I expected to lose the fight, just did not expect to lose so badly. Shishir nodded her head, then sat next to him, but she did not say anything, she just took her zither to play a calming tune. I never expected the gap between us to be so vast. He and Di Tian are truly on another level. One secret that only the Academy knew was the fact that Lin Fan also challenged Di Tian, and he was defeated in just one punch. That failure almost broke him. Luckily, he managed to get over it and sublimated his mind and Dao heart in the process. Husband, since the failure of this battle did not affect you much, why are you sulking? I'm not sulking. I'm pondering on how to decrease the gap between these two. Honestly speaking, I do not think that the Academy's method will be of much use. I need some extreme measures. Then, the two fell silent with only the sound of music riveting in the surrounding. Then, Shishir suddenly stopped and said, there may be a way. Chapter 285. Lin Fan stopped drinking and looked at the hesitating look on Shishir's face, his eyebrows raised slightly before saying, if you have something to say, then do so. There is no need to have any reservation between us. Despite hearing these words, Shishir still hesitated for a brief moment, then she explained, there is something called the Slaughter Trial. It is a place created by an eternal emperor where heaven chosens from many different world communities are sent in one place to slaughter one another. As a result of this, the resources available there are unimaginable. The last survivor of this trial is usually considered as a potential eternal emperor. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, this trial sounds like the Spirit Road trial. So, which eternal emperor created it? And why have I never heard of it? It's indeed like the Spirit Road trial, replied Shishir. Except that there is no restriction on cultivation level. As for who created this trial, I do not know, as it was a foreign eternal emperor. You mean an eternal emperor from a different heavenly world than the myriad emperor world? That's correct. The reason that you have never heard of this trial is because of how far it is from our world. So few people have even been chosen from our world to participate. Few. Meaning there have been people who participated. So how did they do it? Once in a while, a random token will be sent to our world, and the destined individual might acquire it, added Shishir. Recently, our Chamber of Commerce acquired one token from a lucky individual. That's good news. If I can participate in this trial, my strength can increase by leaps and bounds. I can finally close the gap with these two. Husband, you should understand how dangerous this trial actually is. In the end, of all the countless heaven chosens participating from hundreds of heavenly world, only one person will remain standing. Lin Fan calmed down after hearing this as he hesitated. He could only imagine how powerful the people participating in this trial would be. There might be a few scary monsters like Wang Wei and DT on there. However, Lin Fan gritted teeth. As I said before, I need an extreme measure. After making his mind, Lin Fan immediately contacted his teacher and Tao protector, Qiu Jin, to tell him about his decision. And knowing the severity of this situation, Qiu Jin contacted the new headmaster to make a decision. After a few days of arguing, they supported Lin Fan to participate in the trial. After receiving the token from Shishir, Lin Fan bid goodbye to his wives, concubines, and family. Then, he activated it. Instantly, he disappeared and appeared somewhere else. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Fan found himself in a city with countless people walking around. And as soon as he arrived, people also noticed him, as he was basically in the center of the city. The first thing that Lin Fan noticed was the fact that the aura of the people around was weird and strange. After a brief moment, he realized it was because the cultivation system of these people was completely different from his origin path system. While Lin Fan was checking the people around him, they were doing the same to him. "A new unlucky fellow," muttered one person. Looking at his aura, his cultivation seems to be grade 5. Well, at least he is not at the bottom in this trial. I wonder what world he is from. A few minutes after arriving, a golden light came from Lin Fan's body and rushed to the sky. Then, a list appeared that was visible to all the people in different cities of the trial. Lin Fan, Absolute Chaos Physique, Myriad Emperor World, ranked 3876. Many people watching this were surprised. Another Absolute Chaos Physique. That's like the 8th to appear in this trial. Why are you surprised? Don't you know that the top 3 heavenly physiques are the same for all world communities? I know that, but it still is weird. Not really. What I really care about is the other information. With his grade 5 cultivation level, he can still rank in the top 5,000. This shows that this guy is not a simple role. Well, he is from the Myriad Emperor world and most likely cultivated the origin path system. Although the cultivation speed of this system is slow, the strength of its people is nothing to laugh at. Additionally, the amount of lifespan that each realm grants them is also decent compared to some systems like martial art. That's true. The Myriad Emperor world can be considered one of the most powerful heavenly world, and on the list of worlds with the most eternal emperor, they are ranked in the top 3. Even that vile 9 devil god world was finally annihilated in their hands. Meanwhile, Lin Fan secretly listened to these conversations and was shocked. He sighed as he finally understood how vast the world truly is and how insignificant he is compared to it. Even his most proud absolute chaos physique is nothing extraordinary in the endless void. After sighing to himself, he headed in the direction of his residence based on the information he just received in his mind. Back to the present, in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. In a specific domain, there were 5 extremely large palaces arranged in the shape of a pentagon. Each palace had a different color between green, deep blue, white, yellow, and red, and the names of different elements were written on these palaces. The different characters in the palace contained different profound meanings. For example, the character for fire in the fire palace contained Tao rhymes related to the fire element. If someone is talented enough, they can understand the laws of fire just by looking at it. And the same goes for the earth, water, metal, and wood palace. Oddly though, in the middle of the Pentagon, there was no luxurious palace decorated with precious gems or materials. No white cranes were dancing in the sky, no peaceful and immortal-like music echoing in the surrounding like in the other palace. At the center was a small wooden cabin. And inside was a girl dressed in plain and ordinary Taoist robe. And this was not the only thing ordinary about her. She did not have a heavenly beautiful face that could make gods and immortals envy, nor did she exude any powerful aura. She looked plain and simple. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes from her meditation. Her eyes were extremely clear and pure, devoid of filth or taint. She looked in one direction while muttering, "Innate 5 elements balance. It seems to be coming from the central continent." Then the girl who was the number 6 5 elements balance physique, Shenbiu took out a talisman from the only ornament on her body, a black ring. For the next few minutes, she talked to someone through a communication talisman. "It seems that I have to take a trip to the Tao opening sect." Meanwhile, back in the Tao opening sect, after getting his father into deep trouble, Wang Wei started to do his work. He flew straight into the sky and took out his proven Tao artifact. He controlled the strings to turn them into a mirror. Under his control, the mirror expanded until it covered most of the peaks of the sect, focusing more on the ones with the disciples. However, the mirror was invisible, so only a few members of the upper echelons of the sect could see it. Under Wang Wei's order, a bright light flashed from the mirror and seemed to scan all the disciples. He then shrunk the mirror back to his original size as he began to watch something from it. It was the fate of many of these disciples. Under his control, Wang Wei managed to filter a lot of information very quickly until he discovered what he was looking for. He discovered that about a few hundred years ago, around the time that the heaven-chosen selection trial began, many of the disciples from different ranks suddenly awakened strange memories. And after that, their personality changed. Although they all tried to hide this sudden change, it was noticeable if someone looked closely. After focusing on these disciples, Wang Wei learned that they were all reincarnated. To be precise, they are part of an elite intelligence group that refer to themselves as the Sleepers. After their death, they will reincarnate and then reawaken the memories of their past life. That way, they can infiltrate many factions without any suspicions. And before their death, they will leave records of all the information they gathered to their leader. Unfortunately, Wang Wei learned that these disciples' ranks were too low to know the identity of the leader, but Wang Wei could guess who it was, Di Tian. Chapter 286. Wang Wei frowned after discovering these sleepers as he wondered how deep they infiltrated the sect. If even the sleeping ancestors have members of them, then this will become a big deal. And if those sleepers have also infiltrated other sects, well, Wang Wei cannot imagine how powerful their information-gathering abilities are. Moreover, he wondered how powerful Di Tian used to be able to reincarnate so many people at the same time. This is not something an ordinary Supreme Realm powerhouse can do. After making his discovery, Wang Wei called his father and grandfather, then told them of the situation. Wang Tian frowned deeply before asking, "Can you find the ones in the upper echelons of the sect?" "Without the power of the law, I can only identify the ones that have strange fate lines without being backlash. However, if they do not resist, it will be much easier." "In that case, I ordered them not to resist," said Wang Chang. "I can talk to the Supreme Elders. The only issue now is whether any of our immortal venerables or Tao ancestors have been affected," said Wang Tian. "I don't think we should worry about that. To become a Tao ancestor or immortal venerable, the help of a great emperor is needed. Even if these sleepers have the ability to hide from emperors, it should not be possible when they are so closely involved," added Wang Chang. "In that case, let's begin the cleanup." Wouldn't it be better to just monitor these people and try to feed them false information? Said Wang Wei. In normal circumstances, that would be ideal. However, if what you said is true, there is a high chance that our sect's emperor scriptures have been leaked. So, we need a safer approach to this situation. Soon after that, a cleansing took place in the Tao opening sect. All sects' deacons, elders, great elders, and supreme elders were called in and ordered not to resist Wang Wei's probe in their fate lines. And those who resisted were immediately arrested. This cleansing did not stop there. All the Wang, Yan, and Li clan members were also searched, along with all the disciples. And for the first time, Wang Wei entered the secret world where the reserved members of the other families were located. It was then he finally understood how large the clan actually were, especially the Wang family. The ones still remaining in the myriad emperor word are only the tip of the iceberg. And the cleansing did not stop there. Wang Tian and Wang Chang even brought Wang Wei to the sealing hall of the sect, thus showing the true foundation of the sect. And he was truly shocked. Inside a darkly lit room, he saw countless coffins, and after checking their auras, he could not hide the surprise in his face. Wang Wei swore in his life that he had never seen so many Supreme Realm and Saint powerhouses. It was enough to form an army of millions. However, he soon learned that many of these people have been sealed for countless millennia and their life force and blood energy have been exhausted. They will only wake up if the sect faces an extinction-level catastrophe, and they will die after that. So, he started checking these people. Since they were sealed, their resistance was minimal to non-existent. After identifying the ones who had problems, they were taken out for interrogation. Tianwei Peak, Wang Wei, Wang Chang, and Wang Tian were having another meeting. This time, they were accompanied by Great Elder Yan Mei and Great Elder Li Jiang, who were the patriarch of their respective clan. After being cleared of any suspicions, they were allowed to participate in the investigation. So, what was the result? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Tian sighed deeply. Not as good as we expected. All these people committed suicide once we tried to search their souls. What's worse, is that they completely destroyed their souls to the point of not even being able to reincarnate. The level of loyalty that they showed is truly scary. Not one of them hesitated to commit suicide, added Li Jiang. Wang Wei frowned as all their actions proved futile. No information was gathered by this cleansing. They did not even know for a certainty whether the leader of these people was indeed Di Tian. It was just his guess and intuition. How about our losses? Asked Wang Wei after regaining his thought. Not as much as expected, replied Yan Mei. However, according to our statistics, the majority of people caught were in fact members of the sectarian side, so they're the ones who suffered the most. As a matter, the number of people in our families who were reincarnated was very small. Is there a reason for that? Everyone shook their heads. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei asked Great Elder Yan Mei to show him the list of the sleepers caught. Wire, did you think of something? Asked Wang Tian. After a quick scan of the lost, he replied, yes. The number of people reincarnated from the Wang and Yan clan is the least of all the groups. All these people in the room are some of the most talented and gifted members of the sect in the past 3 generations, so they quickly understood his meaning. Eternal Emperors? Asked Yan Mei. That's right, replied Wang Wei. According to the information we have, Di Tian existed during the Emperor beginning era. If he created these sleepers and has them reincarnated since that time, there is a chance that the Qiyuan Emperor and the Sword Empress, 2 eternal emperors of our sect, notice something and take precautions. The people nodded. However, this information did not change much. Since there were still sleepers among these 2 clans, this showed that either Wang Wei's theory is wrong, or the leader of this group found a way to bypass the preventive measures that the 2 eternal emperors placed on their families. What we have to worry about now is how to appease the sectarian faction, said Wang Tian. In recent years, we have finally achieved a certain level of unity. This recent cleansing might affect that. Indeed, given how they suffered the most loss, even the sectarian faction understood the situation. They might still be secretly resentful. We can bind together and divide them some of the resources that are only privy to our clans, suggested Li Jiang. Although that might temporarily calm them down, it should not be enough to have them 100% support us as they did in the past few hundred years, rebutted Yan Mei. Indeed, the remuneration should be worth all their loss, said Wang Tian. Just offer them another Dao ancestor spot for when Wire becomes emperor, suddenly said Wang Chang. Everyone's eyes light up after hearing this, as this was the perfect remuneration. They did not need to give any resources, just a promise. Furthermore, Wang Wei was the one who would pay in the end. Meanwhile, the person that just received another karmic debt was speechless. So, Wang Wei secretly cursed these old foxes after figuring out their plans, especially his grandfather. Although he looked like a brute that only used his fist, he was the most cunning of all of them. What made Wang Wei even madder was that he did not even know how he would help these people become Dao ancestors. So, he decided to take this opportunity to ask. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, his grandfather said, "You don't need to ask. When you are eligible to know, I will be more than glad to tell you." Wang Wei then gave a fierce look. Unfortunately for him, he was ignored. So, Wang Wei secretly sighed. During times like this, he wished his paternal grandmother was still alive. That way, he could use the same method he used to deal with his father to deal with his grandmother. Without anyone to check and balance him, the old man can do whatever he wants. Wang Wei knows that if he gets on his grandfather's bad side, the latter will not hesitate to beat him up, and even his mother would not be able to save him. After Wang Chang's proposition, the group started to discuss how to deal with the aftermath of this event. However, midway through, the shadow appeared behind Wang Tian and said something to him that made him frown a little. "Is there a problem?" The people of the Five-Element Palace came for an official visit. They even brought Jin Biyu with them. Everyone raised an eyebrow as they instantly realized that this visit might not be a normal one. Chapter 287. According to proper custom, Wang Tian and Wang Wei flew to the front of the mountain to receive the people of the Five Elements Palace. As soon as he arrived, Wang Wei noticed something different. Unlike the previous Great Zhou delegation, this one was quite small. To be precise, it was 3 women. With a single look, he knew that 2 of these people were in the Supreme Realm, while the other was in the Divine Body Realm, so Wang Wei focused on her. Jin Biyu looked quite ordinary to ordinary people, from her hair to her Taoist robe, everything seemed ordinary. Yet, she had an extraordinary temperament or aura surrounding her. She looked pure, innocent, or simple. Usually, someone so ordinary would be easily forgettable, but not her. After meeting, everyone greeted one another. Usually in this situation, a superficial tour would be in place, followed by greetings and polite chat, but the people of the Five-Element Palace requested to skip all the pleasantries and get directly to the objective of their visit. And during the entire situation, Jin Biyu was quiet and calm, and she just randomly looked around once in a while. Tianwei Peak, an official meeting took place between those 2 powerful emperor lineages. "So, to what I owe this visit?" asked Wang Tian. However, the 2 Supreme Realms' true monarchs did not say anything, just looked at Jin Biyu, who in turn looked directly at Wang Wei and said, "I need some of your organs." The room instantly became quiet as no one understood what was going on, so they also looked at Wang Wei. In this situation, since Jin Biyu as a member of the younger generation was in of the conversation, then he also had to come forward. "Well, as much I would like to believe that my level of handsomeness has reached the level that women want pieces of me, I have a feeling that this is not your intention, so fellow Daoist Jin Biyu, please elaborate," replied Wang Wei with his charming smile. Unfortunately, Jin Biyu did not seem to care. With a little frown on her face, she said, "I've been warned by the elders to not be as direct as I normally am, so I understand your confusion. I apologize for that. While I was cultivating a while ago, I felt a powerful innate 5-element power coming from the central continent, so I tracked it to here. And after meeting you, I know that they came from your organs, so I came to get it. Wang Wei raised his eyebrow as he observed Jin Biyu. He could feel that she was not used to speaking so many words at once, meaning not was she taciturn, but a person of little word. I appreciate the elaboration, but once again, this is not enough. How exactly are you going to take them? Replied Wang Wei, this time a slight pressure emanated from his body. However, his pressure seemed to not affect Jin Biyu. Without any change in expression, she took out a large orb the size of a basketball from her space ring. With a glance, Wang Wei could feel a small world inside this orb, and it was also full of the power of the stars. According to the elders, the final step in your cultivation of the ancient desolate body refining scripture is to open the acupoints in your body with the power of the stars. In front of you is a small world full of star essence left by the Primar Star Emperor of our sect. I want to use this in exchange for a piece of your Zhang organs. Information about the Primal Star Emperor quickly rushed into Wang Wei's mind. He was one of the most powerful great emperors of the 5-element palace with the possession of the 10th heavenly physique, the Star Monarch physique. During his rise, he invented a method to transform origin essence into star essence, granting extremely powerful battle strength and an unparalleled control of star power. During his rise, the 5-element palace was still the most powerful Taoist sect of the myriad emperor world, and they resided in the central continent. Additionally, tension started rising between the palace and the Tao opening sect. The reason being the fact that there were rumors that the Primal Star Emperor was trying to create a new cultivation system based on stars, thus replacing the origin path system. Adding to that the fact that he could transform origin essence into star essence, the sect was worried and war almost broke out. However, for reasons unknown, he did not do so. He did not even spread the method of transforming star essence. All these thoughts quickly flashed across Wang Wei's mind, then he asked, is this star essence from before he proved the Tao or after? After. Right before he disappeared. Wang Wei nodded his head, glanced in the direction of his grandfather and Yan Chen, and slightly moving his head. The two understood his meaning and used their divine sense to check before nodding to him. After receiving a positive answer, Wang Wei pondered for a brief moment before saying, I can accept your exchange, but I have a few conditions. Please say. First, before I give you the pieces of my organs, I need to erase any connection they have with me, and you have to absorb here in the sect. If you do not want to trade, say so. Suddenly said one of the two true monarchs, obviously upset with this condition. However, Shinbiyu was still calmed, albeit a frown appeared on her face. Why? As you know, some powerful spells or curses require the caster to have part of the target's body to work properly. I have to take precautionary measures to ensure my safety. Of course, I understand your hesitation, so I can promise not to be near her during the process, and we can provide you an empty mountain and you can set all the safety measures you want. The two true monarchs exchanged a glance, then they discussed with Jin Biyu. Finally, she said, fine, what's the second condition? My second and final condition is that I need a few drops of your source blood. Immediately, Jin Biyu guessed Wang Wei's goal, which was the same as her, used the power of 5 elements from her physique to increase his strength. Additionally, if she were to use his organs for something nefarious, he could reciprocate. Do you think this is a fair trade? Asked one of the true monarch. Why not? Replied Wang Wei. My organs are refined by innate 5 elements materials. They are worth more than the Emperor's star essence you provided. These true monarchs knew that this sacred son of the Tao opening sect was talking nonsense. Although what he said was true, that was taking into account all his organs. What they wanted was just a small piece. Though very frustrated, they did not continue to argue about this. This exchange was very important to them. So, after a brief exchange, they decided to accept the terms. Jin Biyu handed over the orb along with 2 drops of her source blood. Of course, she also cut off her connection with it. As for Wang Wei, he cut a few pieces of his organs, removed the power of fate containing in them, then cut off the fate that these pieces of organs had with him. From now, they had no relationship whatsoever with him. They were simply organs with 5 elements powers that came out of nowhere and just existed between heaven and earth. Furthermore, he did not do anything to them. For once, he was always a person of his words, plus, the two sides signed the highest level of binding contracts possible in this world. Immediately afterward, the two true monarchs were given one of the floating mountains, then they started placing formations all around to protect Jinbiyu. They even contacted their sect and have them ready in case something truly happens. Inside the sect master hall, after the people of the 5-element pace left to prepare the security of the mountain, Wang Wei was still discussing with the upper echelons of the sect. "What do you think of her?" asked his grandfather Wang Chang. "Given that she was most likely born with a pure heart, her talent is perfectly suited for Taoism. Adding to that her 5 elements balance physique, her potential is nothing to laugh about. Pure heart is a state of mind where the mind or spirit has no dust, is not affected by desires, emotions, or complicated thoughts. The mind is peaceful, calm, and quiet. It is the perfect state to comprehend the rules or laws of heaven and earth. This state can be accomplished through deep meditation and cultivation, but people born with such talent are considered true geniuses of cultivation. They are also sought after by the Taoist sects as it is easier for them to understand scriptures and Taoist philosophies." Chapter 288. A few days passed, and the true monarchs protecting Jinbiyu already set up the necessary protection for her in the mountain that the sect provided for them. Then, she spent a month absorbing Wang Wei's organ parts. Soon after that, the people of the 5 Elements Palace quickly left the Tao opening sect. Tianwei Peak, Wang Wei, and the upper echelons of the sect were having another meeting. A projection screen was in front of them, showing Jinbiyu's process of absorption. During the process, many people secretly sighed at Wang Wei's ingenuity of creating constructs or puppets the size of ants to have them secretly spy on her cultivation room. Even when her Tao protector used their divine sense to check the room, they will overlook such a small and insignificant animal. And the protection they took to protect her from prying eyes also overlooks such a possibility. It seems that she cultivates the 5-element classics of their founder, Emperor 3 Purity, commented Great Elder Yen Mei. Many people nodded in agreement with her as they recognized the cultivation method Jinbiyu was using. "Not necessarily," said Wang Wei in disagreement. "I do not believe for a moment that she did not create her own scripture." "Young master, are you saying that she knew we were secretly watching her? That she noticed our actions?" "Not necessarily, but there are records of people with pure heart having very powerful intuitions. She might have felt something wrong, thus decided to hide her true ability as a precaution." "Indeed, this was a very high possibility." "Doesn't that mean we still do not know much about her?" asked one of the elders. "No, we can deduce a few things from this situation," replied Wang Tian. "For example, she probably used to cultivate the 5-element classic. Despite her look, she is probably very intelligent and her intuition could be of great help in battle. Additionally, her talent for the Tao of 5 elements probably reached a terrifying level," added Wang Wei. "From what she previously said, she felt the power of innate 5-element in my body from the eastern continent. That is not something any normal person can do." People nodded in agreement with Wang Wei. Then they spent the next few hours discussing and theorizing about Jinbiyu's strength. Once the meeting finished, Wang Wei returned to his sacred Sun Mountain, and there, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him. He invited her in to have a meeting. "Young master, we just received the scripture from the Mo family." "Oh, so was I right about them?" "Correct. As soon we have asked them to check out the secret realm before officially entering, they were very quick to refuse. So, as you suggested, we threatened to destroy it, and eventually, under the pressure, they had Mo Xingyun sign the contract." Wang Ju then handed a red scroll to Wang Wei, which was the gluttony-swallowing scripture. He opened it and read it. All living beings are born feeble and helpless, and from birth, require eating to survive. We eat nutrients from our mother's womb, eat food to grow up, sustain ourselves, grow, and prevent death. Even cultivators cannot escape the cycle of constant consumption. They eat spiritual energy, heavenly and earthly treasures, and even one another. Eating is a fundamental part of the universe, a part of the cycle of nature. But why should living beings stop at consuming things that are edible? All things in existence have value, whether it is a piece of dirt or the most valuable of heavenly materials. So, consume everything, indulge in the act of consuming, treat everything between heaven and earth as nothing but food. Whether it is ores, flesh, blood, soul, energy, or even the entire world, consume them, swallow them. As Wang Wei read this scripture, he suddenly felt a terrifying desire to swallow everything around him enveloped his mind. The desire to eat everything seemed to want to overwhelm his mind. Fortunately, his will was quite powerful that he instantly regained his mind. With a sigh, he muttered, "Worthy of a cultivation technique of the devil race, it took the cultivators' basic idea of taking from heaven and earth to make up for their deficiency to a new level." Moreover, this book could explain one of the reasons that the heaven-swallowing emperor acted the way he did. If he got half of this book when he was young, he might have been affected by the will inside of it. Given his nature as a devil cultivator, he probably might be even more susceptible to this kind of influence. After dismissing Wang Ju, he spent a few days understanding this scripture in detail. Although he would not cultivate it himself, he can still try to understand something from it to integrate it into his Transcending Fate Sutra. However, a week later, he received another talisman that another person came to see him. So, he took a shower and went to meet the person. After entering the reception area of his manor, he saw an old lady with long white hair, dressed in plain clothes talking to Wu Hong. "Grandma!" yelled Wang Wei as he rushed to hug her. "Oh, be careful not to break these old bones," replied Yun Zhaojun. "Grandma, I thought you could not leave the Yu family easily. This is just a clone, so you do not need to worry." Wang Wei nodded his head as he knew that Void Shatter Realm powerhouses could easily create clones of themselves, not to mention his grandmother who was a true monarch. "So, what brought you here to see me?" "I came to see my new daughter-in-law." "So, you did not come to see me?" asked Wang Wei with a pout. "Of course, I did. How could I forget my lovely grandson?" So, the three sat together over tea to chat. "So, when are you planning to hold the Tao Companion ceremony?" "We were thinking after we both entered the primordial spirit realm, we will hold a small ceremony with friends and family," replied Wang Wei. "After primordial spirit realm? That's not a long time, it's good to be early and make it official." Wang Wei frowned slightly. "Grandma, is there something wrong?" "No, I'm just happy that you found the love of your life so quickly. Luckily, you do not have to go to all the trouble your parents went to before getting together." Wang Wei nodded his head. "What about Grandpa? Is his injury all right now with the merit?" "Yes, he is much better now. He should be able to leave his seclusion after a while." "That's good. If you need more merit, the sect should have plenty left. Don't hesitate to ask." "I know," replied Yun Zhaojun as he pinched his face. Following this, Wang Wei spent the next few months spending time with his grandmother. During this time, he did not cultivate, plan, or thought of anything besides enjoying quality time with his family. Truthfully, he truly enjoyed this peaceful and quiet time, thus, was also a little sad after she left. Nevertheless, he would still see her again. After that, Wang Wei entered deep seclusion. However, while he was cultivating, the world was not so quiet or peaceful, especially the central continent. Green Tree Domain, a young man wearing golden armor and holding a golden sword led an army charge against another. A powerful and bloody aura emanated from his body as he led the charge. This young man was simply unstoppable. No matter who got in his way would be chopped into two sections by his sword. At some point, more than 5 cultivators with law circulating their bodies attacked him together, but he still single-handedly slaughtered them. After a few hours, the young man who was Sun Jialong defeated the opposite army and took over the city they were protecting. He ordered his men to take over the city, but also not to arm the citizens. To make sure that everything went smoothly, he stood on top of the city gate to oversee everything. Sun Jialong raised his head to look in the sky. He could feel the powerful aura and shockwave of the battle that was taking place in the sky. While he was waiting for the outcome of the battle up there, someone walked to him and said, "Your Highness, we received news that a few of the cities that we previously took over have been retaken by the people of Great Zhou." "Do you know the reason?" asked Sun Jialong calmly. According to the information, a bunch of brand new saints and supreme realm powerhouses appeared and our people could not stop them. Why didn't our great Wu send more powerful cultivators? The officer opened his mouth to say something, but he soon closed it again. However, Sun Jialong could guess the reason. He secretly sighed, looked at the sword in his hand as he muttered, "It seems that it's about time I activate your ability." Chapter 289. Sun Jialong have long planned to start a war with the Great Zhou. According to his previous, the only problem he had was Ji Song. However, after the latter's death, he immediately knew that his chance came. So, after creating his Martial Emperor Code, he immediately rallied his supporters in Great Wu and started a war. His plan was simple: use his immortality and strength as an advantage to slowly conquer the territory of Great Zhou. As long as Great Wu can stop the saints and supreme realm powerhouses of Great Zhou, he can deal with the other issue. At first, Sun Jialong's plan worked. Without having anyone in the same realm that can stop him, he was able to rapidly conquer territory after territory. However, recently, Great Zhou has dramatically increased the number of resources used in this war. The number of true person and true monarchs suddenly increased, and unfortunately, the Great Wu people could not keep up. One would think that since Great Wu has one more great emperor than Great Zhou, their foundation would be more solid and have way more resources. Unfortunately, 3 of the 4 emperors of Great Wu were pseudo-emperors or emperors who acquired the heaven will, but their will, state of mind or Tao heart does not reach the level to bear it. Additionally, given how long the Great Zhou imperial dynasty has been established compared to Great Wu, the latter could not compete with the former in terms of resources and strength. After figuring all of this out, Sun Jialong dismissed his attendant, then he entered the city lord's manor. He set up a formation, then sat in the lotus position to cultivate. He held the human destiny sword in his hand, then multicolored energy came from it and entered his body. A week later, Sun Jialong opened his eyes. His breath dramatically increased. "With this new round of Qi luck, I've managed to completely temper my muscles. Now it's time for the organs," muttered Sun Jialong. If any of the other heaven chosens were here, they would be shocked as Sun Jialong is already in the organs tempering process in the human stage of the divine body realm. Meanwhile, the majority of them have just finished with their skins and are about to temper their muscles. Then, he took a communication talisman from his space ring to contact his father, Sovereign All Wisdom. "Father, how is everything going?" asked Sun Jialong to the face that appeared in front of him. "Not so good. With the recent loss, many people are starting to waver and wanting to stop the war." Sun Jialong just sneered after hearing this. "This is the exact mentality that made our dynasty so weak. As soon as things get a little difficult, everyone wants to hide their tails behind their legs." All Wisdom sighed before replying, "You should have been aware of this fact long ago. So, if you want to truly change the dynasty for the better, you have to either take slow measures or drastic ones. Either way, you would still need to rely on yourself to solve the current problem. So do you have a solution?" "Maybe." That does not sound reassuring. "I've never tried this method before, so I do not know whether it will succeed." All Wisdom nodded but did not ask further. "According to your request, I have acquired the talisman from Fong Lijuan." "So fast." I thought they would bargain more. Despite how they look to the outside, most members of the Divine Tao League are actually quite poor. So, after rejecting their offer for an innate material, we quickly came to an agreement after being given some rare resources. Why do they need an innate material? Asked Sun Jiaolong in confusion. Most likely, it was a strategy of asking something outrageous so that they can get more out of the bargain. As long as I get what I want, it does not matter. All Wisdom nodded, then paused for a moment. Are you sure your plan is going to work? Even if it works, our hatred for the great Zhou dynasty will reach a new level. Maybe you should reconsider this. Our hatred with the great Zhou has long reached the point of beyond repair. In the past few millennia, they have slowly eaten up our territories. The only reason that Great Wu still exists today is that the great Zhou has not cultivated another emperor. Now that they have been eliminated in the competition so early, it is the perfect time to weaken them. And once I prove the Tao and become emperor, I can annihilate them. All Wisdom sighed out loud. I'm sorry, but I do not think that many people of the dynasty will openly support you this time. Sun Jiaolong nodded his head, but he was not disappointed as he expected this outcome. After chatting with his father, he left the city lord mansion. Immediately, he used his divine sense to check the entire city and made sure that everything went according to his order in the past week. A few hours later, Sun Jiaolong stood in front of a large army, and in front of him was the teleportation formation. Your Highness, the teleportation to Sweeping Monk City is ready. However, Sun Jiaolong ignored the speaking person, closed his eyes, and connected with the human destiny sword. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and said, change the course, we're going to Ice Glaze City. But sir, Ice Glaze City is far east of our location. Strategically speaking, it's not recommended to attack there now. You just need to follow my orders, not question them, said Sun Jiaolong with fierce eyes. Without any choice, the army was redirected to Ice Glaze City. Just like the previous war, Sun Jiaolong led the battle. With his unparalleled strength and the human destiny sword in his hand, he massacred anyone on his path, bathing his golden armor red. However, midway through the battle, something strange happened. The blood of all the fallen soldiers was absorbed to the ground. And once the battle ended, not far from the battlefield, the space broke apart, countless formations formed in the air, and massive red lights rushed from the formation to rush to the sky. With a smile on his face, Sun Jiaolong quickly sacrificed the human destiny sword, and a golden shield appeared to prevent the red lights from creating a vision and alerting other people. He immediately commanded his generals and lieutenants to take care of the aftermath of the battle, while Sun Jiaolong rushed to the formation. Without pause, he entered. Soon, he found himself in a room, and in front of him was an army of puppets. After checking the surroundings quickly, he took a step forward. Then, this puppet army started attacking. For the next few days, Sun Jiaolong constantly fought wave after wave of puppets, until he reached the main room of this secret realm. There he saw 2 rows of puppets. In one row, there were 20 puppets, while on the other, there were a few hundred. This time though, he was careful as he could not feel the strength of these puppets. Sun Jiaolong got in fighting mode as he walked into that room. However, this time, nothing happened. He was not attacked by anyone or anything. Soon, he found a book standing in the middle of an altar. After opening and reading it, a bigger smile appeared on his face. So, is this the power of a son of destiny? Muttered Sun Jiaolong to himself. I just needed powerful cultivators to support me, and now, I suddenly found a secret realm left over by a powerful puppet sect from the Devil era. And in that secret realm, they left 200 Saint-tier puppets, 18 Supreme-tier puppets, and 2 Quasi-Emperor puppets. Sun Jiaolong looked at the sword in his hand with awe. With this sword, no matter what trouble he faced, he can have any fortunate encounter to solve the problem for him. In this generation, as long as I do not let the power of Son of Destiny get to my head thinking that I'm invincible, I can slowly rise to the top with countless fortunate encounters and eventually reach the strength to suppress all my peers, take the heaven will and prove the Tao. Sun Jialong then walked over to take the talisman that allowed him to control all these puppets. He placed all the puppets including the previous army that attacked him into his space ring. Before leaving, he looked back at the secret realm and muttered, I have accepted this karma. When I prove the Tao and become great emperor, the refining puppets sect will appear once again in the myriad emperor world. Sun Jialong then left the secret realm to prepare for the next step of his plan. With this newly discovered strength, he was confident in his success. We are now back to the regular schedule of one chapter a day. Chapter 290. Great Zhou Dynasty Capital. Today was a normal day like any other day. Because of the recent war, the general situation has been tense, thus making the entire city quite somber, with every citizen wondering about their future. Sovereign Ji Wen did his best to appease the people as this negative mood has been affecting the dynasty's qi luck. However, he was only partially successful. With each city that Sun Jialong takes over, the morale of the people becomes lower even if he manages to recapture some of them back quite rapidly. Sovereign Ji Wen was dealing with military affairs when he suddenly felt something, and it was not just him. Everyone felt it, even the mortal. To be precise, everyone saw it. A gigantic palm that covered the entire city slowly fell towards it. The palm exuded a terrifying pressure, making most cultivators unable to breathe properly. More important, everyone knew that if it hit, the entire city would be destroyed instantly. Of course, this did not happen. As soon as the palm reached a certain level, the formation protected the city activated, and the attack was blocked. Who dares to be impudent in my dynasty? Roared Sovereign Ji Wen as he instantly appeared floating above the city. Soon though, he saw the people responsible for the attack, to be exact, 20 people. Puppets. Immediately, he realized that these people or things were not alive, but supreme-tier puppets. Could these people be sent by Great Wu? That's impossible. Given their foundation, they should not have such powerful puppets. Then, Ji Wen used his divine sense to scan a few million miles outside of the city, searching for something. No people controlling them. Or are they able to hide from me? I guess it does not matter given the current situation. He waved his hand, a multicolored dragon appeared in front of everyone. The Qi Luck dragon roared, then immediately afterward, the aura around the puppets slowly decreased. In just a few seconds, their strength was reduced to the Saint Realm, and it kept on decreasing. However, a golden light flashed from their bodies, then their strength stopped decreasing. On top of that, they returned to their peak states. What power is that? Muttered Sovereign Ji Wen. It should belong to the human destiny sword, responded one of the many supreme tier that appeared next to him. So, it is those damn snakes of Great Wu. But how did they get their hands on such powerful puppets? Last that I know, they never had any refiners that specialize in this field, let alone be powerful enough to create supreme tier ones. This is not important right now, Your Majesty. The important thing is to find a way to deal with these two quasi-emperor puppets. Should I open the emperor formations? No, the price is too big, and with the current war, this is not the best move. In that case, I can only do that. Ji Wen took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Soon after that, two extremely powerful auras manifested themselves deep from the royal palace. Then, two old men with white hair and beard appeared in the sky. Their bodies looked sickly as they were as skinny as bones. A breath of death and decay surrounded them. They looked at the puppets in the sky, then at Ji Wen before nodding to him. The two quasi-emperor opened their mouth and swallowed, then the spiritual energy in the following few domains was instantly swallowed by them. In front of everybody, their bodies slowly returned to normal. They grew muscles, their skins were no longer rough like paper sands, their eyes no longer dull and listless, they looked more normal now. Unfortunately, the decay breath surrounding them did not disappear. After regaining their vigors, they rushed to fight the two quasi-emperors. Knowing the potential destruction that their battle could reach, they dragged the puppets outside of the world, in the endless void. In fact, all the other true monarchs did the same. Meanwhile, Sovereign Ji-Wen kept the formation activated to prevent other people from sneak attack the capital, while the other officials went around appeasing the people. Unfortunately, as a result of this, no one actually noticed the invisible shadow that sneaked into the palace. This battle lasted for a few hours, and many people secretly watched the confrontation between these two imperial dynasties. After the war, Sovereign Ji-Wen had a meeting with his officials. Prime Minister, what do you think about this attack? It was very strange. There is no way that they believe such an assault would work, so they might have another reason for their attack, replied Zhao Yan. Any ideas? The best theory we can come up with is that they either wanted us to waste resources by activating the Emperor formation, or they wanted us to wake the sleeping Supreme Elders. Everyone sighed after hearing this. During this battle, the two quasi-emperor puppets were partially destroyed but still escaped along with all the others. In times, they can be repaired, however, the same cannot be said for these Supreme Elders. The reason that they sealed themselves in the first place was that their lifespans reach their end, but now that they have woken up, they can only live for up to 20 years. Also, since their blood vitality has been exhausted, they can no longer reseal themselves. As such, the Great Zhou dynasty just lost two quasi-emperor at the cost of rendering these two puppets usable for a few decades. This is a great loss for them since they are in the middle of a war. How about we also attack their capital? They are probably expecting such an outcome, and we would probably be walking into a trap. So, are we supposed to do nothing after this? We could wake up the sleeping ancestors. That's prosperous. You should know that unless the dynasty is on his last breath, they will and cannot intervene, answered Sovereign Ji-Wen to this suggestion. Of course, what he did not say was that some of them might even watch as the dynasty crumbled and disappeared, as this would be a relief for them. Plus, the situation has not become so dire. We just have to focus on winning that war. Everyone nodded their heads before continuing their discussions on how to win this war. Meanwhile, Sun Jiaolong was receiving someone in Ice Glaze City. He looked at the hooded person in front of him and asked him, "Is everything done accordingly?" "Yes, sir." "Was there any problem in the process?" "No." Sun Jiaolong instantly appeared in front of the person, held his head, and squeezed it until his cranium and brain were crushed. "Sorry, I cannot take any risk of my plan leaking." He then looked in the direction of Great Zhou and muttered, "Now that the seed has been planted, all I have to do is wait for it to bear fruit." Sun Jiaolong walked to his army and ordered, "From now on, we will slow down the march." Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, a supreme land called Soaring Lantern Valley. Inside a cultivation cave, a young man dressed in black sat in the lotus position, and a book floated in front of him. Black chi continuously entered his body, then, his body exploded into countless pieces. However, soon afterward, a mysterious power reassembled his body again. The young repeated the process hundreds of times before stopping, then he opened his eyes, which were full of vicissitudes. Finally refined this life and death book using the immortality granted by this world's heavenly Tao, muttered the young man. This could be considered something good since my luck has been so poor since coming to this world. The young man stood up to stretch his body. Now, there are 3 issues I need to deal with. The first is to find a way to create a new body, as my primordial spirit does not agree completely with this one. Second, I need to quickly regain my supreme realm strength. Lastly, I need to find a way to get an identity token to participate in this world's heavenly battle. The Soaring Valley is too weak to have such a thing, nor do they have enough resources for me to back to my peak and beyond. After making his plan, he left his seclusion cave. Outside, a few maids were waiting for him, and as soon as they saw him, they all bowed in unison while saying, "Young Master Huang Yuan." Huang Yuan nodded his head before saying, "Tell the sect master and elders that I'm going to the eastern continent." After that, he ignored the worshipping eyes of these maids and flew away. Chapter 291. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Sovereign Ji Wen was holding an official meeting. However, he sat on his throne with his hand on his chin, looking in the distance. Over the past 500 years, ever since the attack on the capital, the movement of Sun Jialong has slowed down drastically. Although we have lost many territories, we also managed to capture some of them as well, reported the army commander. That's good news. If they continued to move as fast as before, then we would have lost more domains. Not necessarily. The previous tactic, although very fast and effective, had a fatal flaw. The citizens did not feel any sense of belonging to Great Wu. But now, after 500 years, it is more than enough time for them to start identifying as Great Wu citizens instead of Great Zhou. That's true. If we manage to recapture these territories, the citizens might not accept us. It all depends on how Great Wu treated them. The room became quiet for a moment, then someone asked, "So, what's our next step?" Everyone then looked at Ji Wen, who was still staring in the distance, completely ignorant of the gaze surrounding him. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty," said Prime Minister Zhao Yan. Did you say something?" asked Sovereign Ji Wen. "Your Majesty, is everything all right? You have been very absent as of late." Ji Wen sighed before saying, "To be honest, I've been feeling that something is wrong for quite some time now. However, I do not know why. Maybe I'm too tired." Zhao Yan frowned. "Your Majesty, you're connected with the dragon luck of the dynasty, so your intuitions are sharper than others. If you feel that something is wrong, then there is a high chance that something will happen to you. So, it's better to investigate as soon as possible." Sovereign Ji Wen was about to nod his head when he heard the sound of loud footsteps slowly coming not far away. He frowned as he wondered who dared to break the dynasty's law of not interrupting court meeting unless there was an emergency. Ji Wen's eyebrow raised when he saw who barged inside the meeting. "Soar, what are you doing outside of the royal tomb? Plus, you should know better than to disrupt a court meeting." Unfortunately for Ji Wen, his son just looked at him with cold eyes full of hatred. Then, Ji Su's eyes moved to the court officers in the room. Immediately, many of them moved from their seats and stood behind him. To be precise, more than 3/4 of them, including the commander of the army and the head of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Fan. Realizing what took place, Ji Wen stood up from his throne. "What are you doing?" "Isn't it obvious?" replied Ji Su with a sneer on his face. "You unfilial son, why are you doing this? Especially at a time like this?" "Unfilial son. Ha 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 ha," laughed Ji Su with a grave hint of madness and sorrow. "Are you worthy to say such a thing after what you've done to my brother?" roared Ji Su at his father. Ji Wen took a half step back, then he said, "Is this what this is about? Because I could not protect Songer. Do you think that I do not miss him as much as you? Do you think I do not grieve for him every single day? Do you think that I do not blame my weakness and incompetence for not being able to protect my own son?" "This is not about your weakness," replied Ji Su as he looked down at his hands. "Over the past 100 years, I've thought of the situation over and over again, and I realized that given the situation, there was nothing either of us could do." He paused for a moment. "Every single moment of my existence, I blame myself for not convincing him of putting his name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. That way, all of this would have been avoided." He raised his head to look at Ji Wen straight in the eyes, his own eyes bloodshot. "The reason I hate you so much is because of how you reacted after his death. You did absolutely nothing. You lowered your head to his killers like a dog wagging his tail for a few pieces of meat, then moved on with your life as if nothing ever happened. So, what did you expect me to do? Risk the fall of Great Zhou in my hands? Risk the lives of trillions of people? Do not use this lame excuse to hide your power-hungry side, grunted Jisoo. You could have given the throne to someone else and tried to kill Wang Wei on your own, thus fulfilling your duty as a father. That way, even if something went wrong, the Dao opening sect could not place the blame on us as your actions would have been your own. You could have hired an assassin to kill him, then take the blame for it to protect the dynasty. But you did none of that. When the choice was given to you between your role as a ruler and as a father, you chose to be a ruler without any hesitance. This is the reason for today's event. Since you like power so much, I will forcefully take it away from your cold hands, leaving you with nothing. Ji-Wen was momentarily silent after hearing this. In that case, there is nothing to say anymore. A golden halberd and armor appeared over his body. He began to control the dynasty's luck to bless himself and increase his power. However, to his horror, he realized that his control over it was slowly decreasing. What have you done? You mean this? Said Jisoo as he held a dragon carving made of the most precious of jade, the imperial seal. Do you think I did not prepare for this in the past few hundred years? Added Jisoo with a smirk. How is that possible? Wait, your mother, said Ji-Wen. However, soon after that, he spewed a big mouthful of blood, then he fell backward. Luckily for him, he caught the throne behind him. Your Majesty, yelled Prime Minister Zhao Yan as he rushed to the emperor. Many other officers did the same thing, but Zhao Yan gave them a fierce look and prevented them from approaching Ji-Wen. Even the queen is related to this situation, I cannot trust anybody, thought Zhao Yan. While the Prime Minister was injecting his origin essence into Ji-Wen's body to try to remove the poison, another person walked into the room. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in a long hanfu decorated with red phoenixes. She had a golden crown on her head. You poisoned me, muttered Ji-Wen with blood all over his teeth as he looked at his wife. They have been together for countless millennia, but now he was dying at her hands. However, the queen did not say anything. She looked at him with sadness, love, pity, and a lot of resentment. You do not need to worry about dying yet as the poison I fed you the living dead, said Jisoo. Zhao Yan's face suddenly changed after hearing this. You want to turn your majesty into a puppet to control the dynasty? As astute as ever, Prime Minister. Unfortunately, your loyalty to my father is truly unwavering. It's a shame such a talented individual as yourself has to die like this. The living dead poison can kill a person's body, but keep their souls intact and living inside that body, thus turning them into living dead. Then, the living dead body can be controlled by another person. The best part about this poison is that it is very difficult to spot. I need to buy some time until the Supreme Realm True Monarchs get wind of this situation. This is our best chance of intervening. Zhao Yan stood up and released his domain, preparing to fight. Jisoo smiled after seeing this. If you think that buying enough time for the true monarch to come to save you is your best option, then you're greatly mistaken. Meanwhile, inside a secret realm of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Ji Song's previous Dao protector, Ji Han, installed a powerful formation to prevent many of the remaining true monarchs from intervening in Jisoo's plan. As for the others, they were either occupied by different battlefields against the Great Wu, or they sided with Jisoo in this rebellion. A few hours later after the incident, the news was released to the Great Zhou citizen by the sovereign himself that assassins infiltrated the palace and killed many of the court officials, including the Prime Minister. In honor of these officers' service to the dynasty, there will be a few days of mourning for them. Sun Jiaolong was in a secret room with a communication formation in front of him displaying someone's face. It was Jisoo. According to our agreements, all the domains in the east belong to you, nothing more, said Jisoo. I'm happy that you're a man of your words, replied Sun Jiaolong with a smile. However, I've been thinking that this was not enough. I'm suddenly interested in the western side as well. We had a deal. Nothing was set in stone. Plus, with how weak your dynasty is due to infighting, what can you do in your situation? Added Sun Jialong with a sneer. Ji Su looked at him deeply for a moment, then he said, in that case, how about we blow this situation out of proportion? Let's wake up the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables of our respective dynasty and let them decide the outcome of this war. Sun Jialong immediately became silent. Oh, that's right. I forgot that your dynasty is full of pseudo-emperors, so the amount of sleeping ancestors you have is pitifully low and there might even be only a few if any at all, added Ji Su with a sneer on his face. With an ugly look on his face, Sun Jialong retorted, how do you know about this? Do you really think that this was a big secret? I'm sure many people have already speculated as much based on how snake-like you people of Great Wu behaved. Sun Jialong took a deep breath. If you do that, then you will pay for your rebellion as well. So what? Compared to placing a greedy mutt like you in his place, it's worth it. Ji Su then ended the communication without saying anything else. As for Sun Jialong, he took a deep breath to calm himself down, then he began to conquer the territory that he was granted to according to their previous deal. Tao Opening Sect, Transcending Fate Mountain. Inside a cultivation room, Wang Wei's good fortune flame was slowly burning his purple soul. This was a sign of breaking through the primordial spirit realm. However, after a few hours, he spat out a mouthful of blood, thus stopping the process. This is the 13th failure, muttered Wang Wei. It seems that with how powerful my soul is, ordinary methods will not allow me to enter the primordial spirit realm. End of this volume. Chapter 292. In the past 500 years, Wang Wei has opened his remaining 6 orifices, thus cleansing his spirit and properly finishing the earth stage of the divine body realm. After opening the tongue orifice, his sense of taste drastically increased. If he wanted, he could distinguish all the ingredients including seasoning and heat temperature of any meal that he ate. He even tested this ability with pills. He swallowed a pill with more than 400 ingredients, and he could distinguish all of them alone based on the taste of the pill. The next orifice that he opened were his noses. This granted him the ability to smell things from kilometers away, smell colors, smell the putrid scent of people with negative karma or sins. This was a very bad experience for him. Finally, he opened the eyes orifices. Despite his expectations, nothing much changed after opening those 2 orifices. Besides an increase in vision and the power of his true vision granted by his soul slightly increased in strength, nothing much changed. Once all orifices were opened, his body seemed to have become free, more complete, it seems to have evolved to a higher state. For example, even without spiritual energy, he could survive for a few decades or more. He does not need to eat or sleep like a regular person. Furthermore, his body does not decay like ordinary people's. Even if died, his body would remain in perfect shape for a few hundred years. All these abilities were granted to him just because of the divine body realm, not because of his powerful fleshly body. Nevertheless, after entering the peak of the earth stage, Wang Wei realized that because of how powerful he already was, his strength only increased slightly after opening the orifices. He was not happy about this fact. Normally, after someone opened the orifices, they would enter the heaven stage of the divine body realm. In this stage, cultivators will start controlling the power of heaven and earth. Usually, when cultivators fight, they rely on their strength. However, in the divine body realm, they can borrow the might of heaven and earth to destroy their enemies. After all, compared to heaven and earth, most cultivators are nothing but ants crawling on the ground trying to survive. In the divine altar realm, cultivators have to blend their spirit or minds into heaven and earth. In the earth stage of the divine body realm, they open their orifices as a process to cleanse their spirits or minds of earthly restrictions of the body like eating, sleeping, or secretion. Once the spirit reaches a certain level of strength, it can bear the power of heaven and earth. This stage is divided into 9 substages called the 9 heavens. The spirit connects the body with the soul, so they are connected. The more powerful one becomes, the other will follow soon to reach a certain state of balance. And with Wang Wei's paragon soul, his spirit is ridiculously powerful. As such, he knew that he could reach the ninth heaven as soon as he entered the heaven stage. But he was not satisfied with his gains in the earth stage. So, he decided to take another path. The orifices that he opened reminded him of the chakra system from Hinduism in his past life. So, he made the bold assumption that if orifices existed, then the same could be said for chakras. And by opening them, he could further develop the potential of his body. So, he used his unforgettable memory to review his life back on Earth. Because of the nature of his work, Wang Wei had to deal with many international clients. A few of them practiced Taoism, Hinduism, and Buddhism. In an attempt to get close to these clients, he read many scriptures in these religions and their doctrines. Of course, back then, he only knew the surface level, enough to have a conversation. Now, he was taking his time to review these scriptures and find the knowledge he wanted. After decades of meditation, he managed to discover the hidden gates of the body that referred to the 7 chakras. After that, Wang Wei opened them one by one using the good fortune flame starting from the root chakra. After opening the root chakra, Muladhara, which was located in the base of his spine, a red light appeared all over his body, followed by an intense earth energy. Then, the gate of this chakra is connected to his spleen, which is also earth-related in nature. The strength of his fleshly body increased by at least 5%. On top of that, his mind seemed to be sublimated. Wang Wei felt more confident, more determined to face any challenge. His already powerful will also strengthens. After opening the sacral chakra, Swadhisthana, located 2 inches below the navel, the chakra gate connected to his kidney, which was also water in nature. His body once again strengthened, and his divine C suddenly increased 10 times in size. Additionally, since this chakra controlled sexual energy, it also connected to the ears, genitals, and anus orifices. Wang Wei's ability to control his emotion and sexual urges strengthened after this chakra opened. The next chakra opened was the solar plexus, Manipura, located in the upper abdomen and the stomach area. This chakra was related to the fire element, so it connected to his heart. This chakra removed a lot of Wang Wei's self-doubt about the future. No matter what occurred, he was prepared to face any challenge in his path of cultivation. Even his slight fear of Tian was gone. Next was the heart chakra, Anahata, located just above the heart. This chakra made him easier to accept and give love. After opening it, the little mistrust he had about Wu Hong because of all the secrets were removed. He fully accepted her and all her mystery. The 5th chakra was the throat chakra, Vishuddha. This chakra connected with his tongue orifice, and Wang Wei gained a new ability. The opening of this chakra allowed him to be even more open about his ambitions or desire to become free and unfettered. And since his pursuit of the Tao was reinforced, so was his Tao heart. The 6th chakra was the 3rd eye chakra, Ajna. After opening it, a 3rd eye appeared on his forehead. With it, he could now see so many things that even his true vision ability could not even see. Plus, the eye has had a powerful ability that came with it. Finally, he opened the last one, the crown chakra, Sahasrara. This one was the most beneficial to him yet. After opening it, all the 7 chakras connected to one another, his body turned golden. His sea of consciousness rapidly expanded along with his soul, which finally reached the level of the supreme realm. Following this, he immediately entered the 9th heaven of the heaven stage and beyond. His true will or Du realm, as the previous devil god mentioned, further strengthens. However, Wang Wei still did not know how to use this power besides destroying the cultivation of people with weak foundations. A large number of impurities came out of his body, mostly coming from his blood, as this was the only untempered part of his body. A large amount of vitality was then infused into his blood, slowly turning it purple. After opening all his chakras, Wang Wei underwent a tremendous transformation that drastically increased his strength. After that, he immediately added these methods to his Transcending Fate Sutra, further optimizing and updating it. Then, he went to Battle Tower to fight against the clone of the Battle Maniac Emperor to solidify his foundation and control his power. While Wang Wei was going through his training, Ji Su stood in front of a tomb with Ji Wen bowing to it. It was Ji Song's tomb. "Little Song, unfortunately, with my talent and strength, I cannot avenge you. However, please be at peace, for in this world, strength is not the only way to kill someone." He looked in the direction of the Tao opening sect, his eyes filled with hatred and ruthlessness. Having made some kind of decision, Ji Su allowed his father to remain a puppet to control the dynasty, then he headed for the Western White Tiger continent. He did not know where his path of vengeance would lead him, but he was willing to pay anything for it, even his life. Chapter 293. Inside the battle tower, Wang Wei was battling the clone of the Battle Maniac Emperor. However, he was struggling in this fight, the reason being that this clone had a cultivation level of the Supreme Realm. Wang Wei clenched his fist, a golden light flashed through his fist, then he punched forward. Bang! Everything shook as if Mother Nature had lost her patience and decided to eradicate mankind for their atrocities. The mere shockwave of his fist was enough to destroy a middle thousand world and all its trillion inhabitants. Unfortunately, his attack had little effect. The Dharma body behind the Battle Maniac Emperor casually waved his hand and blocked the attack, then punched Wang Wei himself. Without hesitation, Wang Wei's innate shield, which had turned golden in color, surrounded him to block the attack. That single punch instantly annihilated the ground that Wang Wei was standing on. As such, he found himself and the clone fighting in the void. Although he blocked that attack, he was not intact. The shockwave was enough to shake his organs. Additionally, he could feel the fighting law that the battle maniac cultivated taking effect. Over time, his fighting ability and instinct began to decrease, while the opposite was true for his opponent. With each second, the latter grew more and more powerful. His attacks became sharper, his battle intuition drastically increased as he could always pinpoint the weakness of all of Wang Wei's attacks. Knowing that losing the battle was inevitable at this rate, he decided to be more serious. Then, a vision appeared behind Wang Wei. Visions can increase a cultivator's battle strength by a few folds. Usually, an increase between 2 times to 9 times the increase. However, Wang Wei's vision gave him an 18-fold increase. After showing his vision, Wang Wei started to use the power of heaven and earth from the heaven stage in the divine body realm. The 9 heavens of this stage have the same function as the visions, an increase in battle strength. The first heaven is equal to a 9-fold increase in strength, the second heaven is 18-fold, the third heaven, 27-fold. To the 9th heaven, which grants cultivators an 81-fold increase in strength. The minimum requirement for all cultivators to enter the primordial spirit realm is to reach the 4th heaven. For heaven chosens like Lin Fan, their visions gave them a 9-fold increase in strength, and when they reach the 9th heaven stage, the vision will stack up, granting them a maximum of 90-fold increase. As for Wang Wei, his vision should have provided him a 99-fold increase, but because of how unique his earth stage was and how powerful his spirit is, he went beyond the 9th heaven. According to his calculation, he currently has an increase of 270-fold. So, after using the power of heaven and earth to increase his strength, adding to that his fleshly body that was now on par with true monarchs, Wang Wei was able to fight with the clone of the Battle Maniac Emperor. In the end, he still lost. After all, the clone had all the abilities of the Emperor when he was in that realm, and Wang Wei is still in the divine body realm. Nevertheless, he still fought for 3 days non-stop before being defeated. Then, Wang Wei went to challenge his father again. This time, he survived until the 36th sword. After gaining control of his strength, he went back to retreat. Sitting in the lotus position, Wang Wei looked inward to his divine sea. He controlled the ancient lamp with the good fortune flame to enter his sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, he placed the power of heaven and earth inside the lamp to fuel the good fortunate flame. The 13-colored flame instantly rose in intensity, then Wang Wei guided the flame to his purple soul. Normally, the good fortune flame would burn the soul to remove the impurities, then slowly transform it into a primordial spirit, thus allowing him to enter the next stage of cultivation. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, nothing happened. No matter how much he tried to burn his soul, it was not affected in the least bit. After the 13th attempt, he vomited a mouthful of blood because of backlash. "This is the 13th failure," muttered Wang Wei. "It seems that with how powerful my soul is, ordinary methods will not allow me to enter the primordial spirit realm." After that, he took a healing pill before leaving his seclusion. As soon as he came out, he saw Wu Hong was waiting for him. She immediately noticed his slightly pale complexion. More importantly, she felt like he was different from before. She felt like the two of them suddenly become closer, like he truly accepted her. "Failed?" she asked. "Yeah. How do you feel?" "Just a little annoyed, that's all," replied Wang Wei as he smiled, then hugged her. "What are you going to do now?" "Well, luckily for me, you warned me about this a few hundred years ago. So, I did make some preparations, but I do not know how effective it will be." "What will you do if you are forever unable to enter the primordial spirit realm?" "Worst case scenario, I will abandon the origin system, travel to other world communities to find a system that fits me the best. Or, I just create one of my own, or I just concentrate on body refining. I still have a lot of options." "It's good that you have other options. Let me ask you, why do I feel like you're different?" Wang Wei then explained to her the chakra system that he used and how it affected his mind and spirit. He even told her about the little mistrust he had about her. Wu Hong was not surprised about this fact as she knew him quite well. This system seems to have some origin with Buddhism. It's quite interesting, and it has a lot of potentials. After saying that, she handed him a piece of paper. "What's this?" Wang Ju came by to hand over information regarding important events that happened in the past 500 years. Wang Wei scanned the paper, and only took notice of a few things. One was Sun Jialong's capture of a large territory of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. The second was that the Fate Guards have theorized that something weird or shady happened inside the Great Zhou. However, they could not gather more information because of how tight security has been lately in Great Zhou. The third was the fact that Jian Wushuang seemed to be traveling around the world, challenging different kinds of swordsmen. The fourth was the fact that Lu Meishio was spotted in the northern Black Tortoise continent. Lastly, the Loose Cultivator Alliance just endorsed someone from the lower realm as their heaven chosens in this generation with an identity token. This person's name is Huang Yuan. As for the other people, all of them seem to focus on cultivating and have not shown up in the past few hundred years. After reading all this news, Wang Wei did not care as he had much better things to worry about. Currently, the majority of these people have just entered the earth stage of the divine body realm, while he's about to enter the primordial spirit. However, his paragon quality soul is preventing him from doing so. He has to focus on dealing with this problem. "One last thing," said Wu Hong. "Grandma sent you some Longxue tea." "Really? In that case, let's go drink some while I talk to her." Later that day, Wang Wei and Wu Hong had a meeting with the upper echelons of the sect. "So, you failed?" asked his grandfather. "Yes. Although we expected this, it's still troublesome," added Wang Tian. "Luckily, we have prepared beforehand the things you asked for." After that, he led everyone to a secret realm. Inside, a few million people were sitting cross-legged. The odd thing about these people was the fact that they were all in the supernatural realm, and they had a similar aura to Wang Wei. 1,000,000 supernatural realm cultivators that cultivated your transcending fate sutra. With countless resources, the sect was able to cultivate them so quickly, said Wang Tian. Looking at these people, Wang Wei said, "Hopefully, this plan works, otherwise, I will have to go back to the drawing board. Alright, we will begin a month from now. Chapter 294. Wang Wei sat in the middle of a large formation with all the millions of supernatural realm cultivators surrounding him. His ancient lamp floating above his head, burning brightly with 13 different colors. At the same time, all the supernatural realm cultivators also had their ancient lamps floating in front of them as well. Numerous runes from the formatting activated, then the 12-colored flame of these supernatural realms separated from them before rushing toward Wang Wei in the center. His 13-colored flame absorbed these flames. His good fortune flame did not add any more color afterward, but the intensity that the flame burned drastically increased. The flame rose a few hundred meters to the sky. Luckily, this was a large space surrounded by a protective formation. After seeing this phenomenon, Wang Wei hurriedly directed the lamp and the flame into his sea of consciousness in an attempt to refine his soul. While all of this was happening, the upper echelons of the sect were closely monitoring him to ensure that nothing happened. "Wouldn't it be better to use divine body realm cultivators instead?" asked one of the elders. "No. The good fortune flame of divine body realm cultivators has been infused with their goals, dreams, or aspirations. If he used them instead, his soul would most likely be corrupted," answered true monarch Yan Qin. After this brief conversation, all of them quieted down, waiting for Wang Wei to finish. This wait lasted for 3 days. Wang Wei, who was closing his eyes all this time, suddenly opened them, vomited a big mouthful of blood. "Failed?" asked Wang Tian, who suddenly appeared next to him. Wang Wei just nodded his head. Everyone then became somber after hearing this. "Young master, how about trying the method you suggested to break your soul into small connected pieces so that it is easier to refine? I think this method was truly genius." "Don't say stupid things," said Wang Chang. "The soul is yin in nature, and only by entering the primordial spirit realm will it acquire yang attribute, thus allowing it to not only exist in the real world without problem but also give it a certain malleable nature. If you try to break a yin soul into small pieces, the likely scenario is a real soul injury that is hard to cure, especially with how high in quality YRS is." Wang Wei agreed with his grandfather. After learning about the possible difficulty he would face in breaking through the next realm, he began to plan ahead. One of his plans was based on a novel he read on his past life where the cultivation system allowed people to break their souls into hundreds if not millions of pieces that are connected to one another. As long as one piece of the soul was left intact, it could grow back to its original size. Furthermore, each piece of the soul has a certain amount of strength, making it very versatile in nature and able to do many things. In that case, what about we try the divine body method previously stated? As for the impure will in them, can we find another method to deal with afterward? Suggested Great Elder Yan Mei. Everyone then looked at Wang Wei for him to make a decision. "You guys have the right idea, but this method will not work. 1,000,000 divine body cultivators will not be effective." "So, what you're saying is that as long as the intensity of the good fortune flame is enough, you can succeed?" asked Wu Hong. "Yes. Although I failed in this attempt, I noticed a very tiny part of my soul was refined. Although it was probably 0.000000001% of it, this showed me that it is possible. So, what we have to accomplish is to find a way to increase the intensity of the good fortune flame," summarizes Yu Yen. "How are we supposed to do that? Add a few more billions of supernatural realm cultivators? Although it would take some time and resources, it should be possible," said Wang Tian. "No one in this room cares about sacrificing a few billion lives for the sake of Wang Wei. It's better if your breakthrough does not involve so much karmic debt," said Wu Hong. "At this time, I don't think we can care about such trivialities," said one of the other elders. Many people agreed with that elder. However, Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong and asked, "What are you thinking? You should know that your greatest threat to the throne is Di Tian. Given how long he has lived and the fact that he controls the Tao of reincarnation, there is a high chance that he also knows something about karma. If you ever confront him with such a large karmic debt, well, Wang Wei realized that she was right. Do you have a solution to my current problem? Both yes and no. I could seal the quality of your soul, which would allow you to easily enter the primordial spirit realm. However, you would lose all the benefits it comes with until you prove the Tao. Benefit? What benefit? So far, this thing has been nothing but a nuisance. The majority of your monster-level comprehension comes from it, added Wu Hong. Wang Wei took a deep breath. He did not want to give up his advantage. What else? Although I do not have a way to solve your problem, I can point you in a direction. That's Buddhism. Buddhism? What do they have to do with anything? Asked Yu Yen. The incense era began because a monk discovered that he could use the power of faith to refine his soul and enter the primordial spirit realm. Using faith to refine the soul? That's a good idea, replied Wang Chang. However, this method has long been lost through time. I doubt even the Taoist sect still has access to one. Unless you have that method. Unfortunately, I do not, replied Wu Hong. However, you can recreate it. I'm glad that you have so much trust in me, but I know only a little bit about Buddhism from the small books I've read in the library. Without any information to go on with, I'm also at loss. In that case, we'll give you more information, said Wang Chang. Indeed. I think it's about time you visited the sect's secret archive, said Wang Tian. Secret archive? That's the first time I've heard about it, commented Wang Wei. That's because it was not time for you to have access to it yet. Then, Wang Tian led the group to a secret location of the sect. As soon as Wang Wei entered there, he saw a vast library with rows filled with books, jade talisman, and some stone carvings that had mysterious light emanating from them. In one of the rows, he saw the words, Emperor Scripture, written as the title. Does the sect have other Emperor Scriptures? Of course, replied his father. Where did they come from? And why have I never heard of them before? A few of them came from destroyed lineages, some came from predecessors who were lucky enough to the legacy of a great emperor, and the remaining ones came from other worlds. As for the reason that you never heard of them, there are two. 1, none of these scriptures are considered orthodox, so we usually hide them. Well, not just us, but most emperor lineages do the same. You guys are just too old-fashioned, replied Wang Wei. Wang Tian glared at him, then said, the second and most important reason is the fact that all these scriptures are somewhat incomplete. What do you mean? Asked Wang Wei with a frown on his face. All the emperor scriptures are unique and can be considered relics because they have been baptized by the Tao rhyme of their creators. The Tao rhyme allows people to more easily understand these scriptures. Even when copies of the originals are made, they still contain the Tao rhymes. However, those scriptures that were taken outside do not contain Tao rhyme, so they essentially become very esoteric writings that are hard to learn. Only truly talented individuals could become enlightened on them. Is this some kind of fail-safe that great emperors use to prevent their scripture from being spread? That's correct. In that case, what about the sect's predecessors who rightfully got these emperor scriptures? They must have done so through trial or because they were fated with them. Wouldn't they have access to the original scriptures and Tao rhymes? Asked Wang Wei. You would think so, but no. Most scriptures left as inheritance are usually created by loose cultivator emperors or the ones with no faction or attraction to the mortal realm. As such, when they leave their inheritance, the first person who gets it usually absorbs all the Tao rhymes in the book to help their enlightenment. And in certain cases, the scripture would be immediately destroyed afterward, and bans will be placed in their souls to prevent them from leaking them. Of course, this is just the extreme case. Chapter 295. After briefly explaining the rules and origin of the secret archive to Wang Wei, Wang Tian, and the other upper echelon of the sect began to gather all information or knowledge regarding Buddhism. A few hours later, a small pile of books and jade talismans was placed in front of Wang Wei. "That's it?" he asked. Although this amount looked large, compared to the amount of information regarding other subjects, this was quite disappointing. "You should be glad that our sect has so much information left. As you know, information about Buddhism was mostly lost after the incense era," replied Wang Tian. Wang Wei nodded his head, sat cross-legged on the floor, opened a book, and read it. However, a few minutes later, a frown appeared on his face. He then quickly opened many of the books, used his divine sense to read some of the jade talismans. The reason for his odd behavior was that he quickly realized that he could not understand the words in these books. He knew the language they were written in, but every time he focused on them, a vague shadow seemed to cover his mind, making it impossible to understand what he was reading. Additionally, Wang Wei realized that he could not remember any of the things he read. A few seconds after reading anything, the information seemed to vanish from his mind. With his perfect memory and powerful soul, this was very odd. So, he raised his head to look at his family. His father raised his shoulder and said, "This is a normal situation for anything related to Buddhism. And according to our records, this phenomenon is the same in different worlds across different world communities." "So powerful." Everyone nodded their heads. "Is there a way to go around it? Otherwise, this whole plan will be obsolete." "Well, one of our ancestors left a passage telling future descendants how to deal with the situation." Wang Cheng then handed Wang Wei a scroll. He opened it and read a single phrase inside the entire page: "Only those who have Buddha in their hearts can become enlightened." "That's it?" he asked. More importantly, why so cryptic? No one could give him an answer. By now, Wang Wei was used to his ancestors always being cryptic and esoteric when doing things. Even he has started to become that way since he began controlling the power of fate. Taking a deep sigh, Wang Wei closed his eyes and entered a deep state of meditation. In his mind, he began to picture a massive golden Buddha in his mind based on a statue he saw in his previous life. The golden Buddha was vast, majestic, and had a benevolent smile on his face. He gave the feeling that he wanted to save all sentient beings, and guide them to escape the shackles of reincarnation by becoming enlightened. While Wang Wei was picturing the golden Buddha, the same figure appeared in his sea of consciousness. Then, Wang Wei unconsciously chanted, "Namo Amitabhaya Tathagataya." As soon as he said these words, 7 golden lights flew from his 7 chakra and entered his sea of consciousness to blend with the golden Buddha. Following this, the Buddha left Wang Wei's sea of consciousness and manifested in the real world. It exuded a golden light that enveloped the entire secret archive. And everyone that the lights touched felt peaceful, their minds at ease like they were in the embrace of their loving mother. Then, they felt like a heavy weight or burden was lifted from their shoulders. Immediately, these people checked their bodies and discovered that the cultivation bottleneck that they were facing loosened up a little. As for the true monarchs, they felt like the hidden injuries inside their bodies were healed slightly, thus increasing their lifespan. Even a quasi-emperor like Wang Cheng felt the same. The upper echelons of the sect smiled after seeing this, thinking that not only had Wang Wei succeeded, but also benefited from this experience. Unfortunately for them, their happy smiles did not last long. A few seconds after the golden Buddha manifested, everything in the small world that the secret archive was located in suddenly stopped moving as if frozen in time. Even Wang Cheng, the person with the highest cultivation in the room, was also frozen in time. Then, a mighty and mysterious force seemed to descend into the room. The first thing it did was destroy the golden Buddha, then it entered Wang Wei's mind trying to forcefully eradicate all his memories and knowledge regarding Buddhism. During the entire process, Wang Wei was incapable of moving or doing anything. Although his mind still worked properly, he could not do anything at all. Even his soul was useless at this moment. However, something else in his body did work. It was the will granted by him from the Diu realm. The will manifested itself in his own and resisted the mysterious force that was invading Wang Wei's mind. Unfortunately, it was too weak. Knowing this, the will immediately fused with Wang Wei's soul, then used its power to resist, and it was somewhat successful. Nevertheless, it just managed to delay the time that mysterious force took effect. While all of this was happening, Wang Wei for the first time in a very long time felt very powerless. He suddenly remembered his confrontation at the last trial in the pagoda. How weak and helpless he was against that giant hand. Then, a wave of intense anger overcame him thinking about the misery he suffered at that time. And with that anger, came another powerful will residing inside his body, his own will. It was the will that could defy the odds, make the impossible possible. It was the will he used to make the wrath of heaven bleed even though this should not be possible. Then, Wang Wei snorted. The snort echoed throughout the secret archive before traveling throughout the entire small world. And the snort was not about to stop, it seemed to want to travel further into the void, to echo throughout all heaven and myriad worlds. Unfortunately, or fortunately, countless runes suddenly appeared to surround the small world to prevent it from traveling far. Nevertheless, even those runes trembled and cracked before stopping it. As for the person who used them, she became pale for a moment, then a small trace of blood slid down the corner of her mouth. However, Wu Hong quickly wiped the blood, then used some secret technique to return her pale complexion to normal. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei snorted, he used his own will to instantly crush that mysterious force. Then, everyone could finally move again. But they all had a look of horror on their faces. "What was that?" asked Yu Yen. No one answered her. Of course, she knew that this was a rhetorical question. Well, she was wrong. "That's the absolute beginning magic," replied Wu Hong. Everyone then looked at her. The absolute beginning emperor had an unnatural hatred for Buddhism, so after becoming an eternal emperor, he cast a magic that cut off the beginning of Buddhism, thus eradicating them from existence. Anything related to Buddhism will be wiped out by the magic. Wu Hong suddenly paused. Now that I think about it, there is something wrong with this situation. Whether it is your 7-chakra system or the manifested Buddha, none of that should be possible under this magic. Unless it was broken, or someone discovered a loophole in it. Is that a bad thing? Asked Wang Wei. Not really. I'm just thinking that this guy spent all his life fighting the Buddhist sect to the point of him even being killed, and yet, someone still managed to crack his magic. I can imagine him fuming in his grave, responded Wu Hong with a smirk. The absolute beginning emperor is dead? Asked Yu Yen in surprise. Well, yes and no. To beings like him, death is not really the end. It's more like he's in a state of existence and non-existence. Limbo. Well, it's more complex than that, but you can think of it that way. The people nodded but did not ask any further. By now, they were used to Wu Hong's mystery or strangeness. And many of them had different theories on her real identity. Although a lot of people did not fully trust her because of this, they trusted Wang Wei's ability to judge people. After this brief chat, Wang Wei was prepared to go back to his reading. However, an old man suddenly appeared in the room and said, "What's going on here? What just happened?" Wang Wei was instantly on alert as this old man was a true monarch. However, his father just raised his hand to motion him to calm down. This supreme elder Li Tan, he's the guardian of the secret archive, explained Wang Tian. Then, he went to explain the situation to Li Tan. After hearing the entire story, the old man nodded, then, without saying anything else, he disappeared. Don't mind, said Wang Tian. His personality has always been like that. Wang Wei just nodded his head as he did not care about things like that since he had more important work to do. Chapter 296. After this weird encounter with the absolute beginning magic, Wang Wei returned back to the pile of books. However, unlike before, he had no problem reading or memorizing the contents. It seemed that his method worked. So, he spent the next few weeks going over every detail regarding Buddhism in order to find a way to use incense to refine his soul. "Did you find the method?" asked his father. "No," responded Wang Wei as he shook his head. "All I learned was that some Buddhist monks in that era used something called sentient being flame to refine their souls. This flame was created from gathering incense from all living beings, hence the name. So, it was no use." "Not necessarily. Although I did not find the method, I did come up with an idea on how to succeed." Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this, then they gathered around him to wait for his explanation. Then, Wang Wei explained to them the step-by-step plan that he came up with in the past few days. Everyone was quiet after hearing this, trying to process the information they just received. "Well, although your plan is a little crazy, it might work," said Wang Tian. "However, there are still a few things that are needed. They won't be easy to acquire. The hardest part would be getting your hands into the Origin Pill Flame scripture," said Yu Yan. "Fu Kaiyun is a nasty individual. The reason that he's the only one able to cultivate that scripture is not only because of his talent, but because he's secretly killed any talented alchemists that have any remote chance of overcoming him. Plus, there is the fact that the Origin Pill Flame scripture requires both a high talent for alchemy and an unprecedented devotion to Pill Dao. Although your talent in alchemy might meet the requirement, you only minor in Pill Dao. I have taken into account the problem of the scripture and have a plan for that," replied Wang Wei. "As for Fu Kaiyun, you'll deal with him after infiltrating the Origin Pill Dao sect." Everyone nodded with him, then Wu Hong handed him a book. "This is a devil technique on how to cultivate the sin flame. Since incense power contains the power of emotion, this might help you." Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this as he thought of something. He motioned everybody to quiet down, then took out a communication talisman. "Hopefully, she is not in retreat," muttered Wang Wei. A few seconds later, a beautiful woman with green hair appeared in front of him. She exuded an unnatural charm that would make any man tempted with just a look. "Young Master Wang Wei, what took you so long to contact me? I thought you had forgotten poor little me." "Young Lady Suya, as you can guess, I've been busy cultivating and time flew by. I'm sorry that I did not contact you sooner." "Man, all of you always have an excuse. So, to what I owe this sudden call? Couldn't I just want to talk to a beautiful woman? Why do you think that I want something from you? As much as I would want to flirt with you, I'm currently busy, so go on with your business. Plus, I'm sure your Dao partner would not appreciate your actions." Wang Wei gave a slight glance at Wu Hong, however, she had a calm look on her face throughout the entire process. Couldn't she just fake being jealous? "In that case, I'll be direct. I'm calling you for an exchange. I want your understanding to turn emotions into flames." "That's an odd request. Why would you want something like that?" "I don't think that information has anything to do with our exchange." "True. So, what do I get in return?" "I have a rare devil race cultivation from the devil era that turns sins and depravity into flame. I think that's a fair exchange." Suya was slightly surprised as this exchange was indeed worth it as she could get something so precious from ancient time. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Unfortunately, I'll have to decline." This time, it was Wang Wei who was surprised. "Why? This is a fair trade. In fact, you would benefit more in this transaction." "Exactly. From what I know about you, you are not the kind of person that likes to suffer losses even a small amount. Since you're willing to do so for an exchange, this means that what you want is either truly valuable or very important. So, no matter what, it'll prevent you from getting it. After all, you already have so many advantages ahead of us haven't chosen in this generation, there is no need for you to have more," replied Suya with a gentle smile on her face. Wang Wei's eyes turned cold, but the smile on his face still remained. I'm a man who always gets what he wants, Lady Suya. Since trading does not work, let's try blackmail. Hee, I would like to see what you use to blackmail me. If I'm not mistaken, said Wang Wei slowly. At this moment, you should be laying out your plans to kill Jian Wuxuang. Suya squinted her eyes, then laughed out loud with her melodious voice echoing from the talisman. Young Master Wang Wei, if you think that telling Jian Wuxuang my plan can be used as blackmail, then you've greatly underestimated my abilities. Is that so? Answered Wang Wei. In that case, let me tell you a little story. There was this little orphan girl born in a small village. Because her parents died young, she was always made fun of by the children of the village. Luckily for her, she was born with a special physique, so she could charm these children and make them do her bidding. Nevertheless, her trauma from being made fun of for not having any parents remained her heart. Until one day, an immortal-like lady recognized her talent and took her to the path of cultivation. This little girl was very talented in cultivation, and always bested her peers. She was popular amongst her sect's disciples, and she managed to attain a very high status. However, there was something missing in her life: parental love. The little girl always looked at her master who brought her into the path of cultivation as a mother figure. However, her master was always cold and detached, treating her as nothing but a tool to make the sect prosper. However, one day, the little girl created a plan to deal with the sect's other heaven-chosen. After her master saw the plan, because it had a sense of poetic justice, the master was pleasantly surprised. For the first time in her life, the little girl saw her master smile, received her compliment. For the first time in her life after her parents' death, she received the maternal love she had been dreaming about. What do you think about this story? Suya looked at Wang Wei with fury in her eyes. If eyes could kill, she would completely annihilate every single particle of his existence. Send someone with a contract and the technique, and make sure to add the condition to keep your stinking mouth shut. After saying that, she disconnected the talisman. Immediately after that, Suya threw a temper tantrum in her cultivation room, destroying everything in sight. As for Wang Wei, he smirked as he muttered, "People who play with emotions are always easily influenced by it." "Sometimes I forget how devious you can be," commented Yu Yan with a slight smile. "You are definitely my son. It's good that you can use your head to deal with problems instead of your swords." She was looking at Wang Tian after saying the last part. However, the sect master ignored his wife. Although he was like that in his younger years, after years of being a sect master, he also became a cunning old fox. "What's the next step?" asked Wang Tian. "Next, I need to divine something." Wang Wei then took out the 8-trigram turtle shell from his space ring. He used his fate power to activate. Immediately after that, he found himself in a river made of uncountable lines. At the center of the river was a spinning wheel creating more strings. This was the river of fate. Standing on the river, Wang Wei closed his eyes to feel something, then he plunged his hand on the river to take out a single string. Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes which glowed gray. "I need someone to go to this coordinate and find this world," said Wang Wei. "I'll go," said Wang Chang. "That way, it would be faster." Then, he broke the space and entered the endless void. Using his powerful quasi-emperor cultivation realm, he began rapid successive teleportation with each teleportation taking him a few million light-years away. Chapter 297. After spending an entire day constantly teleporting, Wang Chang realized that the coordinate of this world was farther than he anticipated. The only reason he did not use a void boat was because he was faster than it, but even with his cultivation technique, he knew that he might take a while to get there. Not wanting to waste time, he took out a space treasure from his space ring, then crushed it with his bare hand. The destruction of the treasure created a large amount of spatial energy. So, Wang Chang used this energy to support his teleportation. Previously, he could only teleport a few million light years in a single instance, not he could teleport a few billion light years. As such, by constantly destroying space treasure and using such a wasteful method, Wang Chang arrived at his destination in just 6 days instead of 6 months. After arriving at the coordinate, Wang Chang immediately noticed something odd about the world he was sent to discover. Unlike the majority of worlds that were covered by a transparent dome, this one was covered by a crystal wall. With an intriguing look on his face, he approached it before using his divine sense to scan for some information. Huh, muttered Wang Chang with a slight surprise. After scanning with his divine sense, he could only acquire 2 pieces of information. 1. This world is only a middle thousand world. 2. This world is larger than most greater thousand worlds, even approaching heavenward worlds in size. What puzzled Wang Chang was the fact that he could not gather any information with how powerful his divine sense is. So, he decided to check it out himself. Wang Chang rushed straight into the world. Bang! He was bounced back by the crystal wall, preventing him from entering. Interesting, muttered Wang Chang, who then clenched his fist and hit the world barrier. Boom! The barrier trembled slightly, but nothing happened. This time, Wang Chang was truly surprised. His attack was at the level of void-shattering realm, and since this world is only a middle thousand world, the highest level of cultivator it can hold is the primordial spirit realm. As such, his attack should not only break the shield, but shake the entire world. With great interest, Wang Chang began to increase the strength of each of his attacks. However, even after using an attack at the level of Supreme, the crystal wall shook for a moment before blocking the attack. In anger, Wang Chen called his Dharma bot, infused it with himself, then used the most powerful attack of his, Overlord Fist, Frowny Face Tyrant Sovereign Fist. A massive explosion occurred in the void, spreading to a few 100 million light years away. A few world remnants that were floating in the void were instantly annihilated by the shockwave of that attack. Unfortunately, Wang Chang's attack, which was strong enough to even destroy a great thousand world or at least severely injure one, was blocked the crystal shield, and it was quite easy too. Floating in the empty void, Wang Chang had a serious look on his face as he realized the seriousness of the situation. He began to think to himself, there is only way for such a thing to be possible. One of the great emperors from our world or a Tao ancestor placed that shield on this world. However, the question is why? Well, it's not necessarily them. This world is very far away, to be exact, it's located at the intersection of our world community with another. So, there is the possibility that someone from another world community came here and placed that protection. After coming to this conclusion, he pondered whether to retreat as things got a little too complicated. However, an idea popped in his head, so he decided to try it before returning to the sect. He took out a demonic beast from his space ring before sending it inside the world. And unlike when he tried, the beasts easily passed through the crystal wall. Wang Chang's eyes lit up, then he tried a few more times. Some beasts managed to enter, while some did not. So, he muttered, so, that's how it is. Since this world is a middle thousand world, the shield only allows people in the primordial spirit realm and below to enter. I guess the person who made this shield wanted to protect this world from foreign invasion. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Chang took out a bunch of materials from his space ring to create a teleportation array connecting to the Tao opening sect. A few days later, he finished and teleported back. After Wang Chang's return, another meeting took place in Tianwei Peak. Everyone had a serious look on their faces while analyzing the information that they received. Personally, I think it would be best to choose another world, said Great Elder Li Jiang. This world seemed to be too mysterious and might create too many variables. However, Wang Wei shook his head. I divine this world as the one with the highest chance of success, and the information has proven that I was right. Indeed. This world is only a middle thousand world, but as large as some weak heavenward world. So, the population should be relatively large, commented Yu Yen. The question now is, what do we do with the cultivation level restriction? Easy, just send Li Jun and Tai Gang. It's about time that they moved their muscles around, replied Wang Wei. That's a good method, however, the plan will take longer than previously expected if we do that, added Wang Tian. Anyway, we have plenty of time, there is no need to hurry. Soon after the meeting ended, Li Jun and Tai Gang were summoned and given information about the world they were going to and their mission there. Then, they immediately organized their armies and used the teleportation array that Wang Chang made to teleport to the void next to the strange world. In order to make things easier for them, Wang Wei even sent Wang Ju and a few elites of the Shadow Guards to help them with information. As for Wang Wei, after the group left, he pretended to enter a retreat while disguising himself and secretly traveling to the southern Vermilion Bird continent. The next step of his plan lay there. And, sorry about the short chapter, but I'm really not in the mood to write today. Since I did not post a chapter yesterday, I forced myself to write one for today. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.